Morning. I declare today's meeting open and I welcome everyone in the gallery and joining us via the live stream. Would everyone please stand as I ask Councillor Landsberg to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, Chair. The Sunshine Coast Council acknowledges the Cubby Cubby and Jinnabarras peoples, whose lands and waters we share. Their unique values and cultures enrich our communities. For thousands of years, the Sunshine Coast has been a place of celebration and kinship. We commit to partnering with the traditional custodians and support their aspirations and community growth. We are dedicated to learning about the history and experiences of the traditional owners and First Nations people. We honour the traditional owners and their elders past, present and emerging and value their significant role in our community. Together, we are stronger.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Please remain upstanding as I invite Pastor Daniel Harding of Open Road Beach Church to provide a blessing. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Great to be here. I'm going to pray and invite you to participate in whatever way is meaningful for you. God, there is much to be done today. We thank you for the unique gifts and callings represented in this room. We thank you for the unique needs within our community. Would you give these leaders the capacity to meet those needs with integrity and with courage? Give this group clarity of mind, unity of heart, success on behalf of all they serve. God, we pause for a moment. Would you settle our hearts? Would you rebalance our minds? Turn down the volume on thoughts that are of no consequence or little. Turn up the volume on thoughts and items that are of the greatest consequence. May this region be blessed with abundance. May its people be free. May the poor be defended and the hungry nourished. Personally, God, would you bless everyone here as they also serve and lead their families and their friends. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Please remain upstanding, everyone, as we invite Mr. Mick Parr, Park Supervisor, to address the meeting to commemorate the recent passing of staff member Campbell Kerr.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and councillors, Lisa and Owen, who are with us today. It is with profound sadness that we announce the passing of Campbell Kerr, a cherished member of the Council Parks and Gardens team. Campbell passed away the 31st of August 2024, leaving behind a legacy of dedication, kindness and unwavering commitment to our community. For 4 years, Campbell served in Parks and Gardens team, where he was not only a colleague, but a friend to many. Campbell was a person of great character. God, he was. He always ready with a smile, a kind word and a helping hand. His absence will be deeply felt by all who had the privilege of knowing him. Campbell also loved his stickers, and he didn't really own anything until he had his trademark stickers, whether it be one of his beloved Cronulla Sharks or one he'd received free with his new work boots. Even his lunchbox was covered with stickers he had received along the way. To pay tribute to his family, asked those present at his funeral to place a sticker on his casket so he could have something from everyone that loved Campbell forever with him. He would have been really happy to see how many stickers were present on his casket. Campbell is survived by his loving family, wife Lisa, Owen and Veronica. Our hearts go out to them and during this difficult time. As we gather to remember and honour Campbell, let us celebrate his life and incredible mark he left on our community. I know for a fact that his legacy will continue with us and inspire us all. Rest in peace, Campbell. Miss you, mate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mick. Our thoughts are with you, Lisa and Owen. Thank you. Please be seated. Councillors, can I please have someone to move receipt and confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on 24 October 2024? Councillor Dixon and seconded Councillor Natoli. All those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Moving on to item 5, there's no mayoral minute today. Item 6, informing of conflicts of interests. Councillors, I remind you of the requirements of the Local Government Act of 2009, which sets out how councillors' conflicts of interests are managed in local government matters. These requirements apply to how we deal with such matters at this meeting. Should you have a conflict of interest in relation to an agenda item, please raise it at the commencement of that item. Item 7.1, and it is presentations and councillor reports. Councillor Natoli, I understand you have an award to acknowledge, noting that we have Chris Secker, Lucy Ravenwood, Prue Egan, Christy Keeley, Zara Hawley and Catherine Morgan in attendance to receive this award.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and it's with great pleasure that I would like to share with all present today that the Curated Plate Food and Drink Festival was recently recognised with the accolade of the Best Small Regional Event at the Australian Event Awards, which is a fantastic achievement for our region. The Curated Plate, which blends top quality regional produce with leading chefs and restaurants and our magnificent natural surrounds, has been a fixture of the Sunshine Coast major events calendar since 2019, and it has gone from strength to strength. The festival was acknowledged at a gala award night in Sydney, and in particular received recognition for providing education on sustainable practices for restaurants and venues, which is a perfect alignment with Council's vision to become Australia's most sustainable region and continues to help establish the Sunshine Coast as a food and agri-tourism destination by encouraging more than 400 local businesses to deliver the festival. Another important ingredient in delivering a successful festival was to build the capacity of local venues and producers to stage high-quality events while showcasing local produce and the unique locations across the Sunshine Coast. The program of curated events takes place in a variety of settings: on a farm, under the stars, by the seaside, next to a majestic mountain, on a boat, in a distillery or a local brewery, as well as some of the Sunshine Coast's most well-known, well-loved and award-winning restaurants. I would like to commend Council's tourism and major events team for the hard work that they've put in to the event to get it to this point, and congratulate them for winning this award. To Chris, Lucy, Prue, Christy, Zara and Kat, they're here today to accept this award. I'd also like to thank the partners of the event, the Food and Agribusiness Network, Visit Sunshine Coast, Tourism and Events Queensland for their contribution, and other suppliers that have helped deliver the award-winning 2023 events such as Jersey Road, Spectacular Events and Basco. I'm pleased to report that the Curated Plate returns in 2025 from July the 25th to August the 3rd. And I'm sure many cannot wait to see what's in store for next year's program, but I was given a sneak preview of what is planned, and I can say I'm super excited about what is about to be experienced by all of us here on the Sunshine Coast, and this is a very heavy award, so who would...
Do you want to be in that one?
Councillor Natoli, would you like to move a motion to note receipt of that presentation?
Yes, I would like to.
Thank you. And a seconder, Councillor Landsberg. I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Moving to item 7.2, Councillor Johnston. You have 2 awards to acknowledge. I welcome Patricia Jensen, Stephanie Noble, Kate Power, Sally Matthews, James Coots and Michael Henderson to receive their awards.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and welcome to those officers who so richly deserve to be here. At the annual award for planning excellence convened by the Queensland Division of the Planning Institute of Australia on the 8th of November, Sunshine Coast was recipient of 2 awards. The first one, the Award of Excellence for Strategic Planning Project, was presented to Sunshine Coast Council, Sun Central, Maroochydore and Walker Corporation for basically the site that we occupy now, and more, Maroochy City Centre project. This award is fitting recognition of Council's commitment over more than a decade to establishing the principal regional activity centre for the Sunshine Coast. To quote from the citation that accompanies the award, the Maroochy City Centre project stands out as a remarkable example of planning for a new city centre within an existing urban context. This master plan represents a significant milestone in the evolution and delivery of major development initiative achieved through a successful collaboration between the public and private sectors. The judges were particularly impressed by how this project illustrates local government as a catalyst for change and progress, providing economic stimulus and an innovative infrastructure that underpins this transformative city initiative. The planning and development of the Maroochy City Centre is redefining a region traditionally characterised by suburban growth, establishing a vibrant hub of commercial and cultural activity that prioritises long-standing livability, technology and innovation. Congratulations to Walker Corporation, Sunshine Coast Council and Sun Central Maroochydore. This is an exceptional collaborative achievement, and we're really only partway through the whole process, but it's great that it's been recognised. There are many councillors and council staff whose contribution has enabled the vision for Maroochy City Centre to become a reality, and who can be proud of the recognition this award represents. I'd like to make particular mention of the contribution of our former Mayor, Mark Jamieson, and the former CEO of Sun Central, John Knaggs, each of whom were tireless advocates of this project. Finally, the credit for the strategic planning of the city centre most properly belongs to Tamara Clarkson and Michael Henderson from Urban Growth Projects branch. Unfortunately, Tamara cannot be with us today, but is represented by her manager, James Coote. And there's no point in asking them to come forward because they're here. So, as soon as the Mayor sits down, I'll announce the second award. The second award that was presented to the Council by the Planning Institute of Australia is the Wendy Chadwick Encouragement Award, presented to Sunshine Coast Council for Development Connect project. The award commemorates Wendy Chadwick, who built her career on her passion for planning and delivering exceptional customer service. The award seeks to promote examples of innovative, practical planning and illustrates great promise in achieving the vision of planning excellence in Queensland. The Development Connect project was aimed to bridge the gap between technical planning advice and plain language communication. Through the Development Connect project, Development Services has delivered a range of outcomes designed to make it easier for customers to find what they need. Some of the examples include the introduction of Chat to a Development Information Officer, a free face-to-face booking meeting service for those seeking development information, the move to centralise customer development inquiries through the Customer Contact Centre, Development Connect event in October 23, where 80 customers were provided with development, building and plumbing information via an in-person one-on-one discussion, and a customised free and paid advice service to respond to a broader range of customer needs at the range of price points. I'd like to acknowledge the efforts of some of our key members who have been instrumental in the project's success. Stephanie Noble, Kate Power, Sally Matthews and Patricia Jensen. And great pleasure to now present the award to this team.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston, would you like to move a motion to accept those presentations?
Yes, Madam Mayor, and I'd also like to say that if Councillor Dixon had been available as a fellow portfolio member, he would have done one of the presentations, but unfortunately he's hobbling around, so he's asked me to do it for him, so thank you.
Yes, thank you. We note that Councillor Dixon is on crutches, so thank you for that. A seconder, Councillor Dixon. I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Johnston and Councillor Dixon. We'll move now to item 8.1. It is the Sunshine Coast Annual Report for 2023-24, and we welcome Mr Flanagan to provide a presentation. Welcome.
Thank you, and good morning, Madam Mayor, councillors and members of the community. Today I'm presenting to you for your consideration the Sunshine Coast Annual Report 2023-24. The annual report covers the period 1 July 2023 through to 30 June 2024 and provides information on the progress towards the implementation of Council's corporate and operational plans over the financial year. The annual report comprises of 4 sections. Section 1 includes messages from the Mayor and the CEO with key statistics about our region and the Councillors' divisions. Section 2 highlights the key achievements in delivering the operational plan for the year and in doing so progressing the corporate plan. This includes updates on 29 performance indicators from our corporate plan, of which 21 met or exceeded targets during the year. And where they didn't meet target, there is explanatory comments for each of these in the document so that these can be used to inform future planning. Section 3 provides the annual disclosures and presents important information in relation to Council's governance, risk management, and then finally Section 4 will present the financial information, including Council's community financial report and the audited financial statements. It's important to note that this section is presented to Council through a separate report at today's meeting and will be included with the published annual report following adoption, which is provided online to our community and to the state libraries for archives. Overall, during the financial year, Council was able to deliver 80% of the activities that were prioritised in the operational plan 23-24 and also expend 98% of Council's $332.7 million capital works program. Throughout the document, you'll find many examples of the breadth and scale of the services Council provides on behalf of the community, including provision of parks with $13.6 million allocated to new or upgraded park facilities during the year, keeping our people safe and comfortable with programs such as the Aerial Mosquito Control Program, treating over 17,000 hectares across our region. Supporting employment and tourism with major events, bringing $112 million of direct economic benefit to the region. Serving our community with excellence with 282,000 customers being assisted through the development and customer contact centres. And finally, but not least, our trusted waste collection services with 99% of the 13 million bins collected per year being conducted on time and on schedule. Madam Mayor and Councillors, the annual report 2023-24 has been developed in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009 and the Local Government Regulations 2012. It provides an important communication channel to keep our community informed on our progress in advancing the vision and goals for the financial year. And pending Council's adoption today, the annual report will be published on our website and provided to the libraries through the State Archive. There is a number of annual highlights that will be presented on the slides and released to our community, as you're seeing. I don't intend to go through all these today, but present to you for your consideration and recommend that we adopt the annual report 2023-24.
Thank you, Mr Flanagan. Can I have a mover for this item? Councillor Hungerford, and a seconder, Councillor Broderick. Thank you. Councillor Hungerford, would you like to speak to the motion?
There's so much in here. How much time have we got? I strongly urge the community, when this is posted on the internet site, to have a look at how much council actually does. We're only covering a few things today. And it's really inspiring to see what we're producing for the community. I've just picked out a few. Outstanding organisation. 93% of council's electricity consumption was offset by the Sunshine Coast Solar Farm. Now, this is down slightly on last year, because we had a figure of 105% last year, but with a 55% more rainfall during the previous year, that's a very good result, and it shows those that knocked the solar farm in the first place did not know what they were talking about at all. In our strong community, now I've got several pages here because I'm only picking a few out, there's so much to cover. More than 5.2 million was awarded through 1,071 community grants, aiding our community in building their strength and resilience to deliver in the community. Our environment and livability. 124,080 tonnes of greenhouse gases were flared or combusted for power generation at our landfills, not only making a waste product, actually a power generator, which helps council offset its electricity bill. Now, this was an overall increase on the previous year, primarily due to the landfill gas collection infrastructure expansion at Caloundra. So we're expanding these our tips, and we're increasing our capability each year. And our resilient economy. 353.8 million was spent on local suppliers, supporting our local businesses and our local community. That represents 71.2% of council's available purchasing spend, an increase of 39.4 million on the previous year, building our community. And in our service excellence, more than 17,000 hectares were mowed and 5,300 hectares of garden beds maintained across all of our 1,254 parks. That's a large commitment, and there's a lot of parks out there. And when we have adverse weather and we can't get to them as regularly as we do, ask people to be patient, because we don't want to do that. In some of those parks, if you put a 1.5 tonne machine on a wet park, you're going to do more damage and cost you more in the long run. So people have got to be appreciative. Wet weather does make it harder to get around that whole thing. And the last one is an outstanding organisation. Now, we saw this morning we've got more awards coming all the time. Councillor Winston was presenting those today. But over the past year, we've been recognised both nationally and internationally for outstanding performance by receiving 21 awards throughout the year. And as you can see, that's ongoing. I could go on for the rest of the morning with what's in this report, but ask people to have a look at it and see how much this council's actually achieving. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through the Chair. And as we move towards the end of the year, I know it's not our last OM for the year, but it's important to acknowledge, obviously, what we've just seen this morning, how our workforce and our employees contribute to our making our region a better place to live. And obviously, this annual report really reflects on that around our award-winning organisation. I know Councillor Ted just touched on that, but just to draw down into a couple of those awards, and specifically the Customer Response Team won Customer Service Team of the Year, and that's for the medium size from 20 to 100 staff at the Customer Service Institute Awards. The Park Smart program in Caloundra has obviously received an on-street excellence in parking technology and innovation. We've also seen our own City Hall here that was named winner of the Excellence in Social and Community Infrastructure category at the 2024 Urban Development Institute of the Australian National Awards for Excellence. And then we've seen individual employees. Timothy Guinness won the Project Connect Innovation and Creativity Award at the University of the Sunshine Coast. In council employees, Jane Willis and Hayley Wright were recognised for Queensland Disaster Resilient Champions by the Local Government Association. And also, I wasn't aware we had an influencer in our team, but Teresa Cohn was identified as a local government influencer by 2024 by the Local Government Managers of Australia for her contribution to the Sunshine Coast Libraries. But yeah, thank you so much to all those employees that go above and beyond what their normal workday commitments are. And just quickly, just want to touch on, obviously, the financial benefits for our region through what we actually spend in regards to our economy. And some significant contracts in the last financial year that were handed out during the QRA landslip issues that we had, and I know I spoke in that in a previous workshop around, we had over 77 landslips across the Sunshine Coast, which during that last major weather event was absolutely hugely impactful to our region. Shadforths received a QRA contract valued at $14 million. The bulk earthworks was delivered to Hall Contracting for $21 million for Honey Farm Road. And the Caloundra admin building went to Hutchison Contractors valued at $35 million. So significant contracts all going to local businesses on the coast, and I think I can't speak more highly of our procurement process in council and how we continue to actually deliver significant employment opportunities and growth for our region. So thank you, Luke, and thank you to the team for bringing this annual report to council.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Broderick.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor, and thanks, Luke, for this report, because it's nice and easy to read. So just following on from what Councillor Ted has said over there, it's a good one for everybody to get in and read. It's easy to read and it's user-friendly, so thank you. I really appreciate that. I don't want to double up on what everybody has said, but I do want to draw your attention just to a couple of things in here that stood out to me. In particular, the way that we get things done on the Sunshine Coast is with a lot of the time with our volunteers. So I just want to do a huge shout out to our volunteers, because in this report we talk about the visitation of our beaches, and we've got over 7 million people using our beaches. This year, or that financial year, our lifeguards performed 664 rescues on our beaches, and I just wanted to pay tribute to our lifeguards and all the incredible work that they do. And following on from that, just continuing with our beaches and our volunteers, we picked up 583 kilograms of rubbish off those beaches as well, and that was with the help of 1,800 volunteers from right across the Sunshine Coast. So I just wanted to make sure that we just acknowledged how important our volunteers are in making the Sunshine Coast the great place that it is. While I'm here, I'm just going to do a shameless plug as well for our customer service centre and our new app and our new website that has also become part of that. More than 282,000 customers were assisted by our contact centres, with customers scoring council 4.52 out of 5 on their engagement with customers. So that's just great news all round. So thank you for that great work. And if you haven't downloaded the app, the new SCC app, please do. It's just another great way to be in contact with council. one of the things that people are most always worried about or concerned with or let us know about is our mowing and the way that we look after our parks and gardens. And what I love about this report is all the stats you've got in here, Luke, so thanks very much for that. We mowed 17,000 hectares in the last financial year and maintained 5,300 hectares of garden beds right across 1,254 parks, even with the excessive rainfall that Councillor Ted was referring to before. So I just wanted to give a big shout out to our Parks and Gardens team who get out there against the odds sometimes. So thank you for your great work. So thank you, Luke, for bringing this report to us, and I encourage everyone to get in and have a read about what's going on in our coast.
Thanks, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Burns.
Thanks, through you, Madam Mayor. Thanks to the team and all the staff for actually seeing our annual report and all the efforts and the services delivered. I think a few things for me just to point out, particularly in regards to the environmental aspirations that we have as a council. One of the things I was really like to see is that we've actually secured more land per 1,000 residents than what is our target. So we've got 11.32 hectares of land per 1,000 residents, and I think the target's around 9. So well done to the team. That's really exceptional because it does ensure that we've always got a beautiful kind of green space around us. I'd also just like to point out exceptional effort too to generate more energy than what the target was, with 497.5 megawatts of electricity generated through our solar farm and other methods. It's exceptional. We've also seen our greenhouse gas emissions fall over the last year. So when we're generating more energy, but we're also seeing our greenhouse gas emissions falling, we're going in the right direction in terms of our net zero obligations. The Mooloolaba foreshore revitalisation work is continuing in readiness for a construction in early 2025. And excitingly, and I think encouragingly, through the strong advocacy of many staff at this council, we've seen for the first time a defined boundary for the regional interurban break. And that is an exceptional thing for this region because it really does set us apart, and it actually creates a really beautiful buffer and an entry point for people travelling from the south into this region. So really well done to that. We've also been able to support 19 partnership community environmental groups with a total of $610,000 contributed to them. And as Councillor Jenny said, these community groups are actually supporting the work of council and the aspiration of council to deliver on our environmental and community obligations, and a really deep recognition of them. And I visited the Mooloolaba River Landcare group on Wednesday just to say good day, and it was exceptional to see the amount of work that they're doing through their nursery and through their re-veg stuff out there. I'd also just like to highlight that we've actually secured 46.5 hectares of land in the last financial year for our sport and recreational work. As a growing region, we have so many people who love to engage in sport. We recognise the benefit that playing sport and team sports has on our community. And so for us as a growing region, we need to continually be trying to be ahead of the game in ensuring we have those open spaces for those recreational purposes. So thanks for the efforts and the focus to do that. The Sunshine Coast Biosphere has continued to strengthen and mature, and with this year we saw the first community awards with over 79 people, groups and businesses recognised, and had a really great feel and a lot of excitement around that. And the Biosphere is a designation for us as a region around how we live and we act and think and we play and we work and we celebrate together in this region is a really good thing for us, and we're recognised internationally. The Material Resource facility, or the MRF as we like to call it. I like to call it the Smurf because I do like the Smurfs, but it's commenced operations over the last financial year, and currently it's kind of basically sorting through over close to 5,000 tonne of recyclable waste each week, and that is receiving waste from a whole series of other local government areas now. So we're getting it from up as far north in the Isaac Council and stuff as well. So it's a really big testament to the work and the waste focus in terms of reduction, resource recovery that we have here on the coast, and it'd be great to see us continue to have less going into our landfill. But the last thing I would just like to is a caution really. So I recognise that the emissions from our waste decreased by 6.9%. However, our waste quantities increased by 9%. So that's kind of going the wrong way. Now, what is good is that our emissions have reduced, but that's because we've been able to introduce the technology to do gas flaring and electricity generation through the extra waste. However, as a region and community, we've got to do better with the amount of waste we are consuming and throwing into landfill. We cannot continue to throw rubbish in the ground. It is not out of sight, out of mind. We have to, as a council, pay to manage those sites for the next 100+ years to ensure that we're not seeing contamination. So I really appreciate the efforts of all the team and for all the staff in delivering these incredible services this year, and appreciate it entirely. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Burns. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Luke, thank you for the report, and also to the Acting CEO for ensuring this report came to us and was structured properly. I'd just like to speak a little bit differently to the previous speakers who've all talked about the statistics around our annual report. And we as councillors get to come to an ordinary meeting and say how well the council's done, etc., and give all the statistics and that sort of thing. But behind all of those statistics are people, our employees, our volunteers, our executive leaders and our managers, as well as the ones who are down there on the ground or up there in the office doing all these things to enable us to win all these awards, but also for us to deliver such an impressive annual report. And on behalf of the council and the community, I'd like to thank all of them. They don't get recognised as well as they should, and just say thank you very much to each and every person who works for council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Lovely words there. Councillor Bunnag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good morning. I am going to speak, I guess, in support of the annual report from the community portfolio lens, in particular around the sporting facilities that have been delivered or announced to be delivered as part of the future of the Sunshine Coast in terms of our Olympic legacy. But before I get into that, I wanted to talk about a sporting legacy in Division 8, which is very close to home for me, and that's the $2.1 million upgrade of the North Shore Multi-Sport Complex that was delivered over the last 12 months. That's a significant project for our community. Having played for the North Shore Jets, I can tell you that the facilities in that space were pretty poor. We had a change room that was effectively a shower behind a curtain. We didn't have any facilities to allow female representation and female sporting teams to play, despite the North Shore Jets being home to one of the best ladies teams on the Sunshine Coast in terms of AFL. And that was an indictment not on just our club, but on the sport of AFL, because we have AFLW now, and isn't that a fantastic sport to watch? And I think it really shows that Council is serious about the investments that we're making into community sport when we invest this sort of money into upgrading a facility that was in such need. And the difference that it has made to that club, it means that the club will now be able to fundraise, hold Friday night games under lights for the first time, and the difference that will make financially to the club going forward is significant. And that's an example of the grassroots funding that this council has invested in for our local community. But there's been another piece of grassroots funding that came through the work of our council and previous council, and that's securing nearly $300 million in announced commitments for our Olympic Games venues. And I'd like to endorse the comments that the Mayor recently made with respect to these venues, the importance of them to the sporting legacy of the Sunshine Coast. You know, we have kicked goals to get this. We have had a slam dunk in terms of having these things announced. Don't ask me to come up with a mountain bike analogy because I can't come up with one. But the reality is that the difference that these venues will make for our community is significant. Now, that is Games legacy. That is not just for elite sports, it is for people in our community who will be benefiting from these venues well into the future. And so the only message that I have to the state government going through their 100-day review is don't play games with our community sporting venues that will leave so much legacy for people on the Sunshine Coast beyond athletes.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnag. Councillor Law.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. And following on from fellow Community Portfolio Councillor Taylor, thank you for your great words. Mountain biking, fun is probably the best word to go with that. It's a lot of fun, but stay safe, don't hit a tree. But for me, community is about the people. It's about everyone who works together, comes together to make the Sunshine Coast what it is. The infrastructure, the stats, they're just numbers. We need our infrastructure to form our community and to have the things we love to do, like mountain biking, football, basketball. Following on from the Women's World Cup soccer, that just really enlivened a whole part of our community again. The Nambour and Yandina United Football Club had its clubhouse, changing rooms and facilities upgraded to enable people to access sport correctly, appropriately, and provide proper changing facilities for female teams and also for the officials that keep the sport running. But that's about our community. Community is what the Sunshine Coast is all about. We have, over this last period, developed the All Abilities Action Plan. We've continued to extend mobility mapping, which is all about making our community accessible and available to everybody in our community, no matter what their personal abilities may be. And that's really important work. And another part of our community came together over about 2 years to develop the refresh of the community strategy overall. The first iteration of the community strategy was very good. This next one is outstanding. And the 5-year action plan that goes with it is excellent, and it will direct us over the coming 5 years on what we will do for our community, with our community, and what we will do together. And that will continue to focus on the young leaders, the next generation of people who we're currently the custodians for and developing their future, but it's about getting the leaders of the next generation who will look after it for the next 50 years. Because without those young leaders, we'll be in a mess. So it's really good that our community strategy is supporting our young leaders to develop in the leaders of the future. And then we can't go past the Housing and Homelessness Action Plan. Implemented prior to this report was the period it's looking at. But during this report, we've also started to actually make a difference. We've brought together people who experience and live through homelessness, and they have worked with a whole bunch of other people in our community to develop a project called Street Up, another award-winning outcome. But the most important outcome is for the people who currently live in homelessness. We sheltered from the rain last night. That's harder to do when you don't have a roof to shelter with. And we need to continue working for those people. And part of that was collaborating with the state government through the Housing Infrastructure Fund, and we're able to announce 22 affordable homes for our key workers to live in. Really, really important. And a very tangible outcome from the strategy. Using councils, that's our community's land, to provide accommodation for people who need it most. So it's for our whole community. And please remember, this is a snapshot of what we've done, and there is so much more that is left and needs to be done in the future. But based on this, it gives us a good foundation and a clear roadmap of what we need to do going into the future and do more of the good stuff, figure out what didn't work so well, stop doing that, and get even better at what we're doing. So yes, we can celebrate, but this is just a snapshot, and we have got a heck of a lot more to do. I will be supporting this today. Thank you for your work, Mr. Flanagan. Outstanding report, and let's keep going and make next year's even better.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Just to follow on from Councillor Burns's outline of what happened in the environment and livability space. He did a fantastic summary there, so there's not too much to add, and I appreciate that. I also recognise that the work that is talked about in this report is done by our staff and the community, but the numbers and the statistics are just as equally important because it shows that we've put our money where our mouth is in terms of delivering what we said we would to the community. A couple of additional points that I wanted to raise was Firstly, the regional interurban break being defined, as Councillor Burns outlined. It's interesting that we've been calling on the state since at least 2014 to have that clearly defined, and we finally had that done in this past year. It's an important area because not only is it ecologically sensitive, it also presents fantastic recreational opportunities for our community. It also provides that buffer. When you leave the greater Brisbane area, you know you have arrived here on the Sunshine Coast. You've got that great green belt, which you don't experience when you leave Greater Brisbane and you head south to go towards the Gold Coast. It's just a continuous line of urban development. You don't know which area you're in. I also wanted to mention the flood mapping. We've had a number of reports over previous ordinary meetings about our updated flood mapping, and that's really important for our community. It's important for our council as well. It helps us with our emergency preparedness. Yesterday, the Mayor and myself were at a disaster management exercise where the scenario was a tidal wave coming to the Sunshine Coast. And without updated flood mapping, we wouldn't be able to understand the areas that would be most impacted and the areas that we would need to get to first to support our community. The flood mapping also helps us with land use planning, and it also gives our community, the individuals themselves, residents themselves, updated information so they can go to their insurers if they are challenging their insurance costs, and also they can understand what's likely to happen on their land when they're building their homes. Councillor Burns also mentioned the MRF. It is a fantastic facility and it is a regional facility for many councils, but one of the great things about our MRF is not only that we can collect all this material, but the end product that comes out once it's been processed. It has a very low contamination rate, and what that means is that end product is valuable. It's a commodity that can be reused. So that's something to be super proud of with our MRF as well. And Councillor Burns also spoke really well about, I guess, the behaviour change that we require as a community, broader than the Sunshine Coast, in not just throwing things away. On the weekend, and it's not in this annual report, but we did it last year as well, we had the Give a Sheet for the Planet Earth event where you could bring in your linen and remove that waste from our landfills, because once they're full and we have to look somewhere else to do something with our waste. The event last year was highly successful, and this year's event was just as successful. In fact, it was so successful we almost ran out of room in the back of the truck. It was a very rainy day. I was a little bit suspicious as to how many people might turn up, but we had more than we expected in terms of donations on the day. So a fantastic event, and it also demonstrates that the community are willing to do things differently if they're given the opportunity to do so. So I just wanted to mention those additional items, and thank you to the teams who have delivered everything in our annual report.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillors, group executives, members of our community and employees of council, today we have the opportunity to reflect on the past year as we present Sunshine Coast Council's annual report of 23-24. It provides the opportunity to showcase our people, our programs and practices that have contributed to our progress over the past 12 months. I acknowledge that the new easy-to-read format focuses on our statutory reporting obligations, and I thank you for that change. I'd also like to acknowledge our acting CEO, Deborah Robinson, for her outstanding work over the past few months in leading this organisation. Thank you, Deb. And thank you to Council's executive leadership team for your dedication, commitment and leadership in delivering for our community as showcased in this report. To the people at Sunshine Coast Council who deliver the services, we've heard a few councillors mention you already. You deliver the programs, the services and the projects for our community with passion and purpose, and I want you to know that your passion and work does not go unnoticed. I acknowledge that for me and 3 of the councillors, we're only here for 3 months of this annual report, and yet we are so delighted to be able to reflect on it. Our vision is Australia's most sustainable region, and it is great to present some of those key achievements, which I'll quickly outline. I'm very proud of our ongoing efforts to advocate to the Australian and Queensland governments to gain additional funding to build an effective, reliable and sustainable public transport network to enhance the livability of our region. With support from all levels of government, the Caloundra Transport Corridor upgrade continues to progress. That will reduce traffic congestion and improve connectivity. The Australian and Queensland governments have committed more than $287 million in funding to provide high-quality sporting facilities for the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games, as Councillor Bunnag mentioned. The development of these facilities will be a great asset for our community. They will deliver gains before, during and long after the Games. Partnerships with governments are an important part of our role and help plan for the needs of our region now and into the future. At a local level, the community-funded Transport Levy continues to play an important role connecting our communities and providing those choices that will encourage the behaviour change that we need to see here on the Sunshine Coast. We are blessed with natural assets from our coastline through the valleys to the hinterland, and protection of our precious environment continues to be a major focus of this council. We're proudly part of a region identified as a biosphere reserve, where caring for our environment is a way of life for us all. Our Environment Levy supports the delivery of various transformational actions to protect, enhance and enjoy our natural assets, with nearly $4 million invested to expand our conservation estate. Council is also working towards an aspirational goal that no waste goes to landfill by 2041. And that follows on what other councillors have said here this morning. Our community is at the heart of all of Council's decisions and central to our region's success. We rely heavily on the commitment, generosity and selflessness of our many community and sporting organisations. Council continues to support these organisations and groups through an extensive program of grants, awarding $5.2 million for more than 1,070 grants across our region. The annual report shows we are well positioned for a bright future, one where the Sunshine Coast is thriving. And I would like to extend a sincere thank you to the residents, community groups, local businesses and volunteers of the Sunshine Coast joining the people of the Sunshine Coast Council. Your contribution to our beautiful region is very much appreciated. Council remains committed to having our community at the heart of everything we do. I agree there is still so much more to achieve. I'm really looking forward to that. And I commend this report to you. Councillor Hungerford, would you like to close?
How many we got again? So much in that report, and as you can see, a lot of councillors have covered different aspects, but there's so much more in there. And to take the words from Timmy Dimtel, wait, there's more. We've got the quarterly report next. This one goes to the end of June, then we've got the first quarter of this year. It's amazing how much is being achieved. That's coming up. But I could talk all day on this because there's so much been achieved in there, and we can all be proud of it, including the staff. The whole organisation, as Councillor Winston said, it's not achieved without those people. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hungerford. I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Moving on to item 8.2, and Mr Flanagan, you're remaining and introducing this item.
Thank you. So as 1 year closes, another commences. So this report I'm presenting to you today provides an update on the operational plan for our current year, 2024-25. It covers the period from 1 July through to 30 September and provides an important sort of update to the community around how we're progressing against the 86 activities covered by the operational plan. It's important in the context of the discussion we just had on the annual report as well, because it enables us to monitor progress throughout the year and where required adapt and adjust so that we are actually continuing to make good decisions on behalf of the community. It's a regulatory requirement under local government regulation and it is the Chief Executive Officer's report. So with that in mind, I will now hand over to our Acting CEO, Deborah Robinson, to provide an update.
Thank you, Luke, and good morning, Madam Mayor and councillors and people in the gallery and those watching online. In my final weeks as Acting Chief Executive Officer, it's my privilege to present the quarterly progress report for Q1 of 2024-25, which covers the period, as Luke has said, from 1 July to 30th September 2024. This report provides information on the progress implementation of the 86 activities in Council's operational plan for 24-25. Overall, Council has progressed 97% of activities planned this quarter, with only 2 activities experiencing delays to their expected delivery timeframes. These are tenders for the design and delivery of the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games venues on the Sunshine Coast that were delayed during caretaker period for the Queensland Government, and the evaluation of tenders for the Food Organics and Garden Organics facility, or what we call FOGO, behind schedule due to resourcing availability and project complexity. However, there are some great highlights. I would like to mention a few of these in terms of our achievements. As has already been mentioned by Councillor Burns and Councillor Suarez, Council has successfully advocated to the Queensland Government to protect our regional interurban break as part of the review of the South East Queensland Regional Plan. Council welcomes the additional protection through the government mapping and cadastral extent of the northern interurban break for the very first time. This builds on the conceptual extent identified in the previous plan. This is important to protect for the Sunshine Coast today and for the decades ahead. This is an absolute priority in terms of Council's advocacy campaign, alongside transport, housing and industry needs of our communities. The Minister for Economic Development Queensland adopted the development scheme for the Sunshine Coast Airport Priority Development Area following a process of community consultation. The development scheme unlocks opportunities that will attract investment, drive economic growth and create jobs. In terms of Council's capital works budget, Council delivered capital works to the value of $39 million this quarter, with a range of construction activities progressing on time and on budget. These works will deliver the much-needed infrastructure for our community. 1,000 residents participated in a community satisfaction survey to have their say on Council's service delivery. Feedback from our community through this survey is used to inform our upcoming corporate plan and our budget processes. These are just a few of our achievements during the first quarter of the new financial year, and further information is presented in the quarterly progress report. Thank you to the committed and passionate employees of Sunshine Coast Council for your contribution to these achievements. I will now invite our Group Executive to present the Council their insights into progressing our corporate plan goals during this quarter. I would like to start with Bill Hadrill, Group Executive for Livability and Natural Assets, who will speak to the highlights achieved under our environment and livability goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb, and through you, Madam Mayor. In addition to the achievements that Deb has just highlighted, Q1 saw a number of other initiatives which are directly contributing to the delivery of the environment livability goal of Council that are worth mentioning and are directly contributing to our commitment to set our region up for the future. Look, starting with the ongoing development of the draft Healthy Coast Management Plan, it's a document and a suite of documents are there to provide a level of greater clarity and coordination of the great complexity that exists with the management of our coastal strip. So during the quarter, that work progressed and progressed in such a way that it was enabling many conversations to be happening with our community as we speak around the values, the importance and the challenges that are facing our coastal strip into the future. So those conversations are currently underway. Turning our attention to the hinterland, phase 2 of the Dark Skies Reserve project continued during the quarter, with a number of conversations playing out with our community in the hinterland, with the results of those consultation processes being drawn together at the moment, and the outcomes from those discussions helping to inform the next stages of planning and design of what that could look like. Why is that important? Our dark skies are a critical aspect of the Sunshine Coast. They are values that are being rapidly lost in Australia and elsewhere. We often take for granted the ability to look up and see the stars of night time. That's not an experience that everyone around Australia and the world can have. So we are very much looking forward to continuing the conversation and the opportunities to help protect and celebrate our dark skies. Council's Environment Reserve network was further enhanced during the quarter with a joint acquisition between Sunshine Coast Council and the state government. The opportunity provided, has delivered, 155 hectares of land at Monarch Road, Peridgin, which is providing some critical connectivity between established state national parks and Council's environment reserves. And it's another contribution towards enhancing and maintaining the natural environment of the Sunshine Coast, which underpins the lifestyle and livability of much of why we live here and many wish to live here in the future. From the natural environment that underpins our lifestyle to the streetscapes, that support much of the community and business activation across the region. So really pleased that within the first quarter of this financial year, the delivery of the 10-year place revitalisation program has continued. There's been some great work in Landsborough finishing off construction and final defects rectification for the works that have been undertaken there, including the completion of the Heritage Trail. And a little bit further to the north in Yamundi, the Memorial Drive streetscape project has commenced, with an absolute commitment to try to get that finished by the end of the financial year, weather permitting. And so that'll bring another great enhancement to one of our rural townships. As a council, we're always looking to the future and how we can adopt and apply technology better than we are at the moment. And we are looking to build our knowledge and look at alternative and improved ways of doing our business and delivering our services to the community. During the quarter, we were fortunate to receive a 2-year Advancing Queensland Industry grant. It's looking at exploring machine learning for the identification of 3 weed species. An opportunity for us to accelerate the identification of weeds using technology and remote sensing and drones and other technology. And so that's a great piece of work that we're teaming up with the University of the Sunshine Coast and the University of Technology to deliver. So that's a great outcome for the region. With the learnings from that research being applicable to other weed species in the future. Turning our attention to the future and the forecast impacts of our changing climate, Council continues to build a climate-ready organisation by embedding climate change and resilience into strategies, policy documents and a number of planning documents. It's important that in the first quarter of this year we've turned our attention to better understanding how our assets, the significant assets and infrastructure that Council has that support our operations, but also provide and support and delivery of services to our community. So how are they going to be influenced and impacted under the impacts of a changing climate and sea level rise? So that's the work that's kicked off in earnest in the first quarter of this financial year. And finally, building on the great work of the many volunteers across the region, last financial year in an environmental space, about 808 bush care volunteers have contributed some 2,874 hours of time, just in the first 3 months of this financial year alone, which is an amazing effort and a significant contribution to the maintenance and enhancement of the natural environment here on the Sunshine Coast. Madam Mayor, I'll now hand over to Mr Greg Laverty to provide an update on our resilient economy.
Madam Mayor, starting with our goal of a resilient economy, with the objective of business retention and expansion, the local business support program assisted 193 businesses across the region during the quarter. Council supported 2 Sunshine Coast Business Women's Network events involving more than 400 participants. The Place Activation team delivered 12 key events in Nambour, Mooloolaba and Caloundra, with more than 22,000 members of our community attending. Highlights included the annual Winter Wanderlust event in Caloundra, 6 twilight markets which were held to activate the Nambour Square, and in Mooloolaba, Council supported a Friday Night Lights beach volleyball event and a feature lighting project which has added to the vibrancy of the Mooloolaba Esplanade. The Forward Fest 2024 Business and Innovation Festival had over 440 in attendance. Hosted by Silicon Coast, the program included 97 expert speakers across 6 different tracks. Testing Tech in Paradise second webinar was held with guest presenters including the CEO of CI ISAC, which is a national body for identifying and managing intelligence around cyber threats. He highlighted to the audience the benefits of the Sunshine Coast for undertaking tech-based trials, research and establishing a business here. During the quarter, there were 18 sponsored major events across the region. These included emerging events such as the Australian Wearable Art Festival and the Rangeborough Festival, and events with strategic 2032 Games alignment, including the National Basketball League 1 Finals and the Sunshine Coast Marathon. In addition to these sponsored events, there was significant activation of our facilities, including the Caloundra Indoor Stadium hosting the Australian Steelers and Australian Diamonds training. The Maroochydore Multisport Complex delivered the Unity Water Lightning Netball Cup, Junior AFL Netball and Soccer Grand Finals, and the Brisbane Lions State Academy Carnival. The Nambour Showground celebrated the 40th Queensland Garden Expo, Sunshine Coast Street Sprints, and the Sunshine Coast Caravan and Outdoor Expo. The Sunshine Coast Stadium held the Australian Schools Rugby Union Championship and the Queensland OzTag All Schools Cup with nearly 20,000 people attending. Venue 114 presented the Polaris Tour, Careers Expo and Maggie Beer, while Altitude 9 welcomed the Curated Plate, Forward Fest, Sunshine Soiree and the Sunshine Coast Open House launch. Turning to our goal of a strong community, the Healthy Sunshine Coast program has continued to enjoy strong membership with growth close to 6,000 members at the end of the quarter. The number of health and wellbeing activities on offer has increased, including Qi Chong and meditation, parents and bubs fitness, strength and stability for older people, fitness and strength for all abilities, and chair yoga. So as part of the first 5 Forever Early Literacy initiative, communication and keyword signboards were installed in parks in Curramundi, Bedina, Alex Headland and Brightwater to support children and adults with communication difficulties to understand and get their messages across. Council has contracted Surge to deliver technology to make facilities more accessible through the provision of web tools, including sensory guides, audio guides and virtual tours. We're also looking at the opportunity to integrate this work with the work of Biometrics, who do our mobile mapping across the coast. This involves quite a number of areas of council, and the potential for that network of the mapping mobility connecting to all abilities-friendly facilities is significant. The quarter saw just over $2 million allocated to community grants through 324 grants across a number of council grant programs. This included multi-year allocations for community partnerships, environment levy and festive and commemorative events grants, all which commenced new 3-year cycles. During Homeless Week, the Street Up was launched in Nambour, which is an initiative to amplify and elevate lived experience voices to raise awareness. And we also had the Housing and Dignity Partnership, which has provided transitional housing for 13 women. The project is a collaborative response to providing safe and affordable accommodation for women over 50 who are experiencing housing insecurity. The project is a partnership between Nambour Community Centre, Sundale, Coast Bay Housing, Queensland Government and Council. The revised Sunshine Coast Local Disaster Management Plan was adopted by Council in August, and the annual disaster management exercise held on the 8th of August further validated that plan. In conjunction with that, community resilience building workshops and Get Ready Schools visits are underway across the region. Finally, there were 3 initiatives that focused on creative and innovative approaches to building a strong community. Made SC, which is a creative development program that supports independent artists and collectives and small to medium organisations to generate new work on the Sunshine Coast. Offered 20 artists in residency through Second Space in Nambour, mentoring sessions, support creative enterprises through a studio co-working space. Future Now is a 3-year art and new technology development project, delivered a weekend of intensive workshops to 8 program participants and used the expertise of experienced media curators. And Council supported the Sunshine Coast Creative Alliance to deliver the Refinery 6 Arts Incubator program to 13 participants. The public showcase was held at the Events Centre, Caloundra, with 11 presentations and 300 people attending. I'll now hand over to Ben McGovern to talk to you through some more highlights.
Thank you, Greg. Good morning through you, Madam Chair. Following on from our strong community, the highlights for the quarter include the revised 2024 edition of the, as Greg touched on here, the Sunshine Coast Local Disaster Management Plan, or the LDMP, was adopted by Council on the 29th of August 2024. The LDMP continues to serve the community well through community-facing activations. The annual disaster management exercise was held in August, and community resilience building workshops and Get Ready Schools visits are underway across the region. Our teams are passionate about keeping our region maintained to a high standard for our community. There are many to list, however some recent highlights include 150 new trees planted along Karawatha Drive at Mountain Creek, an extensive refresh to Pioneer Park and Playground at Landsborough. The Charles Clark Park project in Mooloolaba is complete and includes a new revetment wall, an updated path, lighting and new parkland. The Power Memorial Park in Majimba recently received new shelters and barbecues. The Mountain View Road Mullaney Lookout car park. And as Bill touched on earlier, the Yamundi streetscape is well underway with our internal construction experts. As we prepare our public spaces for the holiday period, we look forward to seeing our community gather together and celebrate. With respect to our service excellence, we seek our services to be inclusive and responsive to the needs of our community and deliver positive experiences for our customers. 263 road safety related requests were received this quarter, with 282 of those requests completed. 102 traffic signal network issues were resolved, and 90% of those network issues were actioned prior to notification by the public. The Think Change program delivered bike valet services to events including the Curated Plate, Brisbane 2032 Games event in Coolum, the Aura Youth Festival, the NAIDOC Festival in Baringa, the Sunshine Coast Marathon, the Ironman in Mooloolaba, and the Euphoria Youth Dance Party at Venue 114. The Ride Score bike cage counts remain steady, and the promotional period for the Ride Score Inter-School Challenge saw an increase of 100 new registrations. Council received $56 million of funding to repair thousands of assets damaged in the 2022 weather event. The Queensland Reconstruction Authority project work is now coming to a close, with the last of the landslips being repaired at David Low Way. As the humidity increases and storms have rolled in over the past few weeks, it's a reminder to us all that the disaster season is now underway. And to ensure we, as the Sunshine Coast community, get ready by making our emergency plans. In October, we partner with our neighbour, Noosa Council, in Get Ready Week. Working together, we can ensure a coordinated, strong, resilient Sunshine Coast region, no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. Severe storms are becoming more frequent, and at times, some weeks have had multiple warnings issued. Our research indicates that this is likely to continue for the next 2 months ahead. I will now hand over to Shanna Jacobs, who will continue the service excellence highlights.
Thanks, Ben. Through you, Madam Mayor. Throughout this quarter, our teams have continued to serve the community by working to progress strategic planning for the future of our region, informing growing developments that are coming out of the ground now, reuniting lost animals, removing cattle off roads, dealing with environmental matters, supporting our community across our beaches, parks and streets, issuing permits to support some of those amazing activities you heard about earlier that are happening across our region, Providing education to little kids and big kids alike on responsible pet ownership, development, planning, managing weeds and invasive plants and plenty more. And busily expanding our educational book range, including one on climate positive design and one on our very own incredible Mary River turtle, which is launching today. Today, I would like to highlight just a few of the outstanding actions from the teams across Council. With a focus on making our services more accessible, Council has continued to expand its digital support. In Q1, we launched our pensioner concession online form, making it easier for our customers to lodge these requests from the comfort of their very own home. We redeveloped the Sunshine Coast app with our in-house team, which, as Councillor Broderick mentioned very enthusiastically earlier, went live in October and is already reminding people, including myself, to put their bin out and taking service requests. I'm happy to say the app is simpler, easier to use and more efficient at getting our requests to the teams on the ground. So if you haven't already, I'll give it a second plug and encourage you to download it from the App Store and give it a try. Last quarter, I mentioned our commitment to making a difference to those impacted by the ever-increasing costs of living and homelessness, and it has been mentioned multiple times this morning already. As Councillor Law mentioned, one of the key outcomes of the Housing and Homelessness Action Plan, Council has been able to deliver, or is in the process, I should say, of delivering 22 homes on 11 council-owned sites at Maroochydore, utilising grant funding from the Queensland Government Housing Investment Fund. These 1, 2 and 3 bedroom dwellings will be made available as affordable rentals for low-income key workers of singles, couples and small family households. This is just one example of Council's commitment to our community in this space. So as you can see, it's been another busy quarter for service excellence in Council across the board, and we look forward to advising on our progress next quarter. I'll now hand over to Steve Eltis, Acting Group Executive for Business to Performance.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Shanna, and good morning, councillors and members of the community. Council adopted a revised budget at the September ordinary meeting through our Budget Review 1 process. The resulting budget review ensures continuing projects are funded and delivered for our community. A refreshed people plan is now underway, being based on a combination of several inputs, including Council's previous people plan, our current operational and corporate plans, research on other local government strategies and best practice from the private sector. Our People and Culture team has been extremely busy again this quarter, delivering training for over 267 participants. 49 employees attended our corporate orientation. 49 employees also attended our First Nations cultural awareness on country training during the quarter. And we've continued with our Inspiring Leaders program, our leadership fundamentals training, along with programs including Let's Talk, what to say when someone's not okay, managing team wellbeing, mate, bystander and executive leadership training, contract management training and understanding local government finance. At the end of the quarter, 204 offers of employment, both internally and externally within Council, were accepted, and we currently have 1,934 Council employees. Council continues to reshape the way it views workplace health and safety and is in a strong position to deliver what's important to our employees in the community. This includes a formal risk assessment of Council's mowing services as just one example of our critical control management. The contractor management project has commenced and a project plan is in development. Projects including psychosocial risk management and building psychological safety in the workplace are also on track. Approval of the Smart City Framework and Implementation Plan for 24 to 27 occurred during the quarter. We've held several Smart City tours of the Maroochydore City Centre for schools, businesses and community groups. We've also commenced data-driven decision-making with human movement count sites going live in the Maroochydore City Centre and Landsborough. In procurement, spend with local contractors and suppliers totalled $95.2 million and represents 74% of our total procurement spend. 89% of Council's total electricity consumption was offset by the Sunshine Coast Solar Farm. Digital plan implementation has progressed this quarter and the highlights include Council's cybersecurity program supporting zero reportable cybersecurity breaches, rationalising duplicate or redundant services supporting Council's financial sustainability targets, a 2-year property and rating program streamlining over 360 business processes to improve the customer experience for the community, the technical delivery for the new Caloundra Library Precinct in 2025, the delivery of a streamlined and personalised mobile app has been spoken about before, and digitising and classifying some of our physical records to streamline business processes while providing our community with greater access and transparency to public records. A draft artificial intelligence policy for council has been drafted, along with implementation plans for the new AI Copilot Web and Microsoft 365 products. An AI chatbot to assist councillors has been piloted, and a governance group aligning to the digital plan has been established to further identify efficiency opportunities across council. I'm also very happy to share that council received the Queensland Award at the iAwards in Government and Public Sector category for the mountain bike track monitoring service project undertaken by the Smart Cities team together with the Environmental Operations team. This involved the deployment of a range of sensors at the Sugarbag Road mountain bike track to enable data to be captured on the use and management of the track. A combination of real-time data provided by the sensors and historical data insights enabled the identification of usage patterns for maintenance purposes while also monitoring environmental impacts. The visitor numbers and knowledge of which tracks are used most is now informing future capital works for similar assets, including the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games mountain bike track. As a state award winner, the project was a finalist for the national award. Being recognised among the calibre of projects delivered in other states is great recognition of the work being delivered by the team. I'd like to thank my fellow executives for the support provided during the busy quarter on behalf of myself and the incumbent Judy Bailey. I now hand over to Megan Friend, Acting Group Executive, Civic Governance.
Thank you, Stephen. Through you, Madam Mayor. Continuing with the outstanding organisation goal on behalf of Civic Governance. The drafting of the organisational excellence strategy is progressing, with this strategy seeking to establish focus areas for the next 10 years to maintain an agile organisation that is resilient and adaptive. Within the strategy, the pathways to excellence have been identified as sustainable service delivery, building community trust, being a great place to work, achieving high performance, and being a climate-ready organisation. The development of the new corporate plan is set to set the blueprint for the next 5 years, and it's well underway. As the Acting CEO mentioned, the 2024 Community Satisfaction Survey was conducted with an independent research firm undertaking 1,000 interviews with residents via a random selection process. The results of this survey are used to inform the development of the 2025-2030 corporate plan, as well as informing operational planning for our services and assets and the priorities for future budgets. The Insurance Liability Claim Management Policy and Guideline were endorsed during the quarter, providing clear direction to stakeholders of Council's processes for and management of liability claims. The Audit Committee met in early September, at which the draft 23-24 financial statements were presented. The committee also considered risk management and internal audit reports, together with a regular cybersecurity report. During the quarter, over 40 funding applications were submitted on behalf of Council. Advice has been received that we have been successful in attracting just over $9 million of incoming grants on behalf of our community. The external funding pipeline includes a further 20 applications that are either in development or pending announcement. Council's legal services team continue to provide advice and support the effective management of Council's legal risk and statutory compliance, with 113 new legal matters for the quarter and the closeout of 92. Council's Ethical Standards branch dealt with and closed out matters relating to allegations of corrupt conduct and breaches of the Code of Conduct, with the timing for case finalisation remaining consistent with previous quarters. 13 administrative action complaints were also finalised, this being an increase of 4 compared to last quarter. And over the reporting period, Council received 19 right to information applications, which was a decrease on the previous quarter. And whilst the Acting CEO, Deborah, is not quite out of the hot seat just yet, as the opportunity will not likely present itself at December's OM, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank her on behalf of myself and the executive leadership team for leading our organisation over the last 6 months. Deborah's frank, fearless advice, guidance and leadership style has been and is appreciated, and we look forward to continuing with working with Deborah as the Acting CEO, with the incoming CEO, John Baker, taking the reins on Monday the 16th of December. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Friend. Councillors, can I have a mover for the item? Councillor Broderick, a seconder. Councillor Hungerford. Thank you, Councillor Broderick and Hungerford. Councillor Broderick, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you again, Luke, for bringing this report, and thank you to all of our incredible leadership team and Deb for bringing this to us as well. There's not much to be said because you covered it so eloquently, so thank you. Couple of quick highlights for me because I know we've got a lot to get through, but one of the things that stood out was that we had 324 community grants just this quarter handed out, which meant over $2 million worth of community grants went out to our communities. And the reason that I wanted to highlight that is because most of those are put together by volunteers from community groups to get that done, and that is hours of work. So for those of you who are involved and committed to our community in that way, thank you for the hard work that is between that and the acquittals. I know firsthand what that's like, so thank you for your commitment in doing that. The other thing that stood out to me was the participation in our library events right across the coast. Just in this quarter alone, there's been an increase of 55% for this quarter, so almost 2,500 people participating in library programs, which is a result of our library teams looking at what they've been doing and changing it up a little bit, and it also demonstrates how important these services are for our communities as well. So thank you to our library staff for the work that they've done there. Ben also mentioned about our being able to almost get all of the work done now from the weather events in 2022. So we are 97% there. So thank you, Ben, for mentioning that. And I also just wanted to put a thank you out to the community for your patience while we had that happen. So whether it be roads, sealed or unsealed, land slips, all of that sort of thing that we've been fixing since then. We're almost there, so thank you for your patience. Also, Deb had also mentioned in her report about the 1,000 residents plus that had participated in our community satisfaction survey. And those results will be used to inform us, like she said, in putting those next reports together. But one of the things that stood out to me is the increase that we've had in community engagement right across the coast, and we want to see that continue to build. And it just shows that we are being intentional in increasing and making that happen. And we want our community to be involved, so please keep an eye out for those opportunities. And I just couldn't go past throwing another app thing in because, Ben, you mentioned about the disaster management. So if you want to get ready for disaster management, there is a link on the app that takes you directly to our page. Thought I just had to say it. And Bill made reference to our place revitalisation program as well with our streetscaping, one of those being in Landsborough. Very unashamedly going to let you know that opening is happening this weekend, and you can all come down to Landsborough and enjoy that with us on Saturday afternoon. Come and check it out. Come and check the Heritage Trail out. The team have done a beautiful, outstanding job, and I just want to thank the team for the hard work that they've done there. So thank you, everybody, for the work you put into this report. Please, like we said before, there's heaps in it. Please have a read. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor, for your unashamed plugs there. And that website is our disaster hub that you can get to through the app. Great. Thank you. Councillor Burns. Oh, sorry, Councillor Dixon. Yep. Sorry about that.
It's fine. Good morning.
Councillor Dixon, would you like to sit?
No, it's okay.
You're okay?
Yeah, slowly getting there, one day at a time. I
Thank you.
Appreciate the thought. One thing that was touched on earlier was the 150 street trees along Wootha Drive at Buderim, and I didn't want to let that one go because anyone who drives Wootha Drive would know that it's a pretty urban environment. There's a lot of concrete and pathways, and there was one day that I got out there and I saw the team starting to deliver the tree project. And street trees are an enormous project across the region, and to find out over many, many days and weeks, the team had actually delivered 150 new street trees along that corridor. It's actually changed the whole corridor. if you can just think into the future in 5 and 10 years' time what it's going to look like, it's going to be fantastic. And we're actually doing an engagement now about putting a pedestrian and cycle link along Karawatha Drive as part of a bigger plan. And those trees are going to be instrumental in, providing people a safe passageway. So let's not undersell how important it is. In fact, the community feedback I get every time they see a new tree is just fantastic. They'd like to see more of it. And I just want to thank the street tree team doing a fantastic job. Also wanted to talk on FOGO. Obviously it's no secret there's been a lot of support for the new green bins. I'm still calling them new because, they're still new. They look new. And people are using them. I'm seeing more and more of the green bins on the footpaths, which is fantastic. But, there's a lot of people that are still asking, when are we going to that next step? Because we heard from Councillor Burns earlier, we can't put things in the ground anymore. And as a human society, we're using more and more. We're consuming more and we're putting more in the ground. And, as a councillor here, and I know I speak for my colleagues too, we want to push the FOGO program further. We want the new facility up and running. We want to expand and we want to make it easier for people to recycle and reuse and get things out of landfill. So whilst it's identified as one of the two things that we're a little bit behind on, that project has got full political support in council. I know Councillor Jenny talked about the app. I'm going to quickly say that the app is fantastic. As an app user, who's someone who has used our customer service centre, the old app, Snap, Send, Solve, the new app, it's probably the best thing I've seen. When I talk to people in the community and they say, Christian, how do I report something? It's actually a bit of a struggle to keep up with how many options we've got now. You can go in, you can call, you can text, you can email, we'll call you back, you've got the app, there's just so many opportunities now for people who want to connect. And for me, I don't send any of my requests through my office anymore. I actually put them all on the app. It's fantastic. Any time that I can pull up safely, I get the camera out and I take a photo of something, it's straight in the system. I get an email back from council staff saying, we've got it, or it's been done. In fact, there was an instance recently, and I know I'm setting the bar high for our team, but I saw some graffiti, reported it that morning. On the way home, it was done. Don't know if that was a coincidence or someone had already reported it, but I'm telling you, some team members in council are working so fast and working so hard and setting the bar very high. And not only did we do the new app, we've actually refreshed the website as well. Finally, the website is easy to use and you don't get an information overload. So fantastic. I wanted to single out Deborah Robinson and Nicola Jarvis in regards to Palmview. Many would know Palmview's one of the largest growth corridors on the coast. It's in Division 6. And I know that Deb and Nicola have been working so hard recently on an issue. We've been dealing with buyers who are moving into stages 25 and 27, hopefully in the future, where they've had some issues with the developer in the area. And the issue has been that the developer has essentially sold lots that weren't available to be built on. And I know that it's keeping staff awake at night because when I've spoken to them, they're losing sleep over the fact that they need to work so hard now to get approvals and negotiations out the door to get those first home buyers into the property market. And I've heard instances, sadly, where some people have lost their loan or their mortgage opportunity through the bank. It's fallen over. Or people who just can't afford to hold their contracts any longer. I just want those people to know that the CEO and the team and even the Mayor are fully aware of this situation and there is no hold-ups from Council. We are working so hard to help those poor people. But I wanted to single out Nicola Jarvis there. She is such a hard worker. And lastly, Madam Mayor, if I can say, Councillor Hungerford and I are very proud of the Stringy Bark Road Bridge. It's been a project that I must say now, at least 10 years worth of effort, we've been trying to get that bridge up. And we're hoping that by Christmas it'll actually be finished. It's a project that will safely link the community around, I'm going to say Stringy Bark Road to Sippy Downs to local schools. It is absolutely needed because the pathway was that unsafe that parents wouldn't send their kids to school because it's so close to the road. You had these galvanised steel issues on the bridge where people could fall and impale themselves. I mean, it was just not safe, and we're working so hard to deliver that project. I just wanted to talk about some good things and acknowledge the hard-working people in Council, and I just hope we can keep this trend of the first quarter going into the future.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Burns.
Through you, Madam Mayor. just really say thank you again to ELT and all the staff for their work in this. I just wanted to highlight one particular element that I thought was really important in regards to some of our environmental and livability stuff, and that is the work that the team have done in progressing the preparation and planning for the BWAR East South East Queensland development area. We as a council recognise that we're a very fast growing region. We have significant population growth and it's forecast to continue for the next few decades. And so the priority of finding those really useful and well situated places to develop appropriate housing is a vital piece for us, and the BWAR East corridor area is vital. And I just really acknowledge the work of our staff who have been working alongside our state colleagues to try and force that along. And I know that this council is absolutely willing and ready to work with our LNP state government to see actual progress and to actually see that development area progress more quickly into the future, because for this region it's vital, and it actually aligns and butts up along the regional interurban break which we spoke about earlier, which actually really does define and designate the Sunshine Coast as a separate entity from the Moreton region and from the city, but it also continues to uphold and retain the natural and scenic amenity, the environmental credentials of the southern part of the coast, which really do set this Sunshine Coast apart. So I do want to acknowledge the work of the staff in continuing to progress that work. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Burns. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Just also wanted to let all those thousands of people online who are watching our ordinary meeting at the moment know that they may have observed a few moustaches sported by Councillor Burns, Mr Hadrell, Mr McGovern, Mr Eltis. They haven't joined a local motorcycle club, just wanted to set that straight. It is part of Movember, and thank them all for their contributions, their facial growth and their donations that they've been collecting for that Movember. And I'm sure that their significant others are looking forward to the 1st of December to arrive when they will remove them. Just following on from Councillor Burns's comments about planning, strategic planning does fall under the environment and livability space, and you know, to follow on from what Councillor Burns said, with our planning we are looking at quite a significant portion of infill development versus greenfield development on suitable sites. With part of that work, we also have to look at what type of product would be built in those infill areas, and with that we were looking at our multi-unit design guide, which will follow on from our yellow book work that was completed by Council a couple of years ago. That's going to be really important to make sure that when we have those infill sites, the people who live there have the livability that they deserve, they have the correct solar orientation, and it sits well within our environment. The other thing I wanted to mention was our Australian First Blue Carbon project, and that the works had commenced on council land within that Blue Heart project. A number of councillors, including myself and Madam Mayor, went out on site and had a look at the work that the team had done. Really excited to see how that progresses in the future. And I also wanted to touch on something Councillor Dixon mentioned, which was one of the elements that we're a little bit behind in, which was our FOGO tenders. It is really important, as Councillor Dixon said, our community are desperate for it, and you know, talking about the Give a Sheet for Planet Earth event, if we provide it, people will use it, and that behaviour change is really key for us going forward in terms of our waste strategy. Councillor Dixon also mentioned the street trees. Also a massive fan of the street tree project. In Peregian Springs we had the flip scenario where we had a pathway and then we planted trees in afterwards to shade it. We had to do it 1.5 times because some locals decided they wanted some of the trees for themselves, so we had to replant a few of them. But yeah, fantastic project, and fully supportive of the street tree program as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Broderick, would you like to close? All good? Okay, thank you, councillors. I'll now put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr Flanagan. Thank you, everyone, for all of those presentations. We move now to item 8.3, and we welcome Mr Connell and Ms Simons to present this item. No, Miss, yes, there we go. That was the slow reveal. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and councillors. We are here to present the Arts and Heritage Levy Annual Report 23-24 to Council for consideration. In 23-24 financial year, the levy was $18 per rateable property, comprising of $4 for the arts program to support strategic outcomes of the Sunshine Coast Creative Arts Plan, as well as $14 for the heritage program to deliver against the Sunshine Coast Heritage Plan. The report provides an overview of the Arts and Heritage Levy programs and achievements for the 23-24 financial year. Key outcomes of the 23-24 arts program included 19 initiatives delivered with 2,403 participants and audiences of just over 13,000. 218 artists and arts workers were engaged, of which 42 were First Nations, 205 volunteers, and 94% rated the funded initiatives as good to excellent. Some of the key programs included the commencement and development of a public art strategy to support a coordinated approach to public art planning and delivery, local artist commissions for development and presentation of work across the region, supporting the Sunshine Coast Arts Foundation to encourage the development of a culture of arts philanthropy in the region, the implementation of the Arts Coast brand strategy and marketing plan to increase the visibility of our creative sector and grow audience engagement, and delivery of the annual Creative Industries Investment Program, which provided funding for established arts and cultural initiatives that support and deliver significant cultural benefit to the region. A few of those included the Artist Run Initiative at the Old Lockup in Maroochydore, Mnimbijah Black Creatives, the Compass Micro Touring Music Program, the Old Amber Takeover Project, Sunshine Coast Creative Alliance Professional Development Program, Anywhere Festival Local Artist Mentoring, Sunshine Coast Film Festival, Sunshine Coast Chamber Music Festival, and Umundi School of Rock. A number of First Nations-led programs were also delivered, including Artist in Residence opportunities and an Aboriginal artist camp. I'll hand to Peter to talk to Heritage.
Thanks, Janine. So I'll just talk about some of the key areas under the Heritage Plan. So there are some stats up there which will get mentioned as I go. In the knowledge area of the Heritage Plan, which is about our research projects, we had our historian in residence and a couple of new pieces of research completed in regards to Bankford House and the cemeteries of the Sunshine Coast region. And an additional 6,000 photos digitised to picture Sunshine Coast. In the area of conservation, which is about managing council heritage assets and collections, Bankford House had an increase in visitation from around about 4,300 to over 6,200, and quite a jump in the school visitation from around 1,600 to almost 2,100. The other thing that I'll highlight for Landsborough Museum is the Grassroots to Glory exhibition, which is the first in a series of sporting exhibitions leading up to 2032, featuring local stories and local personalities. And I'd also like to mention the Landsborough and District Historical Society, who went for a Gambling Community Benefit Fund grant and also contributed their own funding. So for a fairly small cost to council, there is a new entry to the museum and a fully accessible entry. In terms of support, this is a lot of partnerships with the local community groups and heritage groups and museums in the region. Significant support through community partnership funding. Some exhibition, 7 organisations were the beneficiary of collection care grants and 6 received exhibitions grants. A number of partnerships in terms of specialised consultants providing advice to those groups to support them to prioritise their programs and projects, and a series of regional events and programs as well. In terms of communication, which is really about marketing and promotion of our heritage assets in the region, one of the big things was the Regional Discovery Guide, which is frequently updated and reprinted and distributed quite broadly. And the also work towards the draft Cultural Heritage Tourism Strategy, which was well underway at the end of the 23-24 financial year. And advocacy is really about advice for heritage projects, whether they're completed by council or external partners. So just to summarise the dollars, the arts program with a $612,572 budget, with $24,561 going to the Arts Levy Futures Fund at the end of the financial year. The Heritage program with a budget of $2,155,550, with $681,482 going into the Heritage Levy Futures Fund at the end of the financial year. Built Heritage Conservation Fund having growing by $43,449 by the end of the financial year, and the total of Heritage Program restricted funds is $5.779 million. So just to conclude, the recommendations are that Council receive and note the report titled Arts and Heritage Levy Annual Report 23-24. Note the Arts and Heritage Levy Annual Report 23-24 for the purpose of promoting arts and heritage levy outcomes, and acknowledge and thank the volunteers of the region's community museums, heritage associations and groups, and the artists and creative communities that have contributed to the delivery of the Arts and Heritage Levy program outcomes for 23-24.
Thank you. Councillors, can I have someone to move the motion? Councillor Law, seconder. Councillor Bunnag. Thank you. Councillor Law, would you like to speak?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Obviously, rising to support the report that we've just heard, and it's important to highlight the levy program in that it is an additional charge to people who pay rates on property they own. But it's actually a very small charge when you look at the value it delivers for our community across the whole region to support the knowledge, the understanding, the visitation of our cultural heritage, and also to support the arts, which was a new element introduced in recent years. And the thing I would like to focus on is the number of people impacted through this levy program. Over 12,000 visitors to our museums, and over 2,000 of those were school students supporting their education and learning program to help them be successful in their futures. There were more than 200 events through the Heritage and Cultural program that attracted another 14,000 visitors to come and experience the culture and heritage of the Sunshine Coast region. There's a website that covers a huge amount of knowledge and information to support that learning that I've mentioned, with over 115,000 people using that service provided through this levy. Without the levy, without this investment, those people would miss out, and that knowledge and education would not be occurring for the people in our community, whether they're local or visitors. It's really important. And then the new part of our levy, the $4 for the arts. The arts are so important. It doesn't matter what's going on, if you've got arts, if you've got some sort of creative outlet to experience and enjoy, things are better than what they might appear. And again, 13,000 people have become our audiences of arts that were supported through this levy program. 205 volunteers contributed, and over 200 artists and art workers were engaged to deliver projects for the Sunshine Coast and for our community to enjoy, to provide that experience for more than 13,000 people. And as well as the work we're doing generally, there's also a focus on First Nations artists and creative people as well. And there are some incredible projects that have been delivered over the last year because of this levy, and there's even more coming into the future. We've also, as a result of this, got the Sunshine Coast Creative Arts Plan, and we're developing a public arts strategy. And in one of the fastest growing regions, it's really important to have a public arts strategy. And the thought that I'll leave you with is, we've heard that the program is growing audiences, is growing participation, and is helping people to enhance their knowledge and understanding. We're supporting our community to maintain and sustain our cultural heritage, and we're supporting our arts and our arts worker to deliver incredible programs that wouldn't happen without this levy. And one of the reasons that we're doing it is because we're in training. In 8 years' time, the world will be looking at the Sunshine Coast. And yes, they'll be really intensely focused on sporting achievement from the best athletes across the whole globe. But what we've got here is the best region across the whole globe. And I'm sure there's many that would argue that. And we've got 8 years of training, and this levy will support us in that training program to make sure that the Sunshine Coast is showcased to the highest exception above anyone else who's going to have this Olympic spotlight on them. We need to keep working hard. This levy will work hard for us to make sure that we will be the best in 2032, and then we will continue that into the future. And the arts and the heritage and the culture across the Sunshine Coast will continue to attract visitors for decades to come, because it will simply be the best. So thank you, Madam Mayor. I look forward to the support of this report and the ongoing support of the Heritage and Arts Levy into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillor Bunnag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'd just like to rise to also associate myself with supporting this annual report and thank the staff for the work that they've done over the preceding 12 months, and also thank Councillor Law for his comments. One aspect of the report that I wanted to draw out was the digitisation work of a collection of photographs that has been a very ongoing piece of work that has been funded through the Heritage Levy. And when I think about heritage on the Sunshine Coast, it's a collection of memories. And that's what this Heritage Levy has helped preserve in terms of providing photographic memories of the Sunshine Coast. And I'd encourage people, if they haven't already had the opportunity, to jump online on Picture Sunshine Coast and have a look at some of the work that has been stored, because it's quite incredible to see the way that the Sunshine Coast has changed over time, but it's also important to realise that the Sunshine Coast in many ways has kept its sense of community, and it's remained a coastal and hinterland collection of suburbs and towns. And the works that are displayed through this digitisation show that. So I think it's really important that when we think about arts and heritage, it's about preserving those memories for future generations to enjoy. And I'd like to thank the staff for the work they've done over the last 12 months.
Thanks, Councillor Bunnag. Councillor Broderick.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Pete, for bringing this report, both of you, bringing up a report to us. And I'm rising, obviously, to support this. But one of the things that Pete mentioned, just in regards to the Landsborough Museum that we've got, and that the Landsborough and District Historical Society was helpful in gaining a gambling fund for that brand new entry that we have, which is amazing. But it would be remiss of us not to acknowledge the Landsborough and District Historical Society today at this meeting, after 50 years of service to our Landsborough community in September. They unfortunately had to close, and there are a whole host of reasons around that. We know how community groups have been affected. But for 50 years, they had it was community-driven volunteering by the Historical Society. For 46 of those years, those local residents and history enthusiasts had... I'm just going to get my notes here, otherwise I'm going to miss something really important. Had solely provided the people power to operate and manage the museum, curating and preserving our district's history. And that's exactly how the Glasshouse Country News described it. So just to give you a little bit of history, that the Society was formed in October 1973, and in April 1976 they opened the Landsborough Museum. in the Shire Chambers building. Their work has preserved a substantial collection of objects, ensuring that the area's history remains accessible to the public for years to come. So I just wanted to acknowledge and celebrate all the work that they had done and thank all of those incredible volunteers for their 5 decades of work, and a lot of those records that we have now are attributed to them. So thank you so much for your work, and thank you for the Heritage team and the way that they've continued to support them and have allowed this to ongo as well. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Councillor Broderick, and I'd like to echo those sentiments to the community group, so thank you. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, through the Chair. And I also rise to support the officer's recommendation. And I just wanted to touch on Councillor Taylor mentioning about the digitisation of a lot of our historical facts and images on the Sunshine Coast and the wonderful work the team's done. Obviously, there's some wonderful stories behind that. Forest Glen State School ran with a story where the kids, during their lunch hour, they were encouraged to bring axes and saws to school so that on their horses, so that at lunchtime they were out there clearing vegetation around the school. So, I mean, you know, how far have we come on the Sunshine Coast? And also Les Clark, that still continues to live on a old government pilot boat in the Passage, and he's part of that Clark dynasty of pioneering family that actually came out in the mid-1860s as part of the Queensland immigration policy and helped obviously develop the Sunshine Coast and became obviously one of the families that still today run with a mullet fishing contract, although it has been shared as well. And just on the Landsborough Museum, I know in the previous term that was quite a contentious issue for us to go in there and take over operation of that Landsborough Museum. I know there was a lot of concerns about the ongoing operational costs. Full credit, obviously, to the Historical Committee that have done a wonderful job over the years, but it's proven to be a magnificent asset to our region. And I just commend the team to the work that's been done out there. It's a wonderful asset, and I love going out there and looking at all the historical stuff, so thank you again.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. And councillors, as a supporter of our arts and heritage sector over 3 decades, I was delighted to see this report. It is really easy to read and full of wonderful, wonderful achievements. So the world is a better place thanks to the arts, as Councillor Law said. So I will now put the motion. Councillor Law, actually, would you like to close? Yes, sorry, I was cutting you off there.
And thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your support as well of this really important piece of work that we do with our community, another collaboration with our community. And one of the greatest supporters of the arts in our community that I've come to know is the gentleman by the name of Freya. And I'll share something that he shared, and I think it is beautiful. But if you take art out of the earth, you've just left with a.
Thank you, Councillor Law. I will now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you both for your report. And we welcome Mr. Dulong to present item 8.4.
Good morning, Madam Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Thanks for the opportunity today to present to you the Environment Levy annual report for the 2023-24 financial year. The Environment Levy program continues to be a key funding source to deliver on the environment and livability strategy vision of a healthy environment and livable Sunshine Coast, supporting Council's vision for the Sunshine Coast to be Australia's most sustainable region. The delivery of the program is guided by the Environment Levy policy that provides the guiding principles for the allocation of funding. The EL policy states that an annual EL report will be prepared and presented to Council each year. Once again this year, funding from the Environment Levy has supported our strategic outcomes, both through direct action and through partnering with and supporting our community. The pie chart here shows the allocation of funding across 5 broad categories. The first one is buying and enhancing environmentally significant land. So this includes the initial purchase, establishment and maintenance of EL purchase blocks for conservation purposes. We finalised 3 acquisitions this financial year that are highlighted in the report, and we have a few more really nice ones for you in the pipeline this year, including our second acquisition in 2 years to expand the East Mount Mallam Nature Refuge, which is now more than 50 hectares in size, and you'll be hearing another expansion of that one soon, hopefully. A further 17 hectares at Ilkley, expanding the Tall Gums Environment Reserve and the broader precinct of the Maroochydore Botanic Gardens. In our visits there since acquiring that land, we've seen both male Richmond birdwing butterflies and a nesting pair of the rare square-tailed kites on that land, which is now in the conservation estate. An acquisition in partnership with the state of 154 hectares of coastal woodland and heath was completed at Peregian Springs. This is a vital link between Council's Dune and Wetland Nature Refuge and the Noosa National Park and contains ground parrot habitat. The second element there is engaging and supporting the Sunshine Coast community. So this includes a broad range of highly valued community programs such as Kids in Action, our private land conservation program and our landholder environment grants, the Coastal Discovery Van, cultural burn workshops, as well as the erosion and settlement control education through our award-winning Reset site and engagement with the construction industry. Building our knowledge is the next category, and that has important research and monitoring components specifically related to koalas and macropods, guided by the newly endorsed Macropod Conservation Plan and the publication of our first coastal health report, which occurred during this year. It also includes shorebird monitoring, fire management research, as well as our contribution to Healthy Land and Water for the Ecosystem Health Monitoring Program that provides us with a report card on the health of our waterways. Delivering on-ground environmental projects includes our significant investment into dunal rehabilitation, shoreline erosion management, targeted riparian weed projects in upper catchments, as well as the Blue Heart program. And finally, the other category, which includes the ongoing Environment Levy contribution to the management of our environmental reserves, as well as pest management and the regulated pest program. As you can see, the Environment Levy continues to be a highly valued resource delivering great outcomes for the Sunshine Coast environment, the Sunshine Coast Council and the Sunshine Coast community. I recommend this annual report to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Dulong. Councillors, can I have a mover? Councillor Burns and a seconder, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Burns, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Craig, for the delivery of the report. Councillors, we've heard a lot this morning through our annual report and through the quarterly reports to date, and I recognise the amount of work that's going on continually across the organisation. I do just want to quickly point out and reiterate, I guess, that the Environment Levy this year in the last financial year generated $12.64 million through an $82 levy per property, and the total expenditure from that was $11.8 million in a number of the areas that Craig has shared with us. So those 5 core areas really are quite critical for us delivering on our commitments towards our environment livability strategy and do deliver incredible benefits, incredible outcomes. Some of the ones that maybe aren't mentioned that Craig didn't touch on that I thought was really worth pointing out though in terms of bang for buck. We saw 34,000 seedlings planted and 87 nest boxes installed on land for wildlife properties that we support through our environment livability strategy and the levy itself. That is an exceptional number of new plants and shrubs and ground covers actually contributed into our space. I also like to point out the Bats in the Backyard citizen science program was developed, and that included the Bat Night out up at Mullaney, and that had over 900 people attend. It's an incredible piece of work that we're doing here on the Sunshine Coast. It's actually nation leading, and it really does highlight the importance of our flying fox population, their incredible role that they play broadly in terms of pollination, and particularly for our eucalypt species. The flying fox pollinates up to 90% of those species, which I didn't know until attending the National Forum for Flying Foxes. I'd also just like to point out that the shorebird conservation work is continuing with the long-term monitoring of the migratory and resident shorebirds, and that work's continuing even most recently with a draft conservation plan being put out. We've spent more than $1 million invested in our coastal dune rehabilitation and shoreline erosion management to support the biodiversity and the scenic amenity of our region, but more to the point, our dune systems are a critical protective factor for us as a coastal region. If we have strong and healthy dunal systems, we will have less tidal inundation, we will have less impact from storm surges and storm tides. These dual systems are vital, which is why Council takes such a strong approach to actually responding to environmental damage and poisoning events. And we just urge again, for anyone living along or near our coastal strip where there is dual systems intact, help us to retain them, because they do protect your property. And if they go, I'd hate to say it, but your property will go too. So the journal restoration and rehabilitation work is vital for us into the future. $229,000 invested in erosion and sediment control, education and waterways protection, Craig mentioned, and $1.1 million towards invasive species research, action and community engagement. For us as a region, we've got a significant hinterland. We have rural landholders who are working hard to produce and to actually grow product that is used here on the coast and exported elsewhere. But those property and landholders require the support to manage their weed species on their properties, and that's what our team are doing, trying to find out the best way to manage that and then providing that feedback and direction to landholders to support their work. So I do really commend this report to you, acknowledge the great work of Craig and all the environmental team, and acknowledge that we live in an exceptional part of the world, and I'm grateful to be here. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. Councillor Dixon.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, just want to thank the team for the kangaroo and macropod signs that we've seen around. Fantastic. You know, the amount of positive feedback I get on those, and I've actually noticed people slowing down around those signs. I've seen it, and they work. So thank you to the team for that. Question though, through the Mayor, obviously a lot of land's been bought over the life of the levy. What's the plan look like? Are we running out of land to buy?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Mayor. We have clear targets within our environment livability strategy to be able to maintain our habitats and be able to have a no net loss in vegetation between now and 2041. So the Environment Levy Land Acquisition Program is one component of that. So as we continue to acquire land, we definitely focus on ensuring we're able to continue to meet those targets. It's something we need to, as a council, continually reassess. If we're feeling really comfortable with our targets, then it may be time to look at other opportunities and other ways to spend that levy. But for the moment, we've still got a lot of work to do to make sure we hit our desired targets.
Councillor Dixon, you're finished there? Great, thank you. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I wasn't going to add too much, but I might just follow on from Councillor Dixon's question, which kind of covers us a little bit more broadly with our targets and with our measurement of how we're achieving those targets. Our emissions, the amount of waste that's going to landfill, the number of hectares we've got for environmental land per 1,000 residents, for sporting land per 1,000 residents, is going to fluctuate year on year. Some years we're going to be kicking goals and other years we're going to be lacking behind, and that's due to a number of factors, environmental factors, you know, how many people are moving up in a particular year, what land opportunities are available. So while we have our annual reports and while we have you know, those measurements each year, what we really need to focus on are those long-term trends that we're seeing and making sure that we're achieving that in the long term. So I just wanted to add that to the answer that you got from Craig. Really comprehensive report, thank you, Craig, and excellent additional items raised by Councillor Burns as well. I only wanted to raise one more item that's covered by our Environment Levy. Often the Environment Levy supports the work that Council does, and it supports the work that a lot of our community groups do, but it also supports individual landowners. And one of the grants that we have, which is probably not very well known, and there are 4 councillors sitting, or maybe 5 councillors sitting around this table who have a lot of rural landowners in our region. We also have the Landholder Environment Grants, which is a grant opportunity for landowners up to $15,000. The landowners themselves do have to make a contribution, but it goes towards supporting them in projects that improve their private properties. So things like might be fencing or installing off-stream stock watering points or stock crossings to protect vegetation or to protect waterways. It could be rehabilitation of land, particularly steep land, to mitigate erosion going into those waterways, a number of different projects. So it's a fantastic grant opportunity, and I hope, if other rural councillors weren't aware of that grant opportunity, there's a lot of information online. It's a fantastic program, and I would suggest that it's a great one to put out to your rural landowners to let them know about this grant and work that they can do on their individual properties. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And through the Chair, I just rise, Craig, just to maybe a question in regards to the levy and obviously in regards to what it raises. And I know we're doing so much work in regards to our coastal environment in terms of impact to a changing environment, obviously driven by the CHAS, our Coastal Hazard Adaptation Strategy, but that's led into the CHI, which is around our infrastructure along our foreshore areas, the CHAP, which is a precinct plan, and also our shoreline erosion management plan. And will there be a shift in priorities for us in regards to, I know there's a separation in the barrier between parks and gardens and environmental ops around barrier fencing and the amount of fund that is actually made available for upgrading and replacing those assets?
Through the Chair. Thanks for the question, Councillor. The issues you raise are really relevant. The Environment Levy currently focuses on funding what we describe as natural environment components of the Environment and Livability Strategy. So the current policy identifies works that, while there are natural environment elements to the parks areas or to coastal hazard adaptation, where they intersect, we sometimes fund projects, but primarily it focuses on natural environment areas. So there will be circumstances where that occurs, and the example you gave around the coastal dune rehabilitation is a really good one, in those natural areas of the dunes where the levy funds significant amounts of work.
Thank you, Craig. And I just want to compliment the team on the wonderful work they do in regards to where we spend the actual revenue that's raised from our ratepayers. And maybe one other thing that we may need to touch on as well, and I look forward to the workshop in regards to discussing about the environment levy and how we actually may look at different priorities in the future. But with the state government as well, joining the environment portfolio with the tourism portfolio as well, that may have, I suppose, impacts to us and how we utilise some of our ecological parks and conservation areas. And I'm sure that it's not a discussion today, but as the state gets their feet under the table, I'm sure that they may be looking at areas that we have on the Sunshine Coast to try and maybe incentivise or look at more activation in those areas as well, especially around ecotourism and also access for a lot of parks and tourist walks as well. It's just a comment, so thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Landsberg. No one else to speak? Councillor Burns, would you like to close?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, we thank Craig for the report, and I would just probably make the observation that earlier this year we ran a Living on the Sunshine Coast survey, and for the first time we asked a series of climate-related questions in that. Of the 2,000 or so respondents, which was demographically representative of the Sunshine Coast, 90% of those respondents recognised and understood climate and climate change as a real thing. 30 to 40% said that it was actually impacting on them and their lifestyle now, and 30 or 40% recognised that it would impact on them in their lifetime. This is a significant element, and this is why this levy is so vital, because our community say, hey, this stuff matters to us. We recognise the importance and the value for us as a region to continue to be on the front foot and be leading our nation and our state in the way a local government can support and work in areas of environmental conservation, protection, enhancement, because it's economically good for us. It's socially good for us and it's environmentally good for us. And so I do commend this report and thank Craig for it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Burns. I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Dulong, Mr. Moore, Dr. Moore, thank you, goodbye. Councillors, we'll now take a break for morning tea and we will return at 11:30. Thank you to those of you online and in the gallery. Welcome back to those of you in the gallery, online, and our executive and officers. Thank you. We are now moving on to item 8.5. We welcome Ms. Burt to the lectern, and over to you.
Good morning, councillors. This agenda report provides an overview of the Transport Levy program for the 2023-24 financial year by way of an annual report. The Transport Levy annual report at Appendix A will be published on Council's website for our community to reference. What is the Transport Levy and why do we report annually? The Transport Levy is a special report which is applied to all rateable properties. The levy enables Council to advocate, investigate and deliver infrastructure and transport services for the benefit of our community now and into the future. The purpose of the Transport Levy annual report is to provide an overview of the program, its initiatives and their achievements during the 2023-24 financial year. Publishing the report on Council's website also provides the opportunity to raise awareness of the Transport Levy and how it is applied. To give you an overview of the Transport Levy revenue and expenditure. The levy was set at $47 per rateable property and raised just over $7.2 million in 2023-24. Additional external funding of some $270,000 was leveraged through delivery of the program's initiatives, bringing the program's total revenue to $7.4 million. The chart to the right indicates the final funding allocated to each of the Transport Levy sub-programs, being service improvements, infrastructure assets, user benefits, research planning and investigation, and the Transport Futures Fund. The Transport Futures Fund balance now stands at just over $29.5 million. For the Service Improvement Sub-Program, in the 2023 financial year, or 2023-24 financial year, the Transport Levy continued to fund a number of transport services and trials, which included the continuation of Council Link, the 2 FlexiLink services connecting Conondale to Maleny and Peachester to Biwa, and the Kenilworth Community Transport Service. The trial of aligning bus route 631 to include the stop at the Ginger Factory and better serve the Yandina Industrial Estate also continued in partnership with TransLink. For the Infrastructure Assets sub-program, in the 2023-24 financial year, the Transport Levy funded the delivery of infrastructure which supports accessibility to bus stops through safety and connectivity improvements. This was achieved through the design and construction of a number of pedestrian crossings. And I draw your attention to the image on the screen, which shows one of our most recent pedestrian crossing arrangements partially completed near a bus stop. Speed cushions are soon to be installed as part of this design. This initiative attracted additional funding through the TransLink Public Transport Accessibility Infrastructure Program. Design work was also undertaken for pedestrian crossings to be constructed in the 2024-25 financial year, with locations for the pedestrian crossings targeting opportunities to support senior accessibility to the public transport network. For the User Benefit Sub-Program, in the 2023-24 financial year, the Transport Levy funded the continuation of the Ride Score Active Schools program, with 2,023 registered students recording over 190,000 cycling and scootering trips across 11 schools. Council's travel behaviour change program Think Change was also funded to deliver key workplace, event and community travel behaviour change initiatives at Maroochydore, Mooloolaba, Caloundra and Aura. The Move Safe Division 3 program was funded with the pilot initiative aimed at improving safety and accessibility of active transport users across Aruna and Watala. For the Research, Planning and Investigation sub-program, the Sunshine Coast Public Transport Project was a major initiative of the Transport Levy in 2023-24, with the detailed business case informed by community input gained during a series of engagement activities. In December 2023, the state government announced the bus rapid transit system as the preferred mode for the project. And the Levy continued to support the household travel survey undertaken by the Department of Transport and Main Roads, providing an opportunity to better understand travel behaviour trends across the Sunshine Coast. It is recommended that Council receive and note the Transport Levy Annual Report 2023-24 at Appendix A, following which it will be made available through Council's website, and that all community groups and volunteers who have contributed to Transport Levy initiatives be acknowledged and thanked.
Thank you. Councillors, can I have a mover? Councillor Bunnag, and seconded Councillor Law. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Bunnag, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Ms Burt, for your report. I move this Transport Levy Program Annual Report for 2023-24, and I'd like to obviously start by acknowledging the work of our staff in the way that they have administered this levy. I'd also like to acknowledge the contributions of the previous portfolio councillor, Councillor Babarosti, who was obviously the Deputy Mayor, but I would like to acknowledge that there is a change in the way that this portfolio is working, in the sense that Councillor Law and I are working in partnership in terms of delivering the work that this team does. I think the starting point to Ms Burt's discussion was, why do we have a transport levy in the first place? And it's very clear to me, having looked at the data on the Sunshine Coast, that the Sunshine Coast, we have to adopt a mode shift mindset. If we think about where we are in terms of public transport usage, active transport usage, and passenger car usage, those numbers are not moving in the right direction, or not moving in the right direction fast enough. So if I think about 2011, active transport, 9%, and now in 2023, 10%. Public transport in 2011, a mode share of 3.3%, 2.1% in 2023. And vehicle usage, 87.6% in 2011 versus 87.9% in 2023. So from my perspective, it's very, very clear that we have to continue investing in making real steps and taking real action towards a public transport shift mindset and an active transport mindset. The reason being is because Council, the state government, the federal government only have so much money to invest in road infrastructure. We are all going to have to play our part in adopting different ways of moving around the Sunshine Coast as we welcome more people to our region. And that's what the Transport Levy has been focused on. It has been focused on introducing initiatives such as Ride Store, which I'm sure some of my other councillors are very, very passionate about and will talk about for many, many hours of the day. We've got 11 schools right throughout the region who benefit from this, including Coolum State School, which is just on the border of Division 8 and Division 9. I'm going to claim a significant chunk of that Ride Store portion, especially with that new South Coolum Road footpath coming along very soon, which all my colleagues are sick of hearing about. But the reality is that that is a behaviour changing initiative. 192,000 trips taken by young kids heading to school. Think about the amount of, times we have saved parents having to listen to their kids whinging in the car about not having to go to school that day or wanting to go to school. But also thinking about the reduction in congestion around our schools, which we know is of critical importance for efficiencies on the Sunshine Coast. The other things that I want to draw out are in terms of our Sunshine Coast Public Transport Project and the work that has been done to position ourselves to be ready for that investment into the future. These sorts of region-making projects take years, and I have been at times critical of the way that we have spent some of the Transport Levy money in terms of positioning ourselves for the future. But having been in this portfolio and seeing the work that has been done, I recognise the importance of planning and careful thought processes around where do we need our public transport on the Sunshine Coast in the future? We are not going to be able to rely on one public transport outcome on the Sunshine Coast. We need an integrated public transport strategy and an integrated transport strategy at large. And that's what some of the money from the Transport Levy has been dedicated towards in terms of developing a business case for the Sunshine Coast Transport Project. Because we know that even with things like direct rail, we are still going to have to move people within the coastal corridor. It's an inescapable fact that people will continue to move and live in the coastal corridor, and we have to find a better way to move them around in a quick manner. The final thing that I want to say about this report for 2023 and 2024 is in relation to the Transport Futures Fund. We are now very, very well positioned to be able to make a meaningful contribution towards any future public transport initiative that is announced by the state or federal government in terms of what they will deliver on the Sunshine Coast in terms of the Sunshine Coast Transport Project. Ultimately, we recognise as a council that this is not a council responsibility. It has always been the responsibility of the state and federal governments to deliver large-scale transport infrastructure. But as a council, we are in the very luxurious position of being able to provide and contribute some funds towards that project in the future, and I commend the work of the officers and the previous council for being able to position ourselves in that way going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnag. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I also want to commend the work that our staff have done. Over a long period of time, obviously, we've invested a lot of money in trying to move the statistics in the right way, and Councillor Benang just mentioned a number of them that really haven't shifted. And when you think since 2011, we haven't really seen any significant improvement at all, which is disappointing. And it makes me think, why is that the case? I mean, we've thrown, from what I've calculated, you know, $46 odd million from the community for this transport levy, and I know 29.5 million of that is put into a future fund, but the other $16,694,411 has gone into programs to try and get that mode shift, try and get people out of cars into public transport. And I think the 50-cent fares, I've actually noticed more people lining up to get onto buses, but it's still nothing compared to what we should be seeing. But probably half the problem is that get on a bus and try and get to a destination, it may not necessarily be the one that encourages you to go because of time. People are time poor. They want things that will work for them, and I think there's a gap. We now have, probably for the first time, the Minister for Transport who actually is on the Sunshine Coast. And I think in the past, we've all stood up and voiced our opinions that something needs to be done, but we keep getting the same. And we can throw all the money we want. Now, I don't think until the state government actually listens and fixes the problems with the buses, fixes the congestion where the buses are getting caught up, that we might as well keep throwing good money into bad, because I don't see, as much as the committed work that you do, it doesn't have the impact that we'd all like to see. And so I hope maybe through the CEO and the Mayor and the advocacy to our Transport Minister that we really do look at this comprehensive transport plan that we need, and hopefully for the first time really start to make some big inroads into reducing the time that it takes to get from A to B. Because if we can do that, why would you be getting in your car and paying the exorbitant costs of running a car, fuel and so forth, when you can now travel for 50 cents and get on a bus and do that? And I think if we had that right, I think a lot more people would be using public transport. We'll start to see a shift in the figures that we've got here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. The CEO and portfolio councillors and I are advocating to the Minister, so we will continue that as well. Thank you. Councillor Burns.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. Just a couple of questions. Firstly, thanks, Yolanda, too. In regards to the BRT, and maybe it could be for you too, James, in terms of the bus rapid transit, recognise that we've been working with the state for a period of time. It says June 2025, we should have the detailed business case back. Could you just explain, for the benefit of our community, what's the process from there?
Through the Chair, and thank you for the question. So, as you've rightly pointed out, the state government has been working, utilising funding that was provided both by Council and the Commonwealth to prepare the detailed business case, and that process was concluded to a point of, if you like, reflection by about late last year. What the situation the state is in at the moment is with a lot of competing priorities for funding. And given now the lead times to have any service, fully in place and a system operational prior to 2032, and bearing in mind it probably has to be quite some time before 2032 because it needs to be fully operational, fully trialled for probably 12 months, that it appears that the delivery of the entire stage 1 of the bus rapid transit from Maroochydore to Sunshine Coast University Hospital is not physically able to be delivered in that time frame. So they're looking to rescope the extent. That exercise is still underway, and we do expect that by around the middle of next year they'll be settled on what option they're able to pursue. We're still cautiously optimistic that that will give us a meaningful impact of quality public transport in that entire corridor. Perhaps not with a fully dedicated right-of-way over its entire length, but with sufficient of that to make the trip a lot more reliable, a lot more comfortable, and a lot better patronised. And so if that proves to be the case, then the state moves into what's called an investment decision phase, working in conjunction with the Commonwealth to put forward a proposal for its funding to enable it to commence construction in time for its delivery by 2030 or by 2031. So.
Thank you, James, for that explanation. Probably, which is a bit of a follow-on one, a little bit from where Councillor Joe was coming from. Just recently, since the introduction of the 50-cent fares by the state, do we have any kind of stats or reflection on increase or uptake in particularly bus transit, but maybe train travel as well here on the Sunshine Coast?
Thank you for the question through you, Madam Mayor. Look, we have been doing our own investigation into the increase in patronage of PT. We've been less successful in getting useful information on rail, but our understanding is, as you would expect, the value of the 50-cent fare, as as that represents the train fare, is it's a very significant reduction. So the take-up of train trips to Brisbane has been quite substantial. The initial findings on analysing the use of bus services, route by route by route, on the Sunshine Coast revealed some quite stunning results at face value. And I forget the route, I think it's the 638, had a 45% increase in patronage from prior to and following. That's a superficial increase because, to put that in context, increases the number of passengers per trip from 2.5 to 3.5. And that's nothing to do handstands about, for sure. However, that same information reveals that the Route 600 has gone from an average of 14 to an average of 19. Now, that might not seem like a lot, but an extra 5 passengers per trip over a service that runs over such a long part of the day at relatively high frequency is nothing to sneeze at. It's actually it's quite a meaningful increase, particularly in patronage during those peak times. And so what that tends to reinforce is that what we always thought price was a factor. But it tends to suggest when you combine price with quality of service, i.e. frequency of operation, is when you really hit a sweet spot. And that suggests to us that the investment in services here, as much as price is a factor, the greater investment and the benefit we would receive out of investment is where we increase frequency. Because it's always the number one factor. If you know you don't have to wait long to the next bus in case you miss one, that's a huge factor in a determination, where if you know you're standing around for another half an hour to an hour waiting for the next one. So I think that's proving the research, and it actually underpins a lot of the assumptions that went into Council's description of the service need. When we first produced the strategic business case and then the options analysis, we identified what was the service needs, and that service need is for that frequent, reliable, rapid public transport system. So I wouldn't discount the benefits of the 50-cent fare. They have made a difference, but what they've clearly demonstrated is the difference is much more easily discernible and much more beneficial when it is attached to a service that operates with a high quality.
Councillor Burns, the Acting CEO, Deborah Robinson, has a response as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, Councillor Burns. Before the last state election, the Mayor wrote to the Director General of Transport requesting information and data on the 50-cent fares and how they would be. Now, that was admittedly during the trial period. As we know, both levels of government pre-election committed to that, continuing that, and the LNP have continuing with the 50-cent fares. So we raised that in a meeting that the Mayor, myself and Councillor Barnett had with the Minister earlier this week, and we've been assured that we will get data in terms of those fares. One of the other things that the Minister advised us of was that the patronage actually is increasing through the period that is off-peak period as well. So it's not just the peak period that James talked to, but also off-peak period. We don't have those numbers yet, so I can't clarify those numbers, but that's where we're at, and we'll present those back to Council when we do get that data. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Deborah. Councillor Burns.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Thank you, CEO. And just maybe one other question just regarding PT, if I may. I appreciate the role through the levy is that Council does also support exploration or efficiencies of route like selection and that sort of thing. How do we support or encourage TransLink to adjust or improve or redirect bus routes on the sunny coast?
Through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the question. It's useful to know that as has been our want over many years now, we have a very strong relationship with our counterparts in the state who plan for these services, and that stands us in good stead. We have a comfortable relationship where if we have done enough work, as we are doing at the moment, utilising levy funding from the current financial year, to investigate alternative public transport routes or increasing frequency or such like, provided we do our homework and we put a solid case in front of TransLink, they are open to considering that. They will do their own analysis and possibly things that need to be understood is TransLink's role is not just about providing services, but it actually has a contract for that, and they have to be very careful about the way in which they operate that contract. They can't introduce competing services because they undermine the basis in which the contract is established. But we found that if we put forward to TransLink a proposal for an alternate route that would increase coverage, would increase patronage, or would increase any attribute of the service, they are welcome to receive that information, and from my experience they usually respond very positively to that. It's certainly a very significant sweetener for them is, as we typically do through the levy, is to entice them to take that opportunity up, provided the case proves itself at least at face value. If we're able to subsidise or fully fund the cost of operating a trial, then they, being provided the right information, will usually, and that'd be a bit unusual for them not to do this when you think about it, but nonetheless, they are willing and able to take that on and see how that runs. And there are a number of times when those trials, sure, they don't prove to increase the patronage, but there's just as many times when they do, and it results in a service adjustment that TransLink then continues on a permanent basis.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate those responses. So I'll now speak to the motion, Madam Mayor. As one of the people that Councillor Bunnag was suggesting that we all need to adjust and change the way we travel if we want to continue to see a change on our region. I'm one of those people who is actively seeking out the multiple ways to travel across the region. I do ride Maroochydore on the occasions when I can get here and I'm not going anywhere else. It's really good. It makes my hair look great. I also catch the 600 bus, and so to the point around an increase in patronage, it's obvious. This Monday when I caught the bus, the number of people on there, and I was counting, was significantly more than was happening prior to the 50-cent fare rollout. So I think there is something to be said about the introduction of the 50-cent fares and a really an efficient and regular service connecting areas that are really desired. So I'm really, really grateful to see that. I'm really passionate about seeing the Transport Levy continue to do the real work that we require as a region, whether it's delivering the infrastructure to support vulnerable community members access safely across roads or to get to bus stops around our school situations. Equally, I'm really recognise that the Transport Levy supports our integrated transport strategy come to life, and the focus on, for us as a region, to continue to grow in the way that we travel and grow in a maturity in towards that. So I do support it. And I think my last little thing would be in the case of our younger people here on the sunny coast, my daughter, who's currently living overseas, came back over Christmas time and she'd been living in Italy and also England, and she said, "Dad, I haven't driven in a car for 8 months." And she said, "I didn't know that that was possible because I grew up here on the sunny coast." And then she just said, "And I love it. I love that I can get around wherever I am and I don't have to jump in a car." She says it's so good. But she just said, "What will I do when I move home?" And I just said, "Well, we'll just see when it is you move home. So don't move home soon." No, I didn't say that. But I would just probably posit the thing that actually for our community, and particularly for our younger people, there's a willingness and a desire to actually engage in new ways of living that we might not have previously considered doable or reasonable or even fashionable. And I really like the Transport Levy and our integrated transport strategy for the sheer fact it's looking at a future that is not now, and it's for the sake of our younger people and for the coast to be a livable region into the future. And so I do commend the Levy report, and I appreciate your work in this, Yolanda. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Burns. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Yolanda and James. Some of the questions I was going to ask have already been asked. Have we made our final contribution towards the state business plan for?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we have. We have basically the last invoice was presented to us, I think, earlier this year from Transport and Main Roads, and we have acquitted that. So we've made our complete contribution. The extent to which the Department of Transport and Main Roads is doing further work on that, that's all funded by them. We're not being invited or requested to make a further contribution.
Yeah, thank you. And in relation to utilisation of buses and trains, I come through Landsborough on a fairly regular basis, and I noticed this morning that both the car parks, the new one and the old one over in Cribb Street, where Chockers, they're totally full. Now, prior to the 60 cent or 50 cent train trips, that was not the case. So it's obvious that there's a lot of people travelling to Brisbane or to other locations via train now, and that's just anecdotally. When we had this presented to us Monday week, I picked up the fact that on the graphic that the year is wrong. I assume that that's been fixed in the real, because this, in the proper presentation, because this one is just what was presented to us then. Is that right?
The presentation was corrected, and the Transport Levy report in it was always correct.
Thank you. When the state came and talked to us, transport planning officers came and talked to us, they indicated that there would be an integrated bus service which was being planned to pick up a lot of the missing links and the more regular transports and all that sort of thing. And they mentioned as part of that there would be have to be built some park and rides, for instance, at the university and various other locations. Will that be our responsibility, or will they do that as part of their role?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Look, at this stage, we're not absolutely clear. It was certainly part of their planning at that stage, and my understanding is that the prospect of that remains part of the longer-term scope of the project. But I've not heard any recent discussions of intentions to proceed to construct anything of that kind. It's always been council's position that the provision of the park and ride arrangements to enable easier access to the PT service is a TMR responsibility, as are the car parks at the railway station, at the various railway stations up and down the Sunshine Coast. It may be that some of those would be located on parcels of land that council has. That could be council's contribution, but until such time as the scoping of that exercise is completed, we're not really in a position to say. But it's always been our contention that the cost of the establishment of the car parks would be borne by DTMR.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to compliment the officers on all the work they do on this very complex issue, and look forward to future developments. And I endorse the. I'll be voting for the levy. Thank you for the Transport Levy report.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to rise to make a very small point, but firstly, I was going to agree with Councillor Burns about our youth and their desire to catch public transport. It's an anecdote, sample size of 1, my son, who's going to university in Brisbane next year, hopefully. He had to make the decision of whether or not he purchases a car, worries about rego, insurance, all that sort of thing, or whether he just catches public transport and rides his bike around Brisbane. And his decision-making resulted in the fact that he's not going to need a car. He's going to catch the train from Nambour to get down to Brisbane and use public transport while he was down there and save himself the cost. Unfortunately, that's not available to him here on the Sunshine Coast. So, yeah, agree with the comments that Councillor Burns made. I think the youth of our community would welcome that, because it is a real cost to individuals to manage and operate a car throughout the year. What I did rise to say in support of this Transport Levy annual report is that this report was largely based on the budget decisions that were made by previous councils, and the work that was conducted in this report reflected that. Since this current council has come to pass, I just wanted to acknowledge the work that Councillor Taylor Bunnag did when we were preparing our budget in June of this year, and being instrumental essentially in driving changes to our transport levy to make sure that when we next report in our annual report, we'll be able to see that because of the changes that were driven, we will be able to put more money towards things that are tangible items that are on the ground. And I'm sure our community is really going to welcome that. So thank you, Councillor Bunnag, for driving that. I also wanted to give a shout out to Councillor Law, who has been a huge advocate for public transport and for people getting out of their cars. Not only has he spoken about it in council, but he's also led by example. And on the very odd occasion, I've had to drive him to where he's left his car because it was raining too hard for him to ride his bike back home. And Councillor Burns, I also note, regularly takes public transport. So it's good to see that we've got councillors around the table who lead by example. And lastly, I just wanted to thank Mr Cootes for all of the work that he's done over numerous years. I know it has been quite challenging at times, environment within council and outside of council as well, but I know the enormity of the work that you have put into the project that we are hoping to drive forward in the future. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Law.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Thanks for a great report on the work done of the past year and indicating what we've got coming ahead and the exciting things that will help us unclog the roads. And One thing that we know that will not unclog the roads is building more roads. They will simply be filled up by the ever-increasing number of vehicles. We have the second highest vehicle ownership in the whole of Australia. That's something that needs to be considered if we're actually going to make a difference. There are still plenty of seats on the buses we currently have for people to use at 50 cents a go, and we just need to start using them. And that requires a small change in behaviour and choices and planning. And we've got programs to help people plan and do things differently called Think Change. And that can show you the way of what you need to do to make some small differences. And it is possible to travel between Nambour and Maroochydore, door to door for me, in the same time it takes to do so in peak hour in a car. And at the moment, we have the joy and delight of only having to pay 50 cents for each journey. So we need to look at our other council policies, that are not contained in here, but I have to mention them, around car parking. Because it's no use saying, oh, dearie me, we need to use more public transport, and we've got to encourage active transport, if we continue to think car parking is free. There is no such thing as free car parking. It doesn't exist. Even if it's just providing a patch of dirt to leave a car on, somebody's paid for it somewhere. And as long as we continue in this place to keep saying we need free car parking, we will do nothing to support everything contained in this transport levy policy to get people out of their cars and using different types of transport. Now, the last time I brought this up, and it was discussed here, we were accused of demonising car drivers. Well, to be blunt, if that's what we need to do, let's do it. But we've got to get people out of their cars. There is no point complaining that you're stuck in traffic when you're sitting there in a car watching a bike or watching a bus full of people go by. It takes the same amount of time to travel by bus in peak hours for most journeys. So that takes me to the transport levy, which is what we're here to talk about. And think of the things that we are doing to provide services where there would otherwise be nothing at all. The Kenilworth Community Transport Service, created by the community, operated and delivered by the community with the support of council and the transport levy. Then we've got the council Flexi Link. Then we've got Council Link. We are providing many opportunities for people who would otherwise have no service at all to have at least the choice. And that service generally helps the older people and the young people, the people who can't afford or are not allowed a car, and those who can't maybe drive a car in the way that they used to. We're improving our bus stops. Council's responsible to do that. We assist that process through our transport levy, and we are doing everything we can to ensure they are fully accessible so that people can get on the buses. And all of the research tells us, as we've already heard from Mr. Coots, you need a reliable, frequent service to get people on buses. 50 cents helps, but those other things are way more important, and it would make a huge difference. But while the buses go by with only 5 or 6 people on them, it's going to be difficult to get more services because we've got to change our behaviour. Each individual needs to choose to reduce the number of car journeys they make each week. And if you can just start by doing one less, that will help. And to know how to do that, you just need to go and have a look at Think Change. We want to provide a safe and efficient network. We're doing that. I've mentioned the bus stops. We're research and planning. We've heard about the contribution to the business case for the bus rapid transit. Those things will be fantastic. But please remember, that's not for someone else to do, to ride on that service, should it ever come. That's for all of us to use it, so that we get the cars off the street. If you want to reduce congestion, get out of the car and find a different way to make that particular journey. So I support the levy and I support the ongoing work that it's going to do, but it's difficult work because it involves every individual choosing to do something different and take responsibility and accountability for their choices and not to complain about it anymore. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I encourage everyone to support this and continue to support the transport levy in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillor Bunnag, would you like to close? No? Okay. I will now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, team. And we welcome Mr Leserve to present for item 8.6. Here he is. Thank you and welcome. Alan? Yes, and we're welcoming more of the team in as well. Thank you.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and councillors. We're here today to talk through the temporary local planning instrument. At the 29th of August ordinary meeting, Council resolved to defer consideration of the proposed temporary local planning instrument, the TLPI, to allow for community consultation to take place. The TLPI was put out for community consultation on the 10th of September through to the 8th of October this year, and the report in front of you provides the outcome from that consultation exercise. In terms of the nature of the consultation, it involved media releases, coverage online, TV, radio, and certainly there was broad engagement across planning and economic development with a range of interested parties, community organisations, industry associations and the like. Before we get into the results of the community consultation sort of exercise, I just wanted to sort of bring everyone back to why we're here today to sort of think about introducing the TLPI. The Sunshine Coast as a region has a broad need for approximately 2,500 additional rooms, and those rooms sort of need to be in a differentiated sort of offering space, in other words, the 4- and the 5-star hotel space. And to put that into some context for people in the room today, from a domestic perspective, we have pretty much the same sort of level of visitation as the Gold Coast. So we achieve sort of roughly the same level of visitation as the Gold Coast. But the Gold Coast receives about $300 more per visitor than we do. And arguably that is in part because they have a higher end differentiated sort of hotel stock available to them. So they're able to charge more to those visitors. They're attracting sort of visitors to that part of the world that are prepared to pay circa sort of $300 or more than what they're prepared to pay here in our region. In terms of the TLPI, the focus is very much on that high-end luxury accommodation, the 4-star plus. If we're able to achieve some outcomes through the incentive policy through the TLPI, that will allow for or potentially help make the business case for further infrastructure development such as convention centres, and certainly from an economic perspective, we've talked previously about just the benefits that will be derived from an economics perspective having a hotel here in the region, and we modelled some numbers previously for yourselves, circa $30 million a year flowing into the local economy, retailers, bars, and the like. About 400 jobs being created through the construction period, 165 once the hotel is operational. And obviously as we build and work towards Brisbane 2032, you know, we're very keen to make sure that the Sunshine Coast is a really desirable place for people to come and stay and invest and spend their tourism dollars. In terms of the output from the consultation exercise that took place, a total of 1,087 responses were received, of which 1,075 came through Council's dedicated Have Your Say website, and then we also received 12 email responses outside of that website. From a percentage perspective, that represents sort of circa 0.2% of the population here within the region, and as you can sort of see from the numbers that are in front of you, 48% either strongly supported or supported the proposed introduction of the TLPI, and 50% were strongly opposed or opposed the introduction of the TLPI, and 2% expressed a view neither one way or the other. And the consultation report in front of you provides some more detail on the issues and the views around sort of those in favour and those against the introduction of the TLPI. In terms of a bit more detail behind the results, 50.4% of the 1,075 were opposed to the policy being introduced. The most common answer, by contrast, was for those being strongly in favour, but given the very limited number of people that we're talking about, that sort of represents probably sort of 10 or so sort of individuals that make the difference between those that strongly support and those that strongly oppose. 362 responses were received from those 60 years or over, making up about 34% of the total respondents, and 73% of that demographic generally opposed the proposal. And when I said generally opposed, that means obviously opposed and strongly opposed the proposal. 121 responses were received from people 34 years and younger. 75% of that population generally supported the proposal. 701 responses were from people working full-time or being self-employed, and 63% of the people generally supported the proposal. 21% indicated that they were retired, of which 87% of that sample were generally opposed to the proposal. 28% of the responses indicated that they were from or associated with community groups, of which 74% of that population were generally opposed to the proposal, and 26% indicated that they were associated with business, industry groups, tourism groups, and 76% were in favour of the proposal. And we also received 5 additional responses requesting additional sites being included within the TLPI. In terms of the key themes coming through, both in support and against, those ones that were in support of the proposal, generally the respondents recognised the strong economic benefits that would flow through introducing the TLPI, in particular the visitor spend. And I guess I'll probably just point back to that Gold Coast example, people sort of making the point around having higher end visitors coming and spending more within our region would have obviously an economic benefit. People provided on their sort of feedback forms sort of a desire to see tourism industry growth and attracting both sort of domestic and international visitors. Another theme coming through from the results was around job creation, people recognising that hotels will help create both those construction jobs as well as those ongoing jobs, but also support those ancillary jobs in the retail operators, the bars, the restaurants and the like. And then, one of the other themes was around recognising that if we invest in this space, if council sort of approves the TLPI, and we do end up with more hotels here, that will likely sort of be a catalyst for further sort of infrastructure improvements. And then, of course, the final point was very much around sort of fostering economic development. And I think something that I've heard quite recently or quite regularly within my role is the need to sort of really bolster the nighttime economy. If we get the right kind of hotels within the right areas as proposed through the TLPI, then we're going to be able to sort of better deliver on that objective of advancing the nighttime economy. So that was the feedback broadly from those people that were in support of the proposal. The feedback from those that generally opposed or strongly opposed the proposal, people raised environmental concerns, people were concerned about the impact on the wildlife, coastal areas, pollution and sustainability more broadly. People certainly sort of raised points around the infrastructure strain. People talked about congestion, people talked about parking issues as a result of the TLPI being introduced. The fourth point there, certain respondents sort of made points around the character of this region and the potential for the character of the region to change by allowing for increased height. And then the final point was raised around the lack of community consultation. I think there were certainly some comments that were captured around people wanting to be more involved in the TLPI and more involved in these types of conversations. In terms of the broader sort of key issues that came out from the 1,000 plus sort of respondents, strong recognition of the economic benefits that will be delivered. There were some questions raised about the need. There were some questions raised about the figures that have been put out there in terms of the actual target, the 2,450. And some people asking some questions as to sort of where that had come from. Some people also sort of questioning the sufficiency of incentives. Is the TLPI going to be sufficient enough to get towards that target? So people sort of asking questions whether it would go far enough. And then There were certainly some points around the impact on local businesses, both positively and negatively. Those in the negative sort of space, sort of questioning what it might mean for some of those sort of local business in the surrounds of a new hotel. Now I'm going to pass to Roma, who will talk you through the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, Ms Stevenson.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, councillors and the CEO. In addition to the economic issues, there were also a range of planning-related issues. This included the use of the TLPI as a mechanism to implement the height and parking incentives, the extent of the areas covered by the TLPI, with some respondents requesting that the TLPI apply to a smaller footprint, while some were concerned that the scope of the TLPI was too narrow. There was also the height allowance, as Chris has spoken to about before. In terms of other issues, there was some respondents believe the TLPI included undisclosed land use changes, and this primarily related to the land that was included in the high-density residential zone and the tourism zone. There was also some concern raised about the shift from impact to code assessment under the TLPI. And also just in terms of the issues relating to the environmental concerns, some respondents raised concern about the potential lighting impacts from hotel developments along the beachfront on sea turtles and migratory shorebirds, and that the TLPI did not consider the environmental matters and bypasses the consideration of state interest in terms of matters of state environmental significance. Now, as we indicated, each of these issues are dealt with in the consultation report in more detail. It was considered that most of the issues that were raised are appropriately addressed by the existing planning scheme, the content of the proposed TLPI, or through any future development assessment process. It is acknowledged that the issue of lighting impacts on sea turtle nesting areas or migratory shorebirds ought to be clearly addressed. Accordingly, it is recommended that specific provisions are incorporated in the proposed TLPI to manage and mitigate the potential lighting impacts of higher buildings and rooftop uses on priority species, such as sea turtles. These provisions are intended to apply to hotel proposals located within the nominated zones in the Maroochydore, Kulluin, Mooloolaba, Alexandra Headland and Kulluin local plan areas. And finally, therefore, it's recommended that Council proceed with making the proposed TLPI subject to changes, which includes the additional provisions relating to the migratory shorebirds and the lighting impacts, and to delegate authority to the CEO to prepare and progress the statutory process for making a TLPI, and adopt the proposed TLPI subject to receiving from the Planning Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, I would like to move a motion for this item. That Council, A, receive and note the report titled Proposed Temporary Local Planning Instrument, and B, having considered the feedback received during the informal community consultation process about the proposed temporary local planning instrument, accommodation hotel incentive measures, I decide to make a proposed temporary local planning instrument, accommodation hotel incentive measures, with changes Appendix A and, as written in red before you, subject to the removal of the site located at 8 Murray Street, Alexandra Headland, Lot 1 SP 119725, included in the high-density residential zone from Schedule 1 of the proposed temporary local planning instrument. I delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer to prepare and progress the statutory process required under the Planning Act and the Minister's guidelines and rules for making of a temporary local planning instrument, and I adopt the proposed temporary local planning instrument, accommodation hotel incentive measures, subject to receiving approval from the Planning Minister. May I have a seconder? Councillor Landsberg. Councillors, I now stand to speak to this motion. It is estimated that the Sunshine Coast has a shortfall of more than 2,000 hotel rooms, and these will be needed to cater to our growing tourism industry. We've heard this advice from experts and industry insiders. While we have sufficient supply of self-catering apartments, the need for full-service, internationally branded, operated and managed hotels is urgent. The economic benefits and flow-on effects of an internationally branded hotel are huge. For a 140-room hotel, which attracts high-end users, a minimum visitor spend of $33 million every year is expected, providing approximately 422 jobs during construction and another 165 jobs ongoing. Even just 2 or 3 of these hotels would make a massive impact on our economy. We absolutely want to signal to industry that we are serious and that we welcome investment. We have consulted our community. As a result, officers have recommended proposed changes as detailed in Appendix A and as described by Ms Stevenson, namely that development for an accommodation hotel located within areas that would impact nesting turtles or shorebirds or other environmental issues will need to ensure all external lighting is positioned to minimise sky glow and light spill. This is a necessary condition. Let me also speak to the lot at 8 Murray Street, Alexandra Headland, which is a high-density residential zone, which speaks to the land use changes. It is the only lot included within the temporary local planning instrument mapping, which is described as high-density residential. This is inconsistent. Other high-density residential sites were excluded from the proposed TLPI. Some were suggested through consultation. They were also excluded. We should be consistent. Although the high-density residential zone anticipates short-term accommodation, it does not support hotel activities such as licensed bars, restaurants and rooftop use for additional functions, etc. If this particular single high-density residential site were to be approved for hotel development, it could potentially set a precedent. It could even be seen as favouritism. We have heard the argument that this site was included in the proposed TLPI because of its proximity to the Olympic zone. The Olympic and Paralympic Games will be here for a short number of weeks in 2032, but our community will bear the potential consequences of leaving this site in the TLPI far beyond 2032, and hence the motion that I move proposes to exclude this site from the TLPI map. Now, I turn to the TLPI as a whole. Upmarket hotels will provide accommodation options for the high-value and business markets, sectors which are missing from our economy. This type of visitor spends 2 to 3 times more, they drive less, they visit in off-peak times and they stay for longer. We acknowledge our community is concerned about high-rise development, so it is important to understand the TLPI provides for only a modest increase in building height in very limited, specific locations and circumstances for only a single form of hotel development and only for a short period of time, 2 years only. And, councillors, we can end it earlier at any time should we choose. It will not result in development substantially different to what is currently allowed under the current planning scheme on those sites. It must also be clear the proposed TLPI only relates to building height and car parking for a hotel development. All other provisions in the planning scheme, such as biodiversity and coastal protection, continue to apply. Public consultation was not a requirement when making a temporary local planning instrument, but putting this out to community consultation was the right thing to do. We have listened and made changes as suggested in this motion. The Sunshine Coast needs more hotels, and it is incumbent upon us to help make that a reality. And I commend this motion to you. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question of the officers. Looking at the agenda, there's pages 11, 12, etc. In relation to this issue. I can't see where we're proposing to make 8 Murray Street one of the sites. It might be, but whereabouts is it? And why isn't it shown as one of them? All the others are listed.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the Murray site is included on Schedule 1 of the TLPI document. So it's this this map here. So if you look at the zoomed in area, I'm not sure if you're able to bring that up. It's page 201, 397.
If that's the case, what? Yeah, see,
So it's a
that
very...
means nothing to me.
So in terms of the Mooloolaba, it's the dark red high-density residential site. So that was already included in the TLPI when it went out on consultation.
If you say so, it's...
Thank you. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I've just got a couple of questions just about the change to the motion that you have put forward. When you put forward the motion, you said you were putting it forward based on community feedback. We got the consultation report which spoke in general terms about the TLPI. Did you receive any feedback on that site specifically, and if so, from who?
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. All councillors received an email from one of the community groups, and that particular group talked about land use changes, and this was one of the examples from that particular group. And there were other people who, in the report, talked about the land use changes, and this was one of the sites. The other site is a proposed tourism zone, and that is also a land use change. However, that is in a tourism area versus the high-density residential.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions for the team based on the removal of this site. Mayor Rosanna mentioned, her thoughts about it being the only site that was high-density residential that was included, and it was included only because of its proximity to the Olympic hosting site. Is that the only reason that this was included?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So I guess the Murray Street area is a focus area for the Olympics. We also looked at the fact that it would probably complement the adjoining and also the surrounding uses, as well as the future Olympic events that may occur there.
For those who are unaware of the surrounding uses, do you mind expanding on what those neighbouring uses are?
Certainly. At the moment, the site adjoins what we call the Mirage Resort, so that is located to the north of the actual site, and then directly to the West is a number of individual residential lots. I think there's only probably less than 10 along there. Most of the other surrounding land uses is the church site, so it's vacant, largely vacant. And then across you've got some existing tourist accommodation and retail sort of commercial uses.
Thank you. Another question. We did have some additional site requests, and as Mayor Natoli mentioned, out of the 4 of them, 3 were proposed to be in the high-density residential zone. Can you please speak to why those 3 sites were not recommended to be put forward, I guess, versing this site here?
Through you, Madam Mayor. The other sites, so there was one in Sippy Downs, so that under the current planning scheme, that is earmarked only for residential purposes, so it doesn't include being allowed to be developed for other uses. The other 2 sites are located in Meta Street and Alexandra Headland. They're predominantly surrounded by existing high-density residential zoned land as well, and it ranges in uses from multiple dwellings to short-term accommodation uses. But it was probably the fact that they would be isolated pockets if we were to include those 2 sites. This one at Murray Street was considered slightly different in that context, purely because of it being within the focus areas for the Olympics, as well as having a look at what surrounding land uses existed there.
Thank you. Through the Chair, I'll reserve my right to speak to the motion later in the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Hungerford.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I won't be supporting this again today, the same as the last meeting. Last time it was passed through to allow the waiving of fees and charges. I don't agree with ratepayers subsidising development. It's bad enough that in the infrastructure charging regime statewide, there's a cap on it. So basically ratepayers are subsidising development at the moment, and this was just perpetrating it. But what we're dealing with today is the increase in height allowance, what impact that has on the character and amenity of an area, considering what's in the town plan at the moment. The code versus impact assessment, where the building exceeds the maximum height in the town plan at the moment, that'll be changed from assessment to code. That gives the community little to no say in what happens. So that's taking away from the community. And the on-site parking, I know I'm opposite to David on this all the time, but the reduced site car parking requirement will then put pressure on the neighbouring streets in that area as well. I gave a commitment, I heard very loudly from my community over a number of years. They don't agree with increasing height and density and all that sort of stuff. And I gave them the commitment that I would reflect that view. I'm doing that again today. I'm keeping my word with the electorate that elected me. So on this one here, again, I will not be supporting it today.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Bunnack.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, just have a couple of questions. The first one, through you, Madam Mayor, is to the staff. How many other LGAs have a temporary local planning instrument in support of hotel incentives?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm not aware of any other local government areas at the moment. In the past, I think Brisbane had one, but that was a few years ago. But I'm not aware of any current.
Thank you. And through you again, Madam Mayor, are we aware of any other LGAs that have hotel incentive schemes in place aside from planning instruments?
Thank you, Mr. Levershaw.
Through you, Madam Mayor, CEO, councillors. I'm aware of other regions that are in the market actively looking for hotels. I don't have the detail on what their incentive schemes are because they haven't shared them with us, but I'm aware of 2 to 3 other local council authorities that are certainly being aggressive in this space, and we see them at the regular industry groups that we attend for hotel development.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. another question in terms of, I guess, the impact of our hotel incentive policy that we endorsed at the August ordinary meeting. Have there been further applications made for hotel development since that incentives policy was endorsed?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we have one that has just recently been submitted in Ocean Street, which is within the strategic policy area. We have another one which is in Caloundra along Bulcock Street, and prior to the introduction of the strategic policy, we also had an application for a hotel in Bulcock Street lodged.
Thank you. So just to clarify, there's currently 3 hotel applications before Council for consideration, whether it be within the TLPI framework area or not?
That's correct.
Thank you. Through you again, Madam Mayor. One of the applications that you mentioned was with respect to Ocean Street, in particular 15 Ocean Street. Just so I'm clear, as it currently stands, that application would be impact accessible, is that right?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it is impact accessible.
Yep. Thank you. And through you again, Madam Mayor, if we jump in a time machine and head forward, let's assume that this TLPI is endorsed by this council, and say a hotel is proposed to be developed across the road. So let's pick an even number, 18 Ocean Street as opposed to 15. Under this TLPI, would that therefore be code accessible or impact accessible?
Through you, Madam Mayor, if it's complying with the height allowances and everything else in the planning scheme, then yes, it would be code accessible.
So through you, Madam Mayor, I guess my question is, so we've got 2 potential developments across the road from each other. One would be code accessible in the sense that you wouldn't be able to have any appeal rights as a resident. And then across the road, one would be impact accessible, and you would be able to have appeal rights and have your say formally. Is that an accurate description of what the situation might be like?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have at the moment, Madam Mayor. I'll reserve my right to speak on the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Bunag. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, I think we need to look and understand why we need more hotels on the Sunshine Coast and the reasons why there's been an underinvestment in 4- or 5-star luxury hotels on the Sunshine Coast when other regions around Queensland have managed to be able to attract them. And I think when you ask yourself this question, well, why are we in this position right now? I think the very fact is that we're the only region in Queensland that doesn't have a convention, exhibition, performing arts centre. And when you look at the other areas that have substantial hotels, yes, they're in tourist areas like we are, but they have significant investments placed upon them by state government that have really driven hotels. So it's a driver for hotel investments to have a convention exhibition. Brings a completely different market, business market, and those opportunities is something that our community have missed out. We want to play in that space, but we can't. And so for 40 years, we've been asking for a convention centre. We still don't have one. So our only option at the moment is that we have to find a way to incentivise. We've gone part way. We've brought in the financial incentives, but obviously the TLPI is the other mechanism that we will use to try and incentivise those investors who will invest money in something that I've heard from many developers down on the Sunshine Coast that have built units who will never build a hotel, because their feedback to me is that there's no money in hotels for them. It's not easy to be able to fund and to be able to operate hotels successfully. And so that's why we've seen such a big underinvestment, because there's no clear driver that will make it happen. I believe that we as a council have a responsibility to try and make sure that we can have sufficient interest in terms of being able to get in hotel built before the 2032 Olympics. It's critical for us because if we don't do that, I don't know how we will be able to manage, the expectations of those people that will come to this region. But at the same time, hotels, if they're built, will bring economic benefits. We've heard from both Chris and the Mayor about the substantial benefit in both construction, jobs, and the ongoing economic benefit from each hotel that's built. I think one of the problems that we've seen is that the TLPI, I think, has been demonised a bit in social media from what I've been able to gather. But what it is a very targeted process that we've gone through. It's targeted in terms of the type of hotel that we want, the minimum size that will qualify, the specific time frames to both lodge applications and the short time frame for them then to be able to develop. It is an instrument to try and bring these hotels to the forefront. And some have mentioned that we should wait for the new planning scheme, but the planning scheme is permanent. This is a temporary. It gives us the right, as the Mayor said, that we can end it at any particular time if we choose to do that. What we need is urgent action, and we need to have that happen. And the TLPI is active for 2 years. That's the window that we've given ourselves the opportunity to try and attract these hotels to our areas. We've offered the community the opportunity to have a say on the TLPI, and as the Mayor said, we didn't have to do that. Government legislation doesn't require the TLPI to go out there. We've listened to the community, we've made changes, and we've made changes to both the turtle lighting concerns that the community have had, but I've also had a number of residents in my area who have been concerned about high densities, especially in the residential areas, and of course they're concerned that this would spawn and activate new hotel investments in areas that are not suitable, in high residential areas. When you look at Murray Street, that building already has an approval. It's where the 10-pin bowling alley is. Murray Street is a very short street. It's very hard to get a car park there at any of the best of times, and it pretty much feeds the Alex Surf Club, the Alex Beach. But my concern is...
Councillor Natoli, would you like an extension of time? Councillor Bunnag, Councillor Burns, all those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Natoli.
So Murray Street's a very short street, feeds the Alex Surf Club. There's a number of other businesses that are located in that area on Alexandra Parade. But what is, I suppose, going for that area at the moment is that the Surf Club owns a very large parcel of land off Murray Street, which is used as a temporary car park. If that land, and I've known the Surf Club has had interest in potentially developing or closing or selling off that land, but if that land was not available, I don't know how the area will cope with car parking. If this particular, if they changed their current approvals to a hotel, I don't know how a rooftop bar would work trying to manage car parks and people wanting to go there. So if it more than likely won't be an accelerated use to that hotel alone, it would be others within the community. There are other concerns that I've had, and I've spoken to a number of small business operators that operate unit management, and their concern has been about the impact on their businesses. But I can tell you that their business model is completely different. Most of them have units, 1, 2 and 3 bedroom units that they manage, and none of them offer conference facilities. They all have, kitchens and they have laundries. Hotels don't have any of that. And of course, a lot of them don't offer breakfast, don't offer any additional support other than accommodation. We've lost a lot of motels in Mooloolaba over the years. That ability to be able to have a one-night stay in Mooloolaba has become really difficult. Most of the unit accommodation in that area, unless you book for a minimum of 3 days, you cannot get a booking in Mooloolaba. So a hotel definitely offers that opportunity for us to be able to do that. The increase in height has been something that people have talked about. But when you consider that the overall TLPI is 1% of the total land mass that we have here on the Sunshine Coast, and when you look at Mooloolaba, that coloured area, most of those sites are actually already developed, owned by multiple unit owners. It would be so difficult in the 2 years for them to become an opportunity for an investor to be able to buy them and secure them and to be able to lodge an application. So we already have 2 hotels that have been approved in Mooloolaba. One's been approved over 6 years ago, still hasn't come out of the ground. The other one is coming out of the ground at the moment. They've all had increase in heights. They've all got a rooftop bar. And yet we haven't heard, the concerns of the community. So my fear in regards to what I heard on the ABC about that we're turning this into the next Gold Coast, I have been one of the strongest critics about the Sunshine Coast becoming another Gold Coast. And I would never support this if it was going to turn us into another Gold Coast. If we get maybe 5 or 6 hotels out of this over this short period of time, I'd be happy. But there might be 1 or 2 in Caloundra, maybe 1 more in Mooloolaba, Maroochydore, a couple. But that's pretty much what I think we can have. And when you look at what that means in terms of both height, these 2 hotels in Mooloolaba, even though they've got the additional height, are not the tallest buildings in Mooloolaba. The Mantra and Newport are over nearly 55 metres high. These buildings, even if they did receive additional 7 metres, still would not be the tallest buildings in that precinct. So I don't have the same fears. So I hope the community can understand the benefits. I certainly support this because I think, for our industry, if we don't do it, we'll be left behind.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question I'd like to start with first, maybe to Head of our Economic Development and Communities, Greg Laverty. And Greg, in regards to obviously our REDs, obviously we signed up for that in 2013. It's been a 20-year document in regards to how we're actually going to increase our economy, drive our exports, look at job opportunities, and especially around those high-valued industries. But maybe I'd like you to comment on, to meet some of those targets, and tourism is obviously one of our biggest economic drivers on the Sunshine Coast. What does it mean from your point of view in regards to supporting, obviously, international branded hotels? And what does that mean in regards to opportunities for us as a region?
Thank you. We have Mr. Greg Laverty coming to the microphone. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair. Obviously, that hotels have long been something that we've targeted for under the Regional Economic Development Strategy. And while Councillor Terry refers to the leisure market and visitors, one of the areas that we've really struggled in is the business component. So that component during the week, the weekends with those visitors and the tourists are areas that the occupancy is high. So it's at those lower areas from a business perspective that we are trying to target, and particularly those 4-star and 5-star hotels and accommodation, as opposed to the self-contained units. There have been a number of examples over the years, and whether it relates to the lack of convention facilities that Councillor Joe referred to earlier, we've had specific examples of international owners and investors who have been bought to Queensland with the Sunshine Coast as an opportunity to invest. They either do not come to the coast or they do not stay on the coast because the type of accommodation that they would expect or want to stay in is not available. So certainly the hotels is an important component of reaching those 4 goals in our Regional Economic Development Strategy, and particularly on the business side as opposed to the visitor or the tourism side. I hope that answers the question.
That was excellent. Thank you, Mr. Laverty. Councillors, I did have a prepared speech to read off, but a lot of it's already been mentioned here today. For me, rising, obviously, to this recommendation, or the amended recommendation by the Mayor, I'm asking you for your support. We've been on a long journey in regards to the Sunshine Coast over many, many decades. And when you look at the significant investment that we've actually made, you don't invest $300 million into an international airport and want to not see it fully activated. These are decisions, it's a point in the road where we come to, do we need branded hotels on the Sunshine Coast? Well, for myself as a representative of Caloundra, yes, we do. And it's the next step for us to provide that other opportunity in terms of tourism attraction, but also that midweek use that we are sadly lacking. We see so many events and business opportunities go begging for us as a region and what we can attract for here for future investment. And it's critical that as we move towards, and I know we talk about the Olympics, but it's much, much more than that. We have got kids leaving schools that are looking for jobs. The opportunities for our Sunshine Coast University, which did put in a letter of support in regards to branded hotels and what that can do for obviously their students in terms of working, fully supportive. But going back to the 29th of August, the previous meeting, and I was strongly opposed to obviously us going out for community consultation. I made that quite aware to everybody, and now we're in this position today discussing this, debating this item. I mean, previously in that last meeting, we looked at VSC, did a report that significantly showed the increase, and that was the reason why we built an international airport. At the time, our international visitor numbers was comparable to right across Australia. And to see us as a region where visitors want to come and stay, it's critical that we provide more full-service hotels on the Sunshine Coast. We don't build a brand new city centre and want to see it activated, and the opportunities for that will drive in terms of bringing more high-valued industries into the Sunshine Coast. And with that comes that high-end stay that we really need. But also, another area that we are looking at, and especially through our food and agri-network businesses, is the opportunity for exports. You don't bring planes in here and then expect them to leave empty. We need to put something in the belly of those planes that we can have those opportunities to export, if not interstate or around the world. We know that Australia Zoo, they bus people up from Brisbane just to go to the Australia Zoo down there because we do not have that level of accommodation on the Sunshine Coast. And I can't be more, I suppose, pleading with you today to support this. If we don't move forward to where we are today, it has huge ramifications to the, obviously, hotel industry and investment right across the Sunshine Coast. And we will not continue to grow, and we will not continue to meet the targets of the SEQ regional plan with the extra 200,000 people that have been pushed upon us, and I say that in a respectful manner, that we have to continue to provide jobs and opportunities for a diverse economy that we are going to meet. So I'm just asking you all to support this. As a Divisional Councillor for the Economic Portfolio, and I share this with Councillor Joe Natoli, it's critical that we move forward. I'm disappointed we're in this position, and I can sense a few attitudes around the room, but very respectful of everyone's position and how you vote today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Law.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. A couple of questions, if I may, please. Last month, the Noosa Council approved a 153-room, five-star hotel in Noosa, in their shire. Do you know what planning changes were made to that, as the first question? And the second part to the question, what incentives did they need to get that over the line?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm not aware of any changes that they made to their planning scheme, and whether they have any incentives, I'm not sure if Steve or Trish, do you know?
Okay, thank you. With the hotel that's currently being built in Mooloolaba, KPAT, next to the car park, what incentives or changes to the planning scheme did that require to get that advanced by the developer and owners and investors?
Through you, Madam Mayor, A few years ago, we did do an amendment to the planning scheme to provide some additional height uplift for that site. That's probably all I can recall. Yeah. And the prescribed rooftop use, yes.
Okay. So, and just for clarity, that would be equal to what's in the TLPI?
In terms of the prescribed rooftop use, those provisions have been incorporated to be similar in the TLPI, so we're providing the same height allowance for that particular use. In terms of the height allowance, I'm not entirely clear on that one, so I'd probably have to, that'd be a question I'd have to take on note.
Okay. Thank you. I'll speak to the motion that we have in front of us. I haven't particularly changed my view that absolutely we need the hotels. Completely agree with all of the reports, all of the work that you've presented to us. And the fact that a hotel has just been approved, a 5-star hotel, 153 rooms, the size of those rooms, 45 square metres, plus 29 suites. That, I assume, is the sort of thing we're looking for. And I suspect that if they've had no changes in Noosa, then it might only be 5 or 6 stories high. So that challenges the notion of height. But you know, I'm happy. I don't mind there being more height because we're in a growing, expanding area. So we're going to need more height to be able to achieve what we want, to put development, to put growth where the services and facilities are. So yes, it makes sense, and that's okay. And car parking, I just need to be really clear, and Councillor Ted mentioned the car parking. It's free car parking that's the issue. So for the hotels, yes, they need to provide some car parks, and I'm sure our urban planners and designers will know how many and at what rate, and I'll leave that to them. But I absolutely know that the car parking provided in a hotel, you'll be paying for it, and there will be a gate there to stop anyone in the general public using it. But you'll probably pay another $50 to $60 per night to park your car. That's right and proper. That's how it should be. The issue is free car parking, so let's be very clear about that. But for me, market forces need to make this happen and not the ratepayers of the Sunshine Coast. We've got the strategic policy that was done at the last meeting when these two things were pulled apart, and three applications have come through. That's great. Bit of a concern around the cost, but having the key account manager to work with these companies to get the developments approved, excellent. Let's do a lot more of that, but let's not make it at a huge additional cost to our ratepayers, whether it's through incentives or other things that might be happening. So please continue the work that we're doing to attract this investment, but I'm not going to be supporting the TLPI. I wasn't that happy with the all of the incentives in the policy, but that's done. But let's make it happen through other means, please. So not supporting it today, but supporting the intent of getting more hotels here. And let's have a look at what Noosa just did and see what we can learn from them to get 4- and 5-star hotels further south than Noosa. And I don't think Noosa have got a major international standard exhibition and event centre either. Happy to be correct.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillor Burns.
Thanks. Through you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of questions, if I may. Roma, could you just really clarify, bring a bit of understanding for me and maybe community around the height element of this TLPI? Can you give an example of what it means compared to now and compared to if the TLPI is approved? Like when we talk about a height change, what does it actually look like and mean, please?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So at the moment, under our current planning scheme, we have an overlay which shows the maximum building height. That maximum building height limit varies from zone to zone and from site to site. So it will depend on what that base maximum building height is for that particular site where we get an application for a hotel on. If If at the moment we also have some sites that have a height allowance for a hotel, in those circumstances, the proposed TLPI will provide an additional 3 metres, plus the rooftop use, which is another 3, with a maximum at 5 going to the lift overrun. In terms of other sites, it's 7 metres, the additional height allowance, plus the rooftop use as well.
So what would be the impact of that on a surrounding area? You're talking 3 to 7 kind of metres, essentially different compared to surrounding buildings?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So I guess if you're adding in the 3 metres for the rooftop use, so that's 6 metres for a site that already has a height allowance for a hotel, and then you've got 9 metres for 10 metres for any other site, so that's the maximum height.
And for the sites that are designated in the TLPI proposal, will that likely increase the height of any of those sites beyond what is already currently on the Sunshine Coast in terms of building height? So in Mooloolaba, we know the Newport building or Mantra and those sorts of ones are already at a particular height. Will these proposals significantly increase height of buildings surrounding that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, they'll be fairly consistent. They won't be greater than those existing buildings, but it will depend on which zone. So in the centre here, you've already got height limits of 30 metres or more. So if you're adding on that extra height of, maximum of 10 metres, then, that's pushing it up to 40. But those historic sites, they're much greater than that.
Thank you. And just another question regarding the assessment elements. Again, just for clarity's sake, for anyone who might be listening and interested, if the TLPI is to be approved, the impact on the assessment of these buildings, how do council officers, you still have capacity to assess these developments? So what are the tools or what are the mechanisms, what is the impact on the assessment on the proposals that might come forward or the applications that might come forward?
Madam Mayor, I might defer this question to my colleague, Manager of Development Services.
Thank you. Welcome to the microphone, Patricia Jensen. Thank you, Ms Jensen.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, Councillor Burns, the question is very interesting. We will use the TLPI primarily to change the variations to the planning scheme that are mentioned, which are building height, the car parking. They're the 2 main ones. The rest of the planning scheme will still apply, that we'll use the assessment against, and they'll be assessed in accordance with the Planning Act provisions, whether under how we assess it, under the development DA rules, it's called.
Okay, so we still will assess, and the rest of the planning scheme, assessment outcomes and stuff like that will be in play, and officers will still have to assess the application based on those measures.
Thank you. Our Acting CEO, Ms Robinson, has a response.
Just to add, through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Burns' question, just to add, the planning scheme at the moment doesn't have the turtle lighting restrictions in it, and so if this TLPI is approved today with the changes proposed by the team, they'll be incorporated, so the assessment will also occur against those. Thank you.
Just going to sit and we'll speak to the motion shortly. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Burns. Councillor Dixon.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Like Councillor Ted and Councillor David, I won't be supporting this today, and I'll just give you a few reasons why, because I don't think we should just sit here and not speak to a matter like this. Obviously, I know about car parking issues. I've been part of councils that have actually allowed a reduction in car parking rates, and it's absolutely destroyed the fabric of some areas. And Councillor Hungerford is one councillor at the moment cleaning up after medium density dwellings and developments that have destroyed local streets in Division 7. We can't change that now, the damage is done. Why would we want to repeat that mistake? We're talking about over-height allowances. I'm not sure why council and the ratepayers are trying to make a a feasibility, viability program measure stack up for developers, particularly around hotels. If it was for residential development, I might have a different position on that. If it's for roofs over people's heads in a housing crisis, different story, but we're talking about high-end hotels. I don't know too many people who can afford to stay at those hotels. Talk about heavy lifting and putting your neck out. Well, actually, I'm the one who did that. I did that for Sekisui House. I did that for Batterem, 2 high-end luxury 5-star hotels, international branded. Stuck my neck out. Both of those developers handed in their development approvals when new owners took over. It didn't really reward me for that at all. I stuck my neck out there, proven track record to try. So you can understand why I'm very uncomfortable to do that again. Bitten twice on that. As the Mayor said, the Olympics are only here for a few weeks. You know, we're doing this for a few weeks, but unfortunately the changes that we will make will be here forever. So just have a think about that.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Bunnag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think to Councillor Lambsbird's question, this isn't really a debate about whether we want more hotels on the Sunshine Coast. I think there's a recognition amongst councillors and amongst the community that there is a need for more hotels on the Sunshine Coast. The question that I asked myself is, how do we go about bringing more hotels to the Sunshine Coast while taking the community with us? Because when I read the community consultation report, it is clear that we are split down the middle, literally 50-50. And it's not just in terms of numbers, it's demographics. We have younger people on the Sunshine Coast who are saying that they're in support of this proposal, and we have the older generation on the Sunshine Coast who are saying they're not in support of this proposal. So I'm listening to what the community is saying, and at the moment, we are split down the middle in terms of how we feel about changes to our planning scheme. And the next question I asked myself was, by not supporting this motion, am I stopping any form of investment coming to the Sunshine Coast from a hotel perspective? And the answer is quite clearly no, because I reflect on what we did at the August OM, and we went through a policy and implemented that policy around a range of incentives to attract luxury hotel accommodation to the Sunshine Coast. Free personalised case management, pre-lodgement service for eligible development, waiver of the development application fee for code-accessible material change of use and/or operational work applications for eligible development lodged between the 1st of July 2024 and 30th of December 2026. 30th September 2026. Provision of a dedicated development assessment team to process any new development application for eligible development with a more streamlined approach, a reduction in infrastructure charges by 50%. That's just a few of them. So from my perspective, we have armed our officers with some tools to actually go out and attract hotel investment. And since the time we have implemented that policy, we have seen an uptake in applications being made to council. And I commend the team for actually going out and doing that work and being able to attract that investment. But the thing that really burns in my mind is the example in the questioning they asked around people being able to have a say in a process in relation to developments like the one at Ocean Street. There is a clear difference between code accessible and impact accessible and the role that the community plays in that journey. And from my perspective in my community, being able to have a say on developments that do have an impact on the character and the amenity of the area in a small way is an important one. And I think it's important to actually read from the consultation report the differences between code accessible and impact accessible. Code assessment is a bounded assessment and must only be carried out against the assessment benchmarks nominated in the planning scheme, having regard to any matters prescribed by regulation. Impact assessment is broader than code assessment and requires the development application to be publicly notified. Impact assessment must be carried out against the relevant assessment benchmarks set out in the planning scheme, having regard to any other relevant matter other than a person's personal circumstances, financial or otherwise. Generally, there is more scope for discretion in an impact assessment application compared to a code assessment application. The community will retain the right to make a formal submission to any impact assessable application that may be made for an accommodation hotel, and will also be able to make community comment about any code assessable application for an accommodation hotel. Council ordinarily considers all formal submissions and community comments as part of the development assessment process, noting that only formal submissions establish a third-party appeal right. And for me, that's the kicker. Giving people the opportunity to not only have their say, but to exercise their appeal rights on developments in their area is of critical importance to my community, and from my perspective, a principle that I'm going to be upholding. I regret that the staff have gone to the extent that they have to do this work, because I can see that they are clearly invested in the work that they have done, and I understand that they are very passionate about this. But ultimately, by not supporting this motion, am I getting in the way of hotel investment on the Sunshine Coast? No. What I'm seeking to do is bring people along for the journey as we go to the 2032 Olympics.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnag. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to thank the officers for this report. As a councillor who doesn't have any of the areas that this TLPI relates to, and not really having a total understanding of some of the community concerns about these sorts of things, whether they're in favour or against, I find it very difficult to come down on one side or the other. However, I have previously, when we've discussed this, expressed some concerns about the reduction in car parks. I've expressed some concerns about the reduction in fees and headworks, local government infrastructure works, and I really appreciate the points that the various councillors have come forward with. I'm hoping that the vote on this doesn't occur until after lunch, because I'd like to think about it a bit more before I make a decision. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. I think we'll continue before breaking for lunch, but Councillor Suarez.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I can't speak any slower to drag the time out for Councillor Johnston to make his decision, but I'm very much feeling much like Councillor Johnston. I came to this item listening to the debate, and there are really well-made points for both sides of the argument. And like Councillor Johnston, my division is not one of the divisions that are directly impacted by the TLPI. I may just ask a couple of questions again to maybe help me make my mind up. Roma, you were asked about how many applications were lodged since we made the financial incentives change. Was it 3 additional applications?
Through the Madam Mayor, 2, since the strategic policy has been adopted.
And so my question is, how many rooms are associated with those applications?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I probably have to seek clarification. Through you, Madam Mayor, roughly about 250 rooms.
Okay, over the two applications.
Yeah.
Apologies. Was that 250 over the two applications? So that's 250 in total?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So, sorry, the one that's actually been lodged in Bullcock Beach in Caloundra, so that's outside the TLPI area. It's within the strategic policy area, so that has 77 rooms. And the one that's that was lodged prior to the strategic policy was implemented that is in Bullcock Street in Caloundra, and that has 160 rooms. In terms of the Ocean Street DA, that is 154 rooms. So that is within the strategic policy and in the proposed TLPI area.
Okay, thank you. Second question is the five-star hotel that's being approved in Noosa, did the owner, operator or developers approach Sunshine Coast Council in their investigations?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I've had no conversations myself as the head of investment attraction with them. I do note that Noosa is a very different market to Sunshine Coast.
Thanks. And Mr Levershaw, you might want to stay there. Just another question, I suppose. The whole purpose of bringing the TLPI and the hotel incentives was to get investment here on the Sunshine Coast. And I understand that the team have been working for numbers of years in getting this across the line, and I have some experience with working with Hyatt Coolum back in the day and understanding the importance of those conference facilities and that midweek market. Can you summarise, I guess, some of the challenges, without giving away any confidential information, I suppose, the challenges that you are having in attracting hotels to the Sunshine Coast region and what that would be like for you if this TLPI doesn't progress?
Through you, Madam Mayor. There are many challenges for getting hotels to the Sunshine Coast, in no particular order. Thinking on my feet. First of all, as we know, there's cost of construction. The second thing is any blocks of land that are easy to develop are gone. So there's, on the Sunshine Coast, there's only small blocks of land really available if someone can find one for sale. So on the Sunshine Coast, you're looking at site amalgamation, which again brings cost and uncertainty to a development. The next thing is we're different to a Noosa or a Byron Bay in terms of having a track record of having high-end hotels and a fly-in market. So really at this stage, anyone wanting to build a high-end hotel on the Sunshine Coast is at the leading edge of the market, and there's more risk associated with that. So these are all things that make the job very difficult in trying to get someone to invest $70, $80 million in a hotel investment on the Sunshine Coast. The people I've spoken to understand the investment council's made into the airport and see all the benefit, but what I get asked also on a regular basis is, as Greg Laverty said, is there is a lot of concern in that Monday to Thursday market in terms of making sure they get enough revenue through the week as well. Our business side of things still has to develop. So the cost, the revenue, the size of the blocks, how much you can get onto a site, all of those things are coming together to make an investment here very difficult. So what we did, and I know Council knows this, but just to quickly recap, what we did to start the process was confirm the demand was correct in how many rooms that we required. We went out and spoke to an industry expert in the hotel industry to find out what are the sort of things that will assist us try and change the dial. Council very graciously approved all the financial incentives that we've referred to, and our expert advisor, who was on the coast last week, also said that really the game changer is that extra height and the parking relatives. Having gone to our colleagues in planning, they've said this is the way to do it, and hence why we're here. So what we're saying is it's a difficult industry. We've put together what we think will try and make a change, and that's where we are today. Does that help?
Councillor, I think that Mr Laserve might answer as well.
Sorry, apologies.
No.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I think also I just want to bring people back to, a fairly large target that's out there in terms of the 2,500 beds. A very small pipeline that we've got in front of us, and I think it's really important to recognise, just because you've maybe lodged a DA doesn't mean you're starting construction tomorrow. You've got your financing to go and try and progress. So, I go back to the point around council's got a fairly large target to try and achieve. These are $100 million type sort of investments, potentially. An additional sort of floor or two allows for additional revenue. The car parking sort of ratio, again, sort of allows revenue generating assets to be within that hotel and ultimately then converting it to an investment opportunity. So I guess from my perspective, very large target, very small pipeline in front of us. For those that are lodging DAs or sort of getting to that point, that doesn't mean they're then going to get converted because they've still got to get the financing over the line. So I just wanted to be, I guess, sort of clear about that.
Thank you. Thank you for the reminder of why it's a TLPI in terms of the urgency, in terms of time frame. Another question, just for clarity. With the removal of 8 Murray Street that the Mayor has proposed in this motion, does that make or break what we're looking for in terms of room accommodation?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I guess I'd probably just go back to my last point where I can't see, if I'm honest, us getting close to the target that's been put out there or to the gap that's been put forward through the report that the tourism consultant prepared just recently. I don't think we're going to get close to that, if I'm honest, and therefore having every opportunity come off the table just makes us getting to that target that much harder. So I understand the rationale for the debate and the discussion around removing that sort of site, but clearly everyone that we sort of take off the table just makes getting to that overall sort of objective or that target just that much harder, and therefore obviously from an economic perspective foregoing that, foregoing the jobs and foregoing the economic impact to this region.
Okay, a planning question. So with the removal of 8 Murray Street, we are left with sites that are tourist accommodation zone and then the centre zones, the various centre zones. Do all of those centre zones and the tourist accommodation zone include the use for hotels?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So it applies to the major centre zones and the principal activity centre zone here in Maroochydore, as well as the tourist accommodation zone and the district activity centre or district zone in Mooloolaba, and the tourism zone at the Mooloolaba Wharf. So there is a range of zones. And in terms of the uses, so at the moment, a resort complex or a short-term accommodation, which an accommodation hotel could fall under either one of those definitions, are currently code accessible in those zones.
Maybe I should have asked the question the other way around. So the local centre zone, which is included here, does that allow for hotel development as code accessible?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, short-term accommodation can certainly occur in that zone as code accessible. The resort complex, I'd probably need to clarify that one.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to, the reason or the direction of my questions relate to a comment made by Councillor Bunag in terms of bringing the community along and allowing the community to have their say. So I'm sort of trying to establish, if this TLPI was put forward, how many code, are we really changing these areas from code accessible applications which would suit hotel accommodation versus impact accessible applications? Is that a clear question? Have I made that clear?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. So the only difference, at the moment they're code accessible, it's where they exceed the maximum building height that they trigger that impact assessment. So by providing the height allowance under the TLPI, you're essentially now not triggering that requirement for impact, so their code. Does that answer the question?
Yeah. Thank you. Councillors, Mr Steve Patey is going to help us with that answer.
Well, perhaps just to explain that another way. So we've got height limits specified in the scheme at the moment. Development is code accessible where it doesn't exceed those height limits generally. All this TLPI would do was effectively amend that height overlay. So for the particular use, being accommodation hotel, there is an additional allowance that goes on the top of the existing height overlay, and development that is an accommodation hotel in those zones affected by the TLPI would be code assessment, whereas under the current scheme it might be impact assessment if it exceeds those height limits.
Okay. Thank you. To that explanation, I'd like to put a question to Councillor Bunag. In terms of wanting to allow the community to have a say, which I completely understand, what are the concerns you have with the TLPI versus the existing planning scheme, and what sort of things would you expect the community to want to have their say on?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I guess I'll go back to the 15 Ocean Street example. The current height limit under the planning scheme is 40 metres in Ocean Street. The proposal under the TLPI and that particular development goes to 47 metres, which would trigger, therefore, impact assessment, as I understand it. Being able to have a say about that trigger and that height trigger, I think, is important for people, particularly in places like Maroochydore and throughout the rest of the Sunshine Coast. So that's my concern in terms of the triggering in terms of height and the difference between the code accessible and impact accessible nature of that development. Okay.
I think I will leave my questions from there. I acknowledge that I haven't spoken to the item as yet, and Councillor Jenny we haven't heard from yet, so I'll reserve my right once again.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Broderick.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I agree with Councillor Johnston and Councillor Suarez. It's a little one out of my area up in hinterland and across Division 1. Having said that, Beerwar is a section there, but where it is, I personally can't see a 5-star hotel across from the railway line in Beerwar Main Street, but that's just my personal opinion at this stage, even though that's listed on there. Just in regards, just a couple of questions, I think, because there's been really good debate here today and been taking it all in. Recognising that there are potential confidentiality issues, are there any hotel industry groups up until this point who've demonstrated interest on building on the Sunshine Coast with the possibility of the TLPI being approved?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So the way it kind of works is developers, for want of a better word, or construction firms, develop the assets potentially and then go out with a potentially, there's all different models on how you do it, with a management agreement to get an operator to operate a hotel within the building. So, for example, the one in Bulcock Street, in the centre, sorry, I can't remember the address, not on the Esplanade, the other one, is an IHG. They have a letter of intent from the IHG group to operate that hotel. The IHG group also is the operator of the one just here. The IHG group, having, I guess, operated this one here, knows the Sunshine Coast a little bit better than others, and they're also the potential operator of the one in Ocean Street. So to answer your question about do hotel groups wish to have properties on the coast, the answer is yes. What they don't have is an access to assets for people to building them to then give them the opportunity to market them. When the McCure hotel down at Kawana came onto the market not so recent, or fairly recent, and was bought by, I think, the NRL or something, there were 70 different hotel operator groups that were interested in that asset. So they all have an interest to operate on the Sunshine Coast. They know the size of the market here, but they're not funding the actual capital infrastructure because that financial model of not having revenue Monday to Thursday, etc., is something they leave to a professional property developer to do. Does that help?
Thank you. And we talked about, and I think it was way back in the beginning, Madam Mayor made reference to at any time you could withdraw the TLPI. Is there an idea or a goal at when you would do that? So is there
that might be
run the whole time, or
Mr. Lasserve, I think. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
That's all right.
I know that he was jumping up to answer you there.
Sorry, Ron. Through you, Madam Mayor, I guess, again, I just come back to the overall objective here is to try and get towards, or address the gap that exists. My sort of view at the moment, and look, it's my view and I might be very, very wrong, but my view at the moment is even if council was to introduce the TLPI and it ran for the two-year period, are we going to get a number of applications that are going to go fully through the process and see the hotels develop to the extent that that gap is addressed? I don't think that's the case. If we got a year into the process and let's say we were back in front of you providing an update to say, actually, we've suddenly got 20 applications, the DAs are in, they've raised the finance, they've found the operators, we've hit the target, what do you want to do, council, in terms of do you want to keep the TLPI open or do you want to sort of write to the state to rescind the TLPI? That would obviously be a matter for council, but that could be brought forward. Personally, I don't think we're going to get anywhere close to that within the time frame that's available.
Thank you. Realise I haven't spoken to this either, and I'm going to reserve that right while I think about it a little further. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. There'll be a lot of people reserving that right at the moment. Councillor Burns.
Thanks. Through you, Madam Mayor. At the expense of trying to make Councillor Johnston get any more hangry.
I am balancing that. I am concerned.
I will speak to this. This is as the chamber is showing, is a highly vexed and divided debate across our region, recognising the feedback from the consultation period is essentially, as Councillor Bunag said, a 50-50 split. I'm really grateful to the staff for all their effort, really, and appreciate their efforts to take all the feedback that's come in to adjust and take on board the concerns around the environmental light overspill. I'm really grateful for that. Hearing from, say, the 3 divisional councillors who this serves to actually impact in any particular way, I think realistically, has been really helpful for me too. And deeply appreciate Councillor Bunag's suggestions around how do we continue to make sure our community are coming along for the journey. I will support this today, and I do that not like necessarily like, this was an easy decision. I do so for me. The things were about the temporary nature of this measure. I believe that the sites generally are within major or more activity-centred zones where there's already density and activity, and the height is already in those areas. I do believe that the broader planning scheme controls give us a capacity to direct and control those developments in a way that will support good outcomes. I do appreciate and recognise the economic development that is potentially before us in what might come from here, and I'm just not convinced that we're going to see the significant influx that we may actually hope for from this, and that is one of the rationales for me as to supporting this motion today. But I appreciate all the councillors. Thank you for the considered nature of the debate, to the officers for your efforts, and we'll go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. Councillor Natoli, do you have a question?
Just a question. I think I'd like to ask Steve Patey these questions. Steve, The trigger from a building being code accessible to impact accessible would be an increase in height over and above what the planning scheme actually prescribes. Is that correct? And so.
Sorry, just for the live stream people, your microphone wasn't on there. Steve, could you answer that again?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, correct.
So, history, we would see buildings that had a specific height change through a planning scheme amendment or a planning scheme process to have increased heights, which then became the height limit and was still code accessible. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor, and we call it front loading in the planning narrative, if you like, which is that strategic planning, and this is what essentially the TLPI is. It's a piece of strategic planning to amend the scheme, which now has gone through a community consultation process itself, leading to so everyone's clear. If council was of a mind to progress with the planning instrument, the communities have the opportunity to say and therefore those height limits are appropriate to get set and future development to be code accessible where it's consistent with that planning instrument as adopted by council.
So just a final question. Based on the two different processes, the planning scheme amendment and a normal planning scheme process to the TLPI, the results are exactly the same. The only difference is that the TLPI can be repealed and could, after 2 years, reverts back to the existing heights and existing allowances in the current planning scheme.
Yes, it's not normally the case with a TLPI. So a TLPI can, with the minister's approval, it can take effect without consultation because it's responding to an urgent planning issue. But in this respect, in this instance, council has gone and done a process of consultation that is really very similar, certainly from time-wise, identical to what we would do if it was a planning scheme amendment.
Thank you, Mr Patey. Councillor Johnston, do you have a question?
Well, actually, I'd like to just clarify my position in relation to it. Can I do it?
Certainly.
I've listened very intently to what everybody has said, and I've considered in great detail what has been proposed and what the resolution is. And I know for a fact that the acting CEO, some of our planning staff, our economic development people, our strategic planning people have gone into this in great detail. And
Councillor Johnston, is this a question? Did you speak before?
I just want to clarify. They've gone into great... Wow. Come on, give me a bit of leniency. I didn't really speak to it before.
I'm just getting advice that you spoke to it before.
Well, I'm going to vote for it. Right.
Councillor Johnston is very hungry and I do apologise, Councillor, but that's the advice I'm getting there and we'll keep to the standing orders. Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else who has reserved their right to speak who would like to speak now before Councillor Suarez?
Yeah, I'm asking another question. So I looked up the Ocean Street application, which is impact accessible, and it hasn't gone out for public consultation, so we don't have any feedback. So my question is, the sites that we've identified that would be subject to the TLPI, in terms of, I guess, the interested parties would be predominantly the neighbouring landowners. Are they residential landowners neighbouring to all of these sites identified in the TLPI?
Through you, Madam Mayor, most of the zones are centre zones, and so you've got a mix of uses in those zones, and the tourist accommodation is predominantly short-term accommodation uses. Again, there is a mix as well. The tourism zone, no, there's no residents within that area, and the local centre zone is predominantly commercial uses at this stage.
So the neighbouring properties to these sites that are being put forward are not necessarily, or not predominantly, permanent residents?
It depends on the site, obviously, but yes, they're predominantly commercial or retail sort of centre areas.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Broderick.
Sure, through you, Madam Mayor. I'll keep it quick, Councillor Johnston, so we can get to lunch. But it's like Councillor Tim said, this is not an easy decision. It's not it's really difficult. We've gone out for public consultation. We've done our due diligence, and Steve, that was really helpful, that explanation of that we, even if it was impact and we didn't have a TLPI, we've gone out and done the work as well, but it has come back 50-50. I did find it really interesting that the split in that meant that both young people and our businesses and our tourism industry were a resounding approval for it, which is one of the things that I've been tossing over and over again. Look, what is it that we want to achieve and how are we going to get that outcome? I'm also very aware that we're talking about 1% or less of land across the entire Sunshine Coast as well, and that we're talking about the zones that are already very densely populated. I also found it really interesting that when we talked about the height of the buildings, that a lot of the heights that we're talking about are similar to the heights that we already have. So look, we're torn, and we've sought to take the community on that journey with us as well. And recognising the challenges that we've already seen in trying to get this type of accommodation in here. It's a tough call, but I'll be supporting the TLPI today. And thank you for a great debate today. And thank you for the team, because just like Councillor Winston said, there is a lot of work gone into this, and we really appreciate the hard work and the expertise that our teams have, whether it be from planning, AgDev, across all of our departments. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Hungerford, do you have a question?
Yeah, got a question. Going on with Taylor's one, with the one in Ocean Street that's just come in. If that one was still in the assessment process and this TLPI comes in place, will they be able to apply for consideration under the new provisions here during the assessment?
Okay. Mr Patey will come to the microphone again. Thank you, Mr Patey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, these applications that are currently before Council's impact assessment, if the TLPI was to be made by, or proposed to be made by the Council, supported by the Planning Minister, and came into effect, it would be, depending on where we are in the assessment process for those impact accessible applications, it would be open to those applicants to relodge their development application as code assessment. And I think it's probably instructive that at least two of those proposals are fairly well aligned with what Council has advertised would be included in the TLPI, in the sense that I have an expectation that if that opportunity was available, that those applicants would relodge their applications.
During the assessment process, if this come in place, I'm just looking at how they could apply it.
Our acting CEO is going to respond to that.
Okay, I'll try and make this as clear as I can through you, Madam Mayor. We have two applications that are lodged currently. Those two applications are impact accessible as they currently stand. If this TLPI gets up, and it has got some time frame now to go to the Minister has to support it as well, let's not forget. So even if Council support it, the Minister has to support it. That could be a time frame that we're unaware of, how long that will take, although they generally are a short time frame. The applicants who have lodged their application, depending on where they are in the application process, may determine to withdraw their applications and relodge their applications under the TLPI in order to change them from impact accessible to code accessible. They may. That's up to the applicant. That's an applicant-driven process.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Councillor Landsberg, you have a question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just in regards to the sea turtle lighting plan and what the applicants in terms of certain development, will there be locations where, are we looking at obviously the CBDs that may not have to meet the criteria for that turtle lighting plan, and what distance from the foreshore would they have to be located?
I think, through you, Madam Mayor, essentially what the provisions are doing is setting up a test where that is an issue that would have to be assessed as part of a development proposal. You know, so if those provisions are not required because there is no impact, then it's unlikely that those mitigations would be required. But in those coastal locations, in these coastal centres, there would be an expectation that there is an assessment done to understand the impact, and where there is a likely impact, that's mitigated.
Thank you. And just to clear, the application at Bulcock Beach, the number of rooms does not meet the actual criteria for the TLPI.
That's correct.
Being 77.
Through you, Madam Mayor, so the one along Bulcock Beach is actually outside of the TLPI area. And yes, it is, that's correct. It's 140 rooms is the minimum requirement for the TLPI.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Any other questions? No? Okay, I shall close then. Councillors, I would like to thank you sincerely for the debate today. As anyone who has listened to the debate would know, we are not making decisions in this room lightly. We are considering reports. We are considering community feedback. We are considering the future of the Sunshine Coast. That is incumbent upon us as elected representatives. Our community is split down the middle. We need to make decisions that is in our community benefit. It is our role. We have heard we need to change the dial. The Sunshine Coast needs to move the dial so that we can encourage this kind of investment. We have heard through the questions and through the officers that in these very specific sites, for a very short period of time, with a modest increase in height for only luxury hotel development, we are being extremely targeted in the process of the development of this TLPI. We can remove and rescind this TLPI whenever we so choose as a council. As a result, make no mistake, if you say no to the TLPI today, if you say that supporting hotels is not important to our community, then that is the message we are sending to industry. We can say on the one hand that we need 2,500 hotel rooms. Well, this is where we show that that is actually what we mean in this council. And that is what I am asking my colleagues to do, to put our collective will behind this industry and behind a thriving economy in the future of the Sunshine Coast. And I ask for your support. Councillors, I will now put the motion to the vote. Those in favour. Councillors Broderick, Landsberg, Burns, Natoli, Johnston, Suarez and Mayor Natoli. Those against. Councillors Dixon, Hungerford, Bunnag and Law. The motion is carried. Thank you, team. Thank you for all of your work. Thank you for your responses today. Thank you for allowing us, through that extraordinary debate. I think it's the longest in this current term of council, so thank you for everything that you have done. Councillors, it is now time for a lunch break. Because we still have quite a lot of the agenda to go, I'm proposing that we just have 20 minutes for lunch so that we can come back and we can continue with our extensive agenda ahead. So thank you to those of you still online. Thank you to those of you in the gallery. We'll see you back in 20 minutes. Thank you and welcome back everyone in the gallery, online, councillors, ELT, Acting CEO, everyone, thank you. We are moving on to item number 8.7 and I would like to welcome Ms Patey to the lectern. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and councillors. I am presenting to you today a report on a development application for a material change of use to establish short-term accommodation comprising 38 residential units, a manager's residence, a reception and dining area and associated car parking and driveway access. The property is located at 862 and 894 Landsborough-Maloney Road, Bald Knob, opposite the Mountain View Road intersection and the small local centre known as Cancross Corner. The application is subject to impact assessment under the Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme because in the rural zone short-term accommodation is code assessment only if for a farm stay or for not more than 8 holiday cabins. This application is before council for a decision at the request of the Divisional Councillor. The image on the left shows the site in the context of surrounding landmarks and the Maloney Town Centre. The site has frontage to Landsborough-Maloney Road to the west and south. The application is over 2 lots, one of which is a larger lot incorporating the wedding venue known as Maloney Manor. However, the Maloney Manor lot is included in the application only because the development intends to use part of this lot for wastewater disposal. The proposed built form is confined to the smaller lot located to the south of Maloney Manor, as shown on the aerial image to the right. This lot presently contains a small dwelling house near the eastern boundary. The proposed short-term accommodation involves 38 1- and 2-bedroom units, each with ensuite kitchenette and balcony, a manager's residence, guest facilities, as well as 48 car parking spaces located along the frontage of the road and off the internal access driveway as shown on the site plan. The proposal comprises 6 buildings, with the main buildings fronting Landsborough-Maloney Road and the remaining buildings along the eastern boundary of the site. All buildings are a maximum of 2 storeys and within the 8.5 metre height limit. This slide shows typical floor plans for the 1- and 2-bedroom short-term accommodation units. This slide shows the floor plan of the proposed reception guest facilities building with meeting rooms, the manager's office and a recreation deck provided on the lower level and the guest dining lounge foyer, kitchens and recreation deck provided on the upper level. This slide shows the elevations of the front reception and guest facilities building. The top image is the elevation fronting Landsborough-Maloney Road and the bottom image is the elevation looking up towards the development from the northeast. This slide is a section through the development fronting Landsborough-Maloney Road in relation to the natural ground levels. The application was publicly notified in December of last year and January of this year in accordance with the Planning Act. 7 submissions were received, of which 2 were determined to be properly made. All but one of the submissions opposed the development. One submission was neutral in tone. The key issues raised in the submissions were regarding impacts on views, scenic amenity and rural character. On the 18th of October, Council received a petition with 1,158 signatories opposing the development. This petition was presented to Council by the Divisional Councillor at the October ordinary meeting. The signatories are located across the Sunshine Coast and further afield in southeast Queensland. Some were from interstate residents and some were from overseas residents. 219 signatories to the petition were from Maloney and surrounding localities and the Montful and Blackall Range localities. The key issue in the assessment is the impact of the development on views across the site from Landsborough-Maloney Road, which is identified as a scenic route in the planning scheme. Due to the location of a large proportion of the development near the road, it will be highly visible and will detract from this significant view, which includes a number of significant landscape features such as Mount Coolum, Mount Ninderry, Mount Corroy, other mountains and the coastline. This view is considered to be important to the community in the local context. The development will also detract from the rural landscape values of the site and other land in the foreground of the significant views. These adverse impacts from the development are inconsistent with the outcomes in the Strategic Framework, the Scenic Amenity Overlay Code and the Rural Zone Code. The bulk and scale of the development is also not consistent with the desired rural character of the area. The main building addressing the frontage is approximately 70 metres long and will be highly visible from outside of the site. The overall footprint of the development at 2,700 odd square metres is approximately twice the size of the combined footprint of the existing commercial buildings located across the road in the local centre zone. The footprint of the proposed buildings, particularly the main building, are significantly larger than any existing building in the locality. The proposal would be the largest development in the surrounding locality by a considerable margin, particularly when compared to existing buildings on the northern side of Landsborough-Maloney Road. These images depict existing views southeast and east from Landsborough-Maloney Road. These images are taken towards the western end of the site's frontage. Council's 3D modelling officer has undertaken some detailed modelling of the proposal. These images are taken from the road at eye level of a person sitting in a sedan vehicle. This modelling illustrates a realistic landscape outcome and includes the infrastructure items shown on the applicant's engineering plans and as required by the State Referral Agency. It demonstrates that the proposal will clearly obstruct the available views from the scenic route, including the loss of foreground and mid-distant views of rolling hills and other significant landscape features, and that the impacts of the proposal will not be mitigated by landscaping. In addition, the proposal will severely detract from the landscape values of the site and the visual amenity of the identified scenic route due to a substantial car park and driveway extending for most of the frontage and with minimal landscape screening. The applicant's visual impact assessment has been peer-reviewed by an external visual amenity expert. The peer reviewer agrees that the proposal would have a significant detrimental visual impact and fails to satisfy the key assessment benchmarks in the planning scheme. These images depict existing views northeast and north from Landsborough-Maloney Road and from the intersection of Mountain View Road. The top image is taken midway along the site's frontage, and the bottom image is at the eastern end of the site's frontage at the intersection. The top image is a view of the proposal from the opposite side of the road, and the bottom image is a view when approaching the proposal along Landsborough-Maloney Road in a vehicle from the east. The site is also highly constrained by slope, with almost the entire site having a slope greater than 25%. The proposed built form is located on the escarpment, which in places has slopes of up to 60%. It is considered that the development would not achieve the outcomes of the landslide hazard and steep land overlay code because it is not limited in scale or intensity, nor has it been sensitively located to minimise adverse impacts on the steep slopes. The proposal involves extensive earthworks and retaining walls which will have significant impacts on the natural landform and to the detriment of the landscape character of the site and the surrounding area. The State Assessment and Referral Agency has recommended conditions relating to the state transport infrastructure should the application be approved. It should be noted that these conditions include requirements that limit the height of landscaping along the entire frontage to 1 metre in order to ensure the access has safe visibility. This significantly restricts the opportunity for the development to be screened by landscaping. It's recommended that Council receive and note the report and that the application be refused due to conflicts with the planning scheme as outlined in the agenda report and the attachments.
Councillor Johnston. Thank you, Ms Patey. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Katrina, thank you for the report. To say that I have a lot of disagreements with content in the planner's report is not something new to Katrina or the other officers. I'm gobsmacked that we've come to this conclusion. I'd like to move that we defer items 8.7 of the development application, material change of use, to a material change of use of premises to establish short-term accommodation situated at 862 to 894 Lansdowne Laney Road, Ballinob, and request the Chief Executive Officer to prepare reasonable and relevant conditions to enable Council to consider approval of the application for a material change of use to a material change of use of premises to establish short-term accommodation situated at 862 to 894 Lansdowne Laney Road, Ballinob, including but not limited to consideration of possible requirements, including the conditions of the Department of Transport Main Roads to ensure ongoing traffic safety, that the restaurant only be used by occupants for a short-term accommodation and Maloney Manor guests, and the development works to commence within 2 years, and a sunset clause requiring the development use to commence no later than the 31st December 28. To address the urgent short-term accommodation needs, that materials used must ensure the buildings blend into the environment and be reflective of the Blackall Range palette and all other relevant conditions. And 3, request the Chief Executive Officer to provide a further report to Council on development application MCU to a material change of use of premises to establish short-term accommodation situated at 862 to 894 Lansdowne Laney Road, Ballinob, for Council consideration at the January 25 ordinary meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Johnston.
I'd like to speak to the motion. Look, I asked some time ago, I asked the Planning Department to prepare an alternate resolution so that we could consider it today. Was told in writing that I couldn't do that. I then asked if the alternate resolution could come to the December ordinary meeting, and was told that that wasn't possible because it had to go to ELT and there wasn't sufficient time, etc. So therefore, that's why we're asking for it to come to the January 25 ordinary meeting. This application, you know, I take exception with some of the things. For instance, within the Maloney area, we have a number, at least four, wedding seminar facilities with accommodation. One's Solothurn on the Reeseville Road, Tranquil Park at Mountain View Road, and that's quite substantial, and it totally blocks out view of the Glasshouse Mountains. Tamarind Resort, that's Spices, at Obi Lane South, and Clovelly over on the Montville area edge. If we're going to, Basically what we're doing is we're saying to the Maloney Manor, which is one of the most successful wedding and seminar facilities on the Blackall Range, we're saying to them that they can't have additional accommodation on site. Now, they own the 2 parcels of land. The greywater effluent disposal will be disposed of through the Maloney Manor effluent disposal facility down the bottom, and the solid waste will all be removed. The intersection where we have here with Mountain View Road is an extremely dangerous intersection, and this fixes that. So there's a passing lane now. You know, the statement that Mount Coolum, Mount Nindri and Mount Karoy will be blocked out that's not factual. I'm sorry to say, it is not factual. You only have to look at the views and you can see them over the top of the buildings. The original application, yes, that's true. And some of the hype in the Maloney community was about the original application, which was somewhat higher and did block out the view, and I couldn't support that. But the Maloney area does need additional accommodation for weddings. I've heard people, some of them councillors, say, well, you've got all these Airbnbs. This is not an Airbnb facility. This is like a resort facility which is part of Maloney Manor. And I've talked with the planning department. Stephen Whitby advises me that he can and will prepare a report for approval. Now, I'm not saying that I'm not here today saying we will or we won't approve this. What I'm saying is, let's have a look at the alternative of approving it. And I will debate the issue at the January meeting. That's all I'm asking for. Basically, if councillors have a look at the presentation and look at page 12 and 13, they can see that, yes, some of the foreground hills, the rural hills, are blocked out. But the people are not looking at that. The people are looking at the ocean and the coastal views. They're not blocked out. And if you have a look on page 13, at the intersection, you can't even see the view. There's all these weed trees through there, coral trees, privet, etc., etc. In fact, when you're driving along the road, if you come from the Landsborough direction, there is no view. If you come from the Maloney direction, it's a very limited view, and the way that the road's going, very few people would be looking at it. If you go 300 metres along the road, where the wine barrel is, you'll find that people stop there all the time to take photos. They don't stop at this site. So I'd encourage councillors to support this resolution.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Dixon.
Through you to the CEO, my understanding obviously is the process has changed recently and that a councillor doesn't bring prepared alternative recommendations with conditions to the OM. It's deferred for the team to prepare a package. I think that's the new way of doing things, which is fine. The question I've got, if I support Councillor Johnston today, which I am inclined to on the basis of the argument that he'd like to prepare his debate and provide the material, which I'm fine with, where does the officer's recommendation go? So we adopt this today potentially. Approval comes forward with conditions. If that falls over in a future debate, where are we left legally in terms of the planning recommendation?
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor Dixon. This one is a little bit odd, I suppose. If I could just correct a couple of things, and I'll look at Tricia to make sure I'm getting this right. My understanding is that the officer will assist to prepare conditions of approval for this development application, but not a report for approval, because the officer's report still stands. So the officer's report is to recommend refusal of the application on the grounds that Katrina has spoken to today. But this will allow time for the officer to prepare the conditions, and I'll just go back in a moment to something Councillor Johnson mentioned, and then it will come back to the January ordinary meeting for a debate around whether it's an approval or a refusal, but the officer's recommendation would not change. It would just give Councillor Johnson the time to prepare his material. The reason that it couldn't be put up to the December council report is we only have a 3-week gap, and there's a range of processes that the reports go through before they actually get to an ordinary meeting, and normally we'd have a longer gap in our time frame, but because we're coming up to Christmas, the ordinary meeting for December is the 12th of December, which is quite early. It would normally, in a normal month, it's around this time, so it's normally around sort of anywhere between the 20th and the 28th. So I hope that helps.
But, you know, it'd be very easy to stand here today and just vote no and say support the staff. But in fairness to my colleague, I haven't heard his arguments. I haven't seen on balance what his proposal is, so I can't make a decision. So I'm happy to support the deferral to provide that additional information because I want to hear it. Then I'll make my mind up.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Hungerford.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I will not be supporting this today. We have a very extensive report here, and I've read it very thoroughly. We've got 2 pages of reasons why this cannot be approved. Now, it's very important in planning that you consistently apply the provisions of your town plan. Otherwise, you create precedents. Legal planning precedents that are a cancer against the town plan and actually, over time, destroy the intent of the town plan and the provisions in it, because you can be overridden by a challenge from other parties that you haven't consistently applied your town plan. Now, here we've got 2 pages, a lot of them strategic outcomes that can't be met. Now, in planning, you've got acceptable outcomes that are nice to achieve if you can, but they're not enforceable, but performance outcomes must be met. If you ignore those, you destroy the intent of your town plan. Here we've got 5 of them. The amenity overlay and your landscape features and that there. But when I get to the ones that really get to me, is the proposal has not demonstrated achievement for the purpose and performance outcome 4 of the landslide hazard and steep land overlay code. I think it's a pretty important one to adhere to there. It requires extensive earthworks, cut and fill on a very steep slope. I'd have issues with that as well. And retaining walls, which will have significant impacts on the natural landform to the detriment of the landscape character of the site and surrounding area. You start digging into hillsides, things can happen. I've had a couple of those in my division where there's been minor landslides after wet weather events. And also, the proposal departs from the purpose of overall outcomes of the Rural Zone Code and the purpose and performance outcome number 8. It has not been demonstrated that the site can accommodate the necessary large-scale on-site effluent treatment areas needed for such an intense urban use. I think that's pretty important. But let's look at what's been asked here. To request the Chief Officer to prepare a reasonable and relevant conditions to enable Council to consider approval of the application for a material change of use to a material change of use of premises to establish short-term accommodation situated at 862 and 894 Landsborough Maloney Road. And if you actually go into the report, the officers have assessed this very clearly. The application does not comply with, nor can it be conditioned to comply with. That's pretty clear. The assessment benchmarks contained within the Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme 2014. There are no other relevant matters applicable to the application, including the existence of planning, economic or community need that justify approving the application despite the non-compliances described in this report. And this is what we're asking the CEO to go back and do. To me, this is a nonsense. Because if it cannot comply, and you're looking at overriding the provisions of the town plan, especially those performance outcomes, you're looking at creating massive legal precedents. And if you do the Diploma of Local Government and the planning assessment in there, when you have to be a planning officer and apply these things, it's very clear adhere to the provisions of your town plan. It's one of the things they emphasise on you the whole way through. And doing those assignments gave me a very acute understanding of how important it is to consistently apply your provisions. This is asking us to not do that. And the planners have done a very detailed report here. They've laid out all the reasons why and all the conflicts in the town plan, and they say it cannot be conditioned to comply. So why go back and try and do that when it can't? So to me, respectfully, I always adhere to the town plan. If it was borderline and there was a bit of leeway there and it could be one way or the other, I'd consider it. But when it's so clear and so far outside of the planning provisions, sorry, I cannot support deferring this. The planners have done a proper assessment. I believe their recommendation is very sound and very correct, and I will support the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Councillor Bunnag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had the opportunity recently to head up the hill, so to speak, and catch up with Councillor Johnson, and went and had a look at the particular site. Only problem was we got 100 mils of rain that day, and it's a high fogging area, so I wasn't able to actually take in the views as it was. But being pragmatically minded, this motion doesn't remove our ability to adopt the officer's recommendation at a later stage. It gives Councillor Johnson the opportunity to engage with the staff and represent his community. And no one knows Division 5 better than Councillor Johnson. You know, when he goes and gets blood taken, they end up with half a litre of Maloney Dairy's milk coming out of him because he knows his area quite well. And the reality is we should be giving him the opportunity to represent his community and the interests in it. So I'll be supporting Councillor Johnson's motion today and look forward to the debate in January.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnag. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the comments that both Councillor Dixon and Councillor Bunnag have made is that we as councillors have a right to be able to put up alternative resolutions, whether they're supported by council. I did it towards December last year and lost, but I had the right to represent my community. And I think I've heard more than enough comments from hinterland tourism that there is such a massive undersupply of accommodation up there to support the wedding industry alone, let alone the other tourism opportunities up there. So I certainly don't think we're not making a decision other than to defer it, give the local council a chance to be able to put up his case, and if it's strong enough and gains the support, fine. If it doesn't, we revert back to the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I've got to say I pretty much support everything that Councillor Hungerford has said about the planning scheme and the obstacles that are to be overcome. However, Councillor Johnston has had discussions with the development assessment team who have said that they could put forward some conditions, and I'd like to see that, because some of the things that are in this report, I don't know how you would condition it to overcome those obstacles. But as the divisional councillor, I will support Councillor Johnston's wish to bring this back in January as a refusal with conditions for him to be able to debate the merits of those conditions.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. I have a question. Do you think it is possible to create conditions that would allow a development of this type to meet the conditions of the planning scheme on that site?
Madam Mayor, not in the current form of the development, no. Conditions could be imposed on the proposal as it stands, but if the proposal was to remain in its current design, it is our view that it would not meet the outcomes of the planning scheme that are mentioned in the report.
And is there an opportunity for the applicant to change the design at this time?
Madam Mayor, yes, the applicant could change the design if they wished. We have had discussions with the applicant. My understanding is that the design that has been put to us is the limit of the changes that they're willing to make. But of course, it could change if they choose.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the report. I'm the same. I'm okay to defer this in support of Councillor Johnston having the opportunity to get the further information that he needs to bring it to the January meeting. And like Councillor Taylor said, we still have the opportunity to debate this on its merit in January. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just through the chair, I second this motion by Councillor Winston on the basis of his intimate knowledge as a divisional councillor. I support him in obviously the request to come back for council's consideration at the January 2025 ordinary meeting. Just a question to Councillor Winston: would this space in time in regards to the changes of obviously what this application was and previously to the petition that was lodged, would there be any grounds for more community input or consultation?
I believe so, but thank you.
No, that's all good. Thank you.
Okay. Councillors, I agree that the planning scheme is a contract between us and our people. It outlines the conditions of what development is acceptable and what we will consider in this chamber. However, I also believe that a divisional councillor has intimate knowledge of their area, and for that reason I will be supporting the motion for Councillor Johnston, understanding that it is a deferral just to look at those conditions, and we will consider any application at a future date, whatever that may look like. So that is how I would intend to progress at this time. Is there anyone else who would wish to speak? Councillor Johnston, would you like to close?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I thank councillors for their understanding. I would have preferred to have had this debate today, but that's not possible because of changes that have been made. And it's not the first time that a councillor has brought forward or something that they want that's contrary to what the planners have reported. They occasionally succeed. They often don't. I personally challenge significant parts of the condition of the refusal. I think they've just gone overboard in relation. That's my personal opinion, and I've expressed that to some of the planning officers. But I respect their ability to put forward as they see fit. I've invited all councillors, if they wish, to come and view the site. Some have done so. Then I'm more than happy for them to come. I'm not asking people to vote for or against this. I'm asking them to let me have some conditions of approval. If Stephen Whitby comes back and the planners come back and says you cannot condition it, then I'll have to accept that, all right? But that's not what I've been led to believe. So I ask and thank all of those who are prepared to vote for this deferral. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. I'll now put the motion for a deferral to the vote. All those in favour? Councillors Broderick, Landsberg, Burns, Natoli, Johnston, Dixon, Bunag, Suarez and Mayor Natoli. Those against? Councillors Hungerford and Law. The motion is carried. Thank you, team. moving on to item 8.8, and before we do, councillors, in accordance with section 2581 of the Local Government Act 2009, I wish to delegate to Councillor Hungerford to chair the meeting for the consideration of conflicts of interest as they relate to agenda item 8.8 and, if required, agenda item 8.8. Thank you, Councillor Hungerford.
Okay, I get to see a meeting from a different angle. It's a bit different up here. Okay, councillors, we have a number of conflict of interest to consider. Noting those councillors with conflicts are not eligible to vote. For the benefit of the community out there watching this, I'll explain how this works. Under section 150 of the Local Government Act, lays out how councillors have to deal with conflicts of interest. There are two types of conflict, prescribed and declarable. A prescribed conflict is where the councillor does have a clear conflict, must declare it in the meeting and then must leave the room, because that's very clear the council has a conflict. What it is set against is whether the conflict would interfere with the councillor's ability to make a decision on an item in the community interest or not. Now, a declarable interest can be a perceived or a remote one that's not direct. So what there is, the councillor then has to declare the conflict that they have there to the meeting, and then the councillors deliberate on whether that councillor can stay in the room if they choose to, or they can choose to leave the room of their own admission. Here we have 4 declarable conflicts of interest, and we'll handle those one at a time. Remembering none of those councillors can debate or vote on the issue. It's the non-declared councillors that get to decide whether the councillor stays in the room if they so choose. So the first one we'll deal with is Councillor Suarez, the Deputy Mayor. I believe you have a declaration to make.
Thank you, through the Chair. I, Councillor Maria Suarez, notify that I have a declarable conflict of interest in item 8.8 to be considered at the ordinary meeting on the 21st of November 2024. My declarable conflict of interest arises due to the identification of Pepe Buetti and Baden Dodds on the submitters list for this application. Whilst I was employed by Lensworth Kawana Waters from 2000 to 2004, I worked with Pepe Buetti and Baden Dodds, also employed by Lensworth Kawana Waters, and I have stayed in contact sporadically with both of them. Due to the passage of time and casual contact over the years, I am of the opinion that I can participate in the discussion and vote on the matter. In consideration of my declarable conflict of interest, I am of the opinion that I can participate in the discussion and vote on the matter, and in doing so, my participation would not lead to a decision that is contrary to the public interest. Further, I acknowledge the eligible councillors must by resolution decide my participation or otherwise in making a decision on the matter. May I ask a question of meeting management? Am I allowed to speak further to this, or do I have to just wait for questions? If I may speak through the Chair?
You may speak.
Just basically preempting a couple of questions. I know in the past when other councillors have put forward a declarable conflict of interest, I have asked if they have spoken to those members in their declaration about the item that is to be discussed. I can categorically say that I have not discussed this application or the site in itself with Baden Dodds, and my contact with him over the years has really been by accident, where I've met him at a cafe. We haven't had pre-planned catch-ups. It is different with Pepe Buetti. Pepe and I have had planned catch-ups where we have gone out for lunch together and we have maintained a friendship. Regarding the discussion of this site with Pepe Buetti, I've had two discussions with Pepe Buetti, one on this impact assessable application, and when I found out that Pepe Buetti was a submitter on this application and I saw him at a council event, I said to him straight up, I can't talk to you because you've made a submission on this application. I did have a separate conversation with Pepe Buetti prior to this application being lodged, and that is when the site was put forward under the proposed planning scheme amendment. So it wasn't a development application, and Pepe contacted myself to declare that he worked for the landowners and wanted to understand what the concerns were with the proposed temporary planning scheme amendment. I relayed to Pepe Buetti the feedback that I had received from the community at public community meetings, which I know some of the landholders were at as well, and he asked if it was okay for him to relay that to his clients, and I said absolutely, it's public information, it's not a big deal. So they were the two conversations that I've had with Pepe Buetti about this site. One was a proposed planning scheme amendment, and then the second one was when it was a development application, and I straight up said to him that I could not speak to him about this item. I'll have to take any questions.
The eligible councillors, does anyone have further questions or need a clarification of Councillor Suarez? Councillor Dixon.
Yeah, well, I actually wanted to move that Councillor Suarez does stay in the room, and there used to be some options.
We'll get to that point yet.
We're not doing that right now?
No,
okay, that's fine. I will foreshadow that I will move though.
Yep. So there are no further questions? Okay, councillors, in accordance with section 150 ES 3B of the Local Government Act, I now call for a councillor to move that Councillor Suarez either stay or leave the chamber for the duration of the discussion and vote on this matter. Councillors, should a majority of eligible councillors decide it is in the public interest for Councillor Suarez to stay in the meeting for this matter, reasons for this decision will need to be recorded in the minutes. Councillor Dixon, you indicated that you were prepared to move a motion?
Yeah, I'm actually wanting to move that. So right now we've got some options to select from, and you could choose many of them. However, I'd actually like to move the extensive local knowledge held as divisional councillor as my reason for Councillor Suarez to stay in the room.
Okay. Councillor Dixon has moved that. A seconder, Councillor Johnson. Okay, councillors, we'll go straight to a vote on that. Those in favour? 3, 4, 5, 6. That's all eligible councillors. That's carried unanimously. Now we'll move on. Councillor Burns, I believe you have a declaration to make.
Thanks, through you, Chair. I, Councillor Timothy Burns, declarable conflict of interest in item 8.8 to be considered at the ordinary meeting on 21st November 2024 due to having a friendship with the submitter in the item being discussed. The name of the submitter is Mr Pepe Buetti. The friendship arose from my previous work as a council officer through the Multicultural Advisory Group and also the Shine a Light on Racism campaign. Subsequent to that, I paid for a 2-hour social media coaching session from the submitter's communications business during my election campaign. That paid training is listed in my ECQ summary. I've not personally seen or spoken with Mr Buetti for a number of months, and while our friendship is warm, it is not social in regard to meeting for personal social gatherings. In consideration of a declarable conflict of interest, I am of the opinion that I can participate in the discussion and vote on the matter, and in doing so, my participation will not lead to a decision that is contrary to the public interest. Further, I acknowledge that eligible councillors must, by resolution, decide my participation or otherwise in making a decision on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Any of the eligible councillors have any further questions or clarifications of Councillor Burns? No questions or further thing? Okay, councillors, in accordance with 150 ES 3B of the Act, I now call for a councillor to move that Councillor Burns may either stay or leave in the chamber for the duration of discussion and decision on this matter. Do I have a councillor? So I'll take Taylor. You want to move a motion?
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. I move that in accordance with Section 150 ES subsection 3BI of the Local Government Act that Councillor Burns may participate in the meeting despite the Councillor's conflict of interest in relation to item 8.8, including by voting on the item because the interest is sufficiently remote so as to not unduly influence his impartiality as a councillor. Somewhat similar to Councillor Suarez, it's clear that Councillor Burns has what you'd say a friendly relationship with one of the submitters, but that alone, in my view, is not sufficient enough to warrant excluding him from participating from voting on this matter. It's commonplace in a role such as ours for us to have relationships, whether they be friendly or as acquaintances, with people who make submissions on DAs, but that in no way, in my view, impacts on his impartiality on this matter. So I'm of the view that Councillor Burns should be able to vote and participate on this item.
Thank you, Councillor Bonet. A seconder? Councillor Landsberg. A mover and a seconder. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? 7. That's carried unanimously again. Okay, the next one I have is Councillor Natoli. I understand you have a declaration to make.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. I notify that I have a declarable conflict of interest, item 8.8, to be considered at the ordinary meeting 21st November 2024 due to having a friendship with one of the submitters to the item being discussed. Submitter is Mr. Pepe Buetti, obviously very popular friend of a number of us. My friendship with Mr. Buetti arises throughout to the multicultural community on the Sunshine Coast, and we see each other often at social events, a number of events throughout the year. And 2, at a recent event I attended, Mr. Kevin Covey, a submitter on this matter, mentioned council's processes and delays in approval to me, but did not lobby me on this item, and I did make it clear to him that I could really not talk to him about this item. I've never had a discussion about this with Pepe Buetti. In fact, I didn't realise he'd even made a submission until I read the submitters for this application. In consideration of my declarable conflict of interest, I am of the opinion that I can participate in the discussion and vote on the matter, and in doing so, my participation will not lead to a decision that is contrary to the public interest. Further, I acknowledge the eligible councillors must by resolution decide my participation or otherwise in making a decision on this matter.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Are there any of the eligible councillors requiring any further questions or clarifications of Councillor Natoli? Being no questions. Councillor Law.
Thank you. Through you, Councillor Hungerford. Just a question. You've noted that Mr. Kevin Covey is a submitter. Is he not the proponent or one of the proponents of the application?
Would you stand up and...
Look, I know Mr. Covey's been involved in the previous 2 components, and that's why when he spoke to me before this application was before council, I was aware of his previous involvement in the previous 2 stages. So it was, on me to be able to say to him at the time that he did mention the process and delays and his concerns, but I made it clear to him that I couldn't really talk to him about anything else about this.
Do you have any further questions? No. Okay, Councillor Dixon has a question.
Chair, and I hope Councillor Natoli takes this with the respect that it's asked. How close would you say your friendship is with Pepe? I know you've said out here that it's occasional multicultural catch-ups, but how close would you say that friendship is? I'm just trying to understand, because there's a difference when Councillor Maria has explained her relationship historically, but I just want to understand yours a little bit better.
Look, I've known Pepe for a number of years and knew his parents because of him being Italian. We've obviously got a very common interest in, we do bring a number of Italians together. Pepe is at a lot of functions. I think he'd probably been at functions that most councillors here have been, even though they have no association with him. But as I said, Pepe's never contacted me about this. In fact, until I saw the submitters list, I had no idea he was even the submitter.
Are there any further questions or clarifications? Councillor Law?
Can we get some clarification? I understand that the Mayor will also have a declarable conflict, of whether that is an additional conflict to these two that Councillor Natoli has.
Well, we're dealing with Councillor Natoli at the moment. The Mayor will be dealing with next.
Sorry, I asked the question because there would also be another declarable or prescribed conflict of interest if the Mayor has a different set of conflicts due to their relationship outside of here. So I find it hard to make a full decision on this one without knowing if there is something else that we're about to find out. And I think I do need to know whether Mr. Kevin Covey is a submitter or is a proponent involved in this development application, because that also changes what may or may not have occurred at an event.
Yeah, previously done the company searches. Every council when we have these come up, you've got the company searches and submitters, and we all go through that diligently. I know I do. And I believe they would be the same for both the Mayor and Councillor Natoli, those searches. So we have to deal with these one at a time, so I can't really break it. So, yeah. Yeah, and it does make it complex when you have a husband and wife on council. I've never seen this situation before, but we're handling it fairly well so far. Councillor Natoli.
I just want to make a point in regards to whether Mr. Covey is a proponent or not. I have no idea. I mean, all I know is that there was a submitters list. I went through the submitters list and I saw his name, and that's what triggered my conflict of interest. Now, he may or may not have financial interest in it. I don't know. I know his company, Covey and Associates, had previously been involved, and I believe he may not even be involved with that company anymore. So I don't know what his involvement may be as a proponent.
Okay, do you have any further questions, Councillor Law? No. Councillor Johnson.
Well, it's fairly obvious that, thanks, Mr. Acting Chairman, Mayor, Chairman and Mayor. I'll go easy on you, Ted. It's pretty obvious that he's got some involvement with it, either as a co-owner or as a consultant, because on the 2 days ago, he sent us a long email disputing certain aspects of the report that was released on the agenda. So, and I believe this acting CEO has responded to that. So, you know, the question as to whether he has some involvement is rather moot, because he is obviously very much involved one way or the other.
To answer a question. Can I just respond? Yeah, you can respond.
That was going to be a question. Thank you. If I could just respond to the comment just made, if that's okay, through you. Yep. Councillor Hungerford, I received, along with the councillors, an email from Mr. Covey in relation to this application. I haven't responded formally to Mr. Covey in relation to that, but I have referred it to the planners so that they are aware and could respond to any questions that might be asked today as a result of that correspondence that we received by email. Thank you.
It was a broader circulation. So.
Okay. Being advised, this is very tricky. We go as we go. The Mayor can respond to a question, but not to debate the whole thing, just answer the question. Did you want the question you had before? Did you want to? Yeah.
So to summarise the question, it was, is there anything additional that I would need to be aware of to make a decision on the matter before us?
Through you, Chair, my declarations will also be for a declarable conflict of interest due to a friendship with Mr Boetti, the same friendship over multicultural, and also a general conversation again with Mr Covey, where he talked about the process of application. I gave no opinion, and it was about the process and length of time. And also, I documented that and sent that to the CEO of the time and the Director of Civic Governance at the time, and he expressed that I had taken appropriate action and that that was appropriate at the time. So there is nothing in addition to what Councillor Natoli has said in my declaration, which you'll all get to hear again when I present. Thank you.
Does that answer you, Councillor Wall? Are there any further questions of the eligible councillors or clarifications? Okay, being no further questions, in accordance with section 150 ES 3B of the Local Government Act, I now call for a councillor to move that Councillor Joe Natoli either stay or leave the chamber for the duration of the discussion and decision on this matter. Do I have Councillor Johnson?
In accordance with 15, well, where we go? All right, etc., etc., etc. In accordance with 150 ES in brackets 3, in brackets B,
3B.
brackets I, of the Local Government Act of 2009, that despite Councillor Joe Natoli's conflict of interest, Councillor Joe Natoli may participate in discussions relating to agenda item 8.3 due to five.
Okay, so
Can I make it 4 and 5?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, 4 and 5.
Okay, Councillor Johnson has moved that one. Do I have a seconder? No, Tim, you can't. Yeah, right. Okay. Okay, Councillor Bunnag. Okay, I have a mover and a second to that motion. All those in favour? Yeah, it's got 7. That's carried unanimously again. So now, finally, Madam Mayor, I understand you have a declaration to make.
I do. Thank you. I, Councillor Rosanna Natoli, notify I have a declarable conflict of interest in item 8.8 to be considered at today's ordinary meeting. Due to having a friendship with one submitter to the item being discussed, that submitter is Mr Pepe Boetti. My friendship with Mr Boetti arises through our connections to the multicultural community on the Sunshine Coast, both being Italian. We see each other socially at a number of events each year. The Coastal Italianos is what it's called, and we have been friends for about 20 years. Secondly, a general conversation at a social event with Mr Kevin Covey of Covey Associates, who I understand may have submitted the development application but was definitely a submitter. Mr Covey is a submitter to the item being discussed. In the conversation, Mr Covey expressed concerns about the length of time taken for council processes in consideration of an application. I expressed no opinion. I offered no advice. I advised the CEO the next working day in writing about this interaction. I received written confirmation by the CEO and also by the General Executive of Civic Governance at the time that my actions were appropriate in these circumstances. In consideration of my declarable conflict of interest, I'm of the opinion that I can participate in the discussion and vote on the matter, and in so doing, my participation will not lead to a decision that is contrary to the public interest. Further, I acknowledge the eligible councillors must, by resolution, decide my participation or otherwise in making a decision on the matter.
Thank you. Do any of the eligible councillors have any further questions or clarifications of the Mayor? Being no more questions or clarifications, In accordance with Section 150 ES 3B of the Local Government Act, I now call for a councillor to move that Councillor Rosanna Natoli either stay or leave the chamber for the duration of the discussion and decision on this matter. Do I have someone moving a motion? Councillor Barnard?
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. I move that in accordance with Section 150 ES subsection 3B 1 of the Local Government Act that Councillor Rosanna Natoli may participate in the meeting despite the councillor's conflict of interest in relation to item 8.8, including by voting on the item because the interest is sufficiently remote as so to not unduly influence her impartiality as a councillor. As I stated, with respect to Councillor Burns, having a friendly relationship with a submitter, in my view, is not sufficient to strike out a councillor having a say on a matter and participating in the vote. Similarly, with respect to the interaction with Mr Covey, who is one of the submitters, but I also recognise is a shareholder of the applicant for this particular development, those interactions will happen at certain times. That is not within the control of councillors, but what is in the control of councillors is how we deal with those conflicts of interest as they arise, by documenting them, by providing a very, very blank-faced response, as I understand the Mayor has done. And in that way, it is absolutely sufficiently remote so as to not unduly influence her impartiality as a councillor when dealing with this matter. And I believe that she should be able to stay and vote accordingly.
Thank you, Councillor Barnard. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bodrick? Okay, I put that motion to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Johnson? Okay, that's carried unanimously again. Thank you, councillors. And this is an experience.
You can hand the chair back.
I'll hand the chair back to the Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford, for chairing during that process. Councillors, we now welcome Mr Cornell to present item 8.8. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. Before you today is an application for a preliminary approval, including a variation request for a master plan development for Blyblay Northern Village. The subject site is within the urban footprint under the South East Queensland Regional Plan, but zoned rural under the Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme. The site is a total of 52.5 hectares, located on the northern end of the Blyblay local area, on the eastern side of Yandina Blyblay Road. The site was subject to a scheme amendment as part of the Bring Forward sites under the South East Queensland Regional Plan in 2019. However, Council resolved at that time not to proceed with this site following public notification in 2021. The proposal itself, and obviously noting that amendment didn't proceed, the applicant has now chosen to lodge this development application to progress that development. So the master plan seeks to do a number of things. It seeks to vary the zone and precinct of the land, including a local centre with a sub-precinct for a service station, medium density, low density, and also a possible retirement village. To also vary the level of assessment for future development applications within each zone. To vary the minimum lot size, so being up to 20% between 300 and 449 square metres and up to 45% between 300 and 600 square metres. To vary the permitted building height for both the local centre and the medium density sites to permit development up to 3 storeys or 12 metres. And to vary a number of the design provisions for future dwelling houses. As part of the site or development, it also incorporates a constructed water body which is intended to be in council ownership. Through the public notification process, there were 318 submissions that were made in regards to the application, of which 235 were properly made. 151 of those submissions were in support, 156 were opposed to the development, with 11 submissions being neutral. And a summary of the matters raised in the submissions are noted in the report and also on the screen here. In regards to the key assessment criteria, the site is affected by the flooding and inundation area under the flood hazard overlay mapping. So the key aspects relating to hydrology are floodplain protection, flood impacts and discharge rights, and constructed water body. In regards to floodplain protection, the planning scheme and associated policies seek to protect floodplains and only allow for urban development on the floodplain involving significant earthworks where the site is already committed for urban development. The proposal doesn't avoid development on constrained land or the natural hazard and requires demonstration of an overriding need in the public interest. In regards to flood impacts and discharge rights, the flood impact assessment was externally assessed and the assessment didn't identify major issues, but two considerations were identified in that external assessment regarding Council's position on overland flow paths and the cumulative impact assessment. In our assessment, there is a significant modification of the floodplain proposed, resulting in a loss of floodplain storage capacity. So when assessing this proposed development in isolation, there's a proposed 41,000 cubic metres loss of floodplain storage under current climate conditions and 122,000 cubic metres under 2100 climate conditions. If the surplus floodplain storage from Parklakes 1 and 2 are considered, there is a small increase under current climate conditions and approximately 57,000 cubes under 2100 climate conditions. These volumes have been calculated based on the water level in the water body being at the standing water level. There is a high likelihood of detention being above the standing water level in the water body of the proposed development and also in Parklakes 1 and 2 when the regional flood peak arrives. The implications of this are that there is likely to be additional loss of floodplain storage. And if an equivalent loss of floodplain storage occurred on other rural zoned properties within the floodplain, this would result in significant impacts on other urban areas. Additionally, the development relies on downstream channel works on private land, with no easements over it in favour of either the South Maroochydore Drainage Board or Council, and also don't form part of this application. It would not be lawful for Council to condition that those recommended works are undertaken as a condition of approval. And therefore it can't be considered that they can be undertaken and therefore hasn't demonstrated that it wouldn't result in impacts to the South Maroochydore Drainage Board drains and potentially cause a worsening on former cane lands adjoining the South Maroochydore Drainage Board drains. In regards to the constructed water body that's intended to be in council ownership, constructed water bodies are generally not supported by council policies, including the Environment Livability Strategy and also the Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme. Further, there are significant risks for the constructed water body to be managed by a third party, and again, an overriding need in the public interest is required to be demonstrated and is discussed in later slides. In regards to the building height, the preliminary post-earthworks finished levels have not been finalised and show significant retaining walls through the estate. These level changes may hinder the ability of future developments to address and activate these streets. It is likely that these level changes can be dealt with less severely through further detailed design, but this has not been provided at this time, and as such, any additional height cannot be supported based on the current information before us. In regards to open space, it's difficult to determine whether the development provides sufficient open space, as there's no upper limit of dwelling numbers to be created that have been provided in the preliminary approval documents. While it's appreciated there is sufficient area over the entirety of the site, new zoning is proposed, and it's not appropriate to leave that site, the siting and design of that open space, to be postponed to later stages of the development. In regards to good quality agricultural land, the subject sites and those immediately to the north are mapped as important agricultural areas and containing Class A and B good quality agricultural land, with the exception of one lot being 61 to 65 Thomas Road under the state planning policy. The proposed development doesn't provide suitable buffers to the agricultural land as per the state planning policy and the associated guidelines, and this is due to the insufficient width and design of the proposed buffers, as they wouldn't be able to adequately function as an agricultural buffer. In regards to the local centre, as highlighted in yellow on the screen, the applicant proposes to include parts of the site within a local centre zone, consisting of two sites, the first being 7,350 square metres for a small-scale service station and a further 15,000 square metres for a small shopping complex, which would allow for something up to 2,500 square metres of gross floor area. The centre is intended to be a local, not full-service activity centre, which will provide a local convenience function only and accommodating small-scale services and facilities. The need for the local centre zone has been supported by a range of economic reports, and these were peer-reviewed and do agree with the applicant's assessment, with the exception of the childcare centre. In addition, the land area for the shopping complex and the service station components of the centre appear oversized, noting other comparable centres noted in the report. Therefore, the size of the proposed precinct accommodating the service station appears oversized and should be reduced in the event of approval. In regards to the conclusion for the developable area in regards to this site, the development doesn't demonstrate compliance with the planning scheme for 5 reasons. There's significant modification of the floodplain proposed, resulting in a loss of floodplain storage. Constructed water bodies are not supported by council policies, and no overriding need in public interest has been demonstrated. Preliminary post-earthworks finished levels have not been finalised and show significant retaining walls through the estate. It's uncertain whether development can provide appropriate open space areas, and also doesn't provide suitable buffers to the agricultural land as per the state planning policy and associated guidelines. Further, the variation approval document is not sufficiently detailed, and there are a number of concerns with the preliminary approval document noted in the report. Consequently, there's a lack of certainty as to what may or may not ultimately occur on the subject land, and this may have an effect on submission rights for later development applications, particularly considering the amount of detail that is given to the application and also available to submitters in regards to this. As such, there's a need to consider the other relevant matters under the Planning Act, and the applicant has indicated the following community benefits, which include a need and benefit in housing and housing choice, and is also supported by a memorandum of understanding with Coast to Bay, the need for additional small-scale convenience retail and services, the need for high-quality master planning design, 1.4 kilometres of additional footpaths, public open space walking routes and road crossings, including 14 raised and or signalised crossings, beneficial downstream drainage works, upgrade of the existing Bly Community Hall car park, and the provision of a lake sinking fund reflecting an 80-year maintenance period. Of these, the need for housing is not disputed. However, the other offerings are largely required because of the development or uncertain in their delivery. Conversely, the matters that warrant refusal include the significant modification of the floodplain proposed, which results in a loss of floodplain storage capacity. The constructed water bodies are not supported by council policies, including the Environment Livability Strategy and the Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme, and no overriding need in the public interest has been demonstrated. And in our opinion, there are no community benefits proposed that would warrant support of the deviations from the planning scheme or the council policies. As mentioned, there are other matters that remain unresolved, such as building height, open space and agricultural buffers, amongst others, but note that these could be conditioned or amended in the event of approval. On balance, the development raises a number of inconsistencies with the planning scheme, and in this circumstance, the matters that warrant approval are not as compelling as those that warrant refusal, as the development shouldn't impact on other adjoining lands. As such, the recommendation before you is to refuse the application on the grounds noted in the report and on the screen before you.
Thank you, Mr. Cornell. Do I have a mover, Councillor Suarez, a seconder, Councillor Bunag? Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through the Chair, thank you for the report, Mr. Cornell. I am willing to move the officer's recommendation for 3 reasons, and Mr. Cornell put up his reasons from an officer's assessment point of view, and I am putting my reasons up as the divisional councillor who is representing the community of the area. The 3 main reasons I'm willing to move the officer's recommendation is the lack of detail to clearly understand the expected outcomes of the development and the expected impacts. As you've heard Mr. Cornell say, items of concern that he listed, information had not been provided. The second reason is inappropriate development on a floodplain and associated loss of flood storage. And the third reason is local community feedback. As mentioned, the parcels of land in this application were considered at the November 2021 ordinary meeting for a proposed planning scheme amendment, with the officer recommendation B1 not to proceed with that part of the proposed planning scheme amendment relating to land at Bly. The assessment to not proceed with the planning scheme amendment was largely based on cultural heritage issues and flooding issues, mainly relating to flood storage loss and low-value drain works, and no ability to offer assurance on the reliance on the South Maroochydore drain network to make the flood modelling work. Part of the land put forward to us today is not subject to flooding, and despite it being steep, has potential to be developed. The remainder of the site is highly constrained. It is steep and it floods, and that means where it floods deeply. And personally, I believe, and this is personal, the inclusion of this area into the urban footprint was a historic mistake made by previous councils. I stand here before you to represent the concerns raised by residents of the area and to maintain my long-held opposition to inappropriate development on floodplains, particularly when it relates to loss of flood storage. This opposition, inappropriate development or filling on floodplains, applies to private landholders, public landholders, and also to the land that council holds. This application is essentially a historic or old school way of rezoning the land. They couldn't get it through the planning scheme amendment, so now their opportunity was to present a development application, which, when you refer to item 14 of the recommendation, seeks only a preliminary approval which identifies a broad range of uses, and B, includes plans that are indicative only. It lacks the fundamental information to provide security or certainty to the community and/or to council that development on this parcel of land can be successfully delivered without negatively impacting the broader community. Referring to item 15, there is insufficient detail associated with the nature and extent of uses, the impact of uses, the need for the range of uses, and the assessment benchmark for the range of uses. This way of application is to essentially rezone the land and takes away the rights of submitters for subsequent development applications. And it is only these subsequent development applications that would show the true nature and impact of the development. The submitters, especially those who live in the area and are directly impacted, will have little to no say. The officer's recommendation also lists extensive reasons to refuse this application in addition to the points I have already mentioned, including inadequate open space and lack of agricultural buffers that would present conflict scenarios for rural and primary production industries that exist in this location. I'll leave it there for my opening and I look forward to the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Dixon.
Through the chair to Mr Cornell, by way of background, was there a pre-lodgement meeting for this application? And if there was there a discussion around potentially a smaller application? And I ask you that question based on the fact that it looks, if you go through the report, that some of this land potentially could be developed, not to the extent that's in the proposed application, but did council staff put forward any additional information initially to suggest that this was too far out of the scope and that a smaller application may be invited?
Through you, Madam Mayor. In regards to the pre-lodge, there was a pre-lodgement meeting that was held in regards to this that did identify some concerns and obviously the material that was required to be provided. And also throughout the life of the application, a potentially smaller footprint was also discussed. What is before council at the moment is the applicant's submission and what is currently before council for consideration.
Question, if I may.
Absolutely.
Have we, I know this wasn't part of the assessment for us, we're assessing what's in front of us. Did we do a rough ballpark figure on what sort of lot yield we may have obtained out of what was available to be developed? Did anyone have an opinion based on the evidence or the assessment or the information request that went out? Was there any responses that said, hey, we are in a position to potentially do 50 lots or 100 lots or whatever it is? Did we get that sort of rough figure on what may be potentially achieved on site?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the exercise was not necessarily undertaken in that way in regards to determining what a potential yield may be. And that's because there are a number of varying factors in regards to the local centre, in regards to the medium density, but then also the extent of what could actually be developed. So probably as a short answer, unfortunately not.
Thank you. Councillor Bunnag.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to speak in support of the officer's recommendation and associate myself with the comments made by the Divisional Councillor, Deputy Mayor Suarez. There's so many reasons to not support this application. Where do you start? Development is proposed in a flood and inundation area, significant modification of the floodplain. Development does not have formal stormwater discharge rights through to the Maroochydore River. The constructed water body does not meet the desired standards of the Environment and Livability Strategy in the Sunshine Coast Planning Scheme. There's lots to choose from, but I guess I'm going to focus on the argument that's been made about considering what's in the public interest and whether there's another need to be considered for this application. And earlier this week, Councillor Johnson alluded to the fact that we received some correspondence whereby we were asked a number of rhetorical questions. And I thought it might be worthwhile responding to one of those questions publicly. And the question was, do you feel that for an issue of such critical importance right now as housing supply, councils should approach residential land development proposals with boldness and a yes mentality? Well, my unequivocal answer to that is no. Absolutely not. And there's a reason why. We're not making decisions just about the here and now. We're making decisions for the future. And when we go about approving developments that alter the floodplain and alter our flood storage, that has significant consequences, not for the here and now necessarily, but for future generations like my children. And from my perspective, I was elected to make sure that we made decisions that were future-focused and that we made good decisions that were future-proofed. Making decisions in the here and now is the easy part. Making decisions that actually reflect the need for the future is more difficult. When it comes to how council should approach these decisions, my strong view is that we should be following the planning scheme framework that has been well established and was the subject of extensive community consultation. And when it comes down to it, this area of land in question, the planning scheme is right in my view. It's zoned as rural. The strategic framework within the planning scheme seeks to locate urban development within the local growth management boundaries in order to avoid the natural hazards, i.e. flood-prone land. That's exactly what this site is talking about. One of the things that is talked about in this application and the report is the significant earthworks involved for the site to become development ready. And there's a couple of things to consider, in particular the amount of floodplain storage that would be lost on this particular site. The number quoted in the report is approximately 29% of floodplain storage on that site. The modelling that Council has shows that if we were to replicate that level of floodplain storage loss throughout the rest of the rural zoned properties in the Maroochydore River floodplain, then the results would be significant flooding impact increases in many areas, particularly throughout communities in Division 8. And to illustrate that, I've got a little map which shows those impacts, particularly through Division 8. No, it's not a Christmas tree that we've prepared as part of the festive season. It lights up because that's the flood impacts that if this was to be replicated across other rural zoned properties throughout the floodplain, those impacts would materialise. There was also the question asked of us, do you think blind adherence to self-serving misinterpretations of a 10-year-old planning scheme that has not served the community to date to avoid the land availability issue should still be the critical assessment tool? And my answer to that is yes. The planning scheme is the pinnacle document when it comes to our planning framework in terms of what the community has had a say on. And when you think about what the community has had to say in the process of developing our new planning scheme, it's very, very reflective of the fact that the community wants us to protect our flood storage. So if I look at the preliminary consultation that we did to inform our new planning scheme, one of the questions that was asked was whether or not people support this proposition. Urban development should not expand into areas subject to unacceptable risks from natural hazards such as flood and landslide. 92% of respondents agreed with that proposition. In my view, we have a very, very clear choice to make here. It's about whether we are willing to support development on floodplains or not. And in my view, the loss of floodplain storage is so significant alone that we should not be considering this application.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnard. Councillor Broderick.
Thank you. Through you, thank you for the report. I've only got questions actually, and I'm pretty sure Taylor just answered half of them in regards to the flooding for us. So Has any mapping been done by council or the developer to determine what impact that the flooding would have on surrounding properties or the adjoining properties should the application go ahead?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, so the applicant has been provided with an extract of council's flood model and has demonstrated that there are direct impacts from a development can be managed without having any unacceptable offsite flood impacts. In relation to the cumulative impacts, that's where there is that loss of floodplain storage, and that is where the modelling undertaken by consultants on behalf of council has shown that if that same loss of floodplain storage was to occur on the other rural properties within the floodplain, there would be significant off-site impacts. A cumulative impact assessment was also undertaken by the applicant. However, it was much more limited in terms of the land that was considered to be filled, just primarily looking at other land within the urban footprint, whereas council's analysis looks at all of the land within the Maroochydore River floodplain.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just for people who are at home, that was Mr. Booker, Robert Booker, coming to the microphone, so thank you.
Thank you. And just a quick question about the submissions that came in. We said that there were 156 opposed, but only half were properly made. Could you explain what's caused that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, in order for for submission to be properly made, it needs to have a number of things. So it needs to have a name, a postal address, it needs to have a signature and be received within the time frame. So for a number of the submissions, it was that they didn't provide either a complete address or they didn't actually identify some of those particular things.
Thank you. And the site that they're talking about now, is it currently being farmed or being used for agricultural purposes?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't believe that it's being currently farmed at this particular point in time.
Do you know about the properties around it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the sites to the north have been traditionally farmed for various different purposes, traditionally cane in the past, but I understand there are different products that are grown on the sites to the north.
And there was just something I just wanted to ask for my own benefit, probably more than anything else, is that there's a comment in there that says constructed water bodies are not supported by council policies, including our environment and livability strategy and Sunshine Coast planning scheme. Could you explain to all of us what that means, that the water bodies that are put together by the developer are not supported by our policies? Could you explain that for us?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there are statements that are embedded within the environment and livability strategy that are very clear about council's position on new constructed water bodies that would be accepted by council. Others in the room may be able to assist in terms of the background to that. I know that constructed water bodies have historically been problematic, or some constructed water bodies have been problematic and often are left to council to actually maintain in some shape or form, and therefore there's a financial burden that comes along with that. Often you do find that the sinking funds that are provided with a number of these certainly do go to some length to assist in terms of basically mitigating that risk, and that would then be reviewed by our team that actually manage a number of our existing constructed water bodies.
Thank you. That's helpful. Learn something new every day. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Burns.
Thanks, through you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, team, again, just for your work in this. Councillor Bunnag has powerfully and articulately kind of argued this point, and I would actually concur strongly. Like, my reading of it and the work of the team in this is there's no way. Is housing an absolute necessity for us as a region? Yeah. Do we do housing at any cost in any location? No, that's a silliness. And I don't think anyone would countenance us doing that. For me, looking at the work in this piece and the application, it is obvious that this is not a suitable site for such a housing development. It will only cause us drama into the future. So anything that we can do to protect the Maroochydore River floodplain is vital, and it's vital in the light of not just having big storms here and there, but the fact that we'll have tidal inundation and sea level rise, which will dramatically influence that area anyway into the future. So from that alone, that was enough and sufficient for me to support the officer's recommendation of refusal, not to mention a series of the other arguments there were sufficient too. So thanks to the team for that.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I probably bring a little bit of a different view to the chamber in regards to the discussions with my fellow councillors. Just want to start off with just a couple of questions first, Mr Cornell, or obviously Mr Booker. In relation to the flood storage calculations, and obviously the applicants provided the table there with their different assessment, and it talks about the drawdown of the lake in terms of over a period of 5 days and the flood storage capacity. I just want to understand Council's position on the argument in regards to the amount of water that actually is retained, and especially from Parklakes 1 and 2. Have we ever seen any flooding in those two developments over the years?
Through you, Madam Mayor, my understanding is there's been local flood events that have occurred within those catchments since they've been established, but my understanding is that there hasn't been a large flood in the Maroochydore River, which has resulted in floodwaters backing up into those developments over their lifetime.
And just to touch on, I know Councillor Bunnag touched on in terms of the storage loss of around 29%, and obviously and look, this is a very in-depth report that Council's had undertaken, and I'm sure the applicant's done similar work in terms of their application. But to touch on Council, just to comment, Council's view is that the Maroochydore River flood storage sensitivity analysis prepared for Council accurately models the cumulative loss of floodplain storage and no further modelling is required. Was there a peer review, or was obviously you're in a position that you're happy with that outcome?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that modelling was prepared on behalf of Council and reviewed by Council's flooding and stormwater team. I'm not aware of a peer review of that study being undertaken.
Okay, thank you. And when this report came in the previous term, obviously it was around when we were looking at the rezoning opportunities. I remember at the time it was a very strong discussion around Indigenous and traditional custodian values. I haven't seen too much in this report. Has that been obviously assessed, or have they come to an agreement in terms of those issues that were raised in the previous term?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the applicant in their response was very clear that they would comply with the requirements under the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act. Any discussions that would occur with the First Nations people, the Cubby, are generally not public, and therefore we wouldn't be aware of those, and they are discussions between the proponent and that group. They've indicated that they would comply with any requirements, and therefore they feel that they've addressed that component.
And just the other question, in regards to the amount of infrastructure in terms of the improvement to the traffic network, and obviously along Yandina-Blibli Road, if this application was refused, would Council be required to do upgrades along part of that development for Parklands Stage 1 and 2 into the future, in terms of crossings and for that community on that road there?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there are currently no intentions of works through LGIP for either major transportation or active transport. There was a report that was undertaken in 2021 in regards to upgrades or potential upgrades to assist in the movements in and around Blibli State School, and our team are investigating some of those options. However, they haven't progressed with some of those at this particular point in time. I do note that many of these roads are within the state-controlled road network and therefore would require consultation for any crossings with TMR. albeit that pedestrian networks and pathways can be under our jurisdiction, any of those crossings would need to be in agreement with state government.
Sorry, just to clarify, so Yandina Bly Road, is it state or under council's?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it is a state-controlled road.
Okay, thank you. I'll just reserve my right to speak to recommendation later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, Mark, did we peer review the flood reports, flood studies that were provided to council?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, a peer review of the applicant's flood study was undertaken by a consultant. Yes, that's correct.
And I gather that it didn't agree or did agree with?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there was a number of items, queries that the external reviewer had, which were subsequently addressed by the applicant in a subsequent revision of the flood study. There were, however, 2 items where the external reviewer asked for further input from council being required, and that was with respect to management of overland flow through the site, and also with respect to the cumulative loss of floodplain storage. And yeah, the external reviewer outlined that those 2 issues required input from council and could amount to the application, it could affect the approval of the application.
If I can speak to this, ever since I got elected to council back in 97, Maroochydore Shire Council days, I've never supported development on a floodplain, never. And, you know, I look at this application and look at Twin Waters West last term, and I sort of question how we could come up with 2 completely different outcomes when there's so many similarities. But for me, the real question is about the impacts on properties that are along the Maroochydore River and beyond. A lot of these properties today are fearful of what the impacts of mitigating flood and rising flood levels. And so any redevelopment, we're raising the land and we're causing problems to properties that can't afford to do that. It could be people who are old, on a fixed income, and they're the ones that I think about in the future when we have significant flood events, how they're going to be disadvantaged because we are taking up storage space in our floodplains. 1893, 1951, 1974, 1992 are years that we had significant flooding in the Maroochydore River. 1992 was only 5 years before I got elected to Maroochydore Shire Council, had a business at the Big Top that went underwater. And significant areas of Maroochydore went underwater. We haven't seen that type of flooding since 1992, but it's going to come again. And we've seen areas around the country, Townsville, Lismore, places that have experienced flooding that they've never experienced flooding, and other areas in Brisbane which haven't. And a lot of it is to do with us altering with nature, you know, changing what could be either the floodplain storage or changing the velocity of the water that actually floods. That can be even more significant in terms of impacts on residents. I certainly support the fact that we won't support this development today. There's one component of this application that I also have concerns, and I've been a retailer. The shopping centres and the size of these, we keep justifying that there is a need, and yet when you're in business, it doesn't take much of business to go somewhere else to start to impact on particular businesses. And that stress, that financial stress, and the impacts on people who work there. They're cutting back on wages and employment. I think we need to start to rethink. And retailing is changing. The nature of retailing is changing quite significantly. And, you know, I think often see that these needs come through, but I really question whether we need 2,500 square metres of retail of that size. Maybe a small convenience centre, but nothing of that nature when we just down the road have the Blyby Centre. And that's where the investment has been going, and that's where the community comes, and that's where I think we should be supporting and making sure that they can survive. And, you know, it's only down the road. You go down to Pacific Paradise, there's a shopping centre there. Maroochydore has 3 large majors, 2 Woolworths, 1 Coles, 2 Aldi's, and they're all within 10, 15-minute drive. But it's a regional centre. And, you know, the more that we keep adding to that, the more impacts we have on those local centres that have already been established and supported. So I certainly support the officer's recommendation, and I would hope other councillors do the same.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Councillor Law.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, a couple of questions, if I may. Don't want to double up on what we've done. There were, in the summary on the presentation, there were 7 items that warranted approval of the application and 3 that warranted refusal. So those 3 that warrant refusal must have a much greater weight than the ones that warrant approval. So I'm just would like to know how close to approval is the development application?
Through you, Madam Mayor, as you mentioned, Councillor, the 3 matters that are identified as the matters that warrant refusal are quite strong. In regards to the matters that the applicant has identified that may warrant approval in regards to those community benefits, as I mentioned, the need for housing is absolutely not disputed. We appreciate that. In regards to the need for high quality master planning design, that's simply an expectation of a planning scheme and for any development. Further, the need for additional small scale retail convenience, that's simply for the development as well to assist that. Some of the improvements in regards to the connectivity, in our opinion, are simply requirements of the development also, and therefore couldn't actually contribute towards what would be considered a community benefit. The beneficial downstream works that are identified, again, those sites don't form part of the application, therefore can't be conditioned. Typically that sort of thing would be identified through an infrastructure agreement. Admittedly, because of the concerns that were raised, we haven't progressed an infrastructure agreement with an applicant, albeit we suspect that could be resolved. In regards to the upgrade of the existing Bly Community Hall, it is a matter I understand that was investigated previously by Council and did identify some concerns in regards to stormwater management, and at this point they're unresolved, and there actually isn't any certainty that could actually occur, and further would actually need to be something that would be contained within an infrastructure agreement. Further, the Lake Sinking Fund as the final point is actually something that again is required if Council were to accept a constructed water body, would simply be again a requirement of the development. So on balance, what we looked at was in regards to the need for housing as effectively the primary reason that this applicant or the application is reliant upon, that would in a matter that would warrant approval.
Okay, thank you. I'll just speak to the motion, and I have to support the officer's recommendation. Consistently, I have not supported building on floodplain, and I can't support that today either. When we've looked at the mapping and looked at the options, there are things that could be done to provide housing, and there is no doubt, as you have just said, Mr. Cornell, we need housing like you wouldn't believe. So it would be wonderful if we could have applications that provide housing that meet the planning scheme, that are sensitive to flooding and not building on flood-prone land, and will actually deliver something quickly, effectively and fast for us, because we so need that desperately. I'm not sure if we need another huge contribution to over 50 lifestyle living, but I'm sure the economists can work that out. What we need is affordable housing, and we need it really fast. So it is very sad that we cannot approve a significant development to provide housing that we need. But you can't build on floodplain. Or sorry, you can build on floodplain, and you might be able to build on floodplain in a way that protects those particular dwellings. But it's the impact on everything else around those dwellings that is of concern. And as Councillor Bunag mentioned, we have to think of the future. Because while this development may not be impacted by flood in the near future, or the ones immediately around it, we can be sure that at some point in the future they will be. And again, these could be built in a way that will protect them forever. But the stuff that's already there, the people who are already living in their homes, lose that protection. And there's one thing that I remember very clearly. Gloucester, not Gloucester here, Gloucester in the UK, in 2007, over 100,000 people lost homes. But the biggest thing that impacted that community is the infrastructure through that region was totally wiped out by flooding, because there had been extensive periods of time where agricultural land had been built for housing. Those houses, some of them were okay, but the electricity infrastructure was wiped out. The water and sewerage infrastructure was wiped out. So not only did people not have a home, but they had no water, no power, and no sewerage. And that situation lasted for weeks and weeks. So if you want to have a look at what can happen when you allow development in the wrong place, go have a look at Gloucester, UK, 2007. And by our standards, the amount of rain was tiny. We're talking less than 100 millimetres in 24 hours. But in the UK, that's a heck of a lot of rain to get in 24 hours on the back of an already oversaturated and inundated landscape. We're familiar with that, happened in 2022. So we cannot afford to build on floodplains. And while the state government might have put this land in the urban footprint, and it's in there, it does not mean a right that you can develop that land. It could be a floodplain. It could be steep and unstable. There could be many reasons why you can't develop that land. Being in the SEQ urban footprint is not a right to develop that land. It is suggesting you might be able to. And some folks are going to miss out on that. If they speculate and purchase, they're going to miss out. Others will do really well. But it is not a right to develop just because it's in the urban footprint. So I hope that we see this come up again with something that can be developed on the safely developable land, because we need housing, but I can't support this one.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillors, many of you have eloquently described our conflict about development in a floodplain and the consequences of that, and further, the consequences long term. And I won't add to that at this point other than to say development in a floodplain is problematic at best. The planning scheme is a contract with our people. Am I disappointed that this process has taken this long to get to this? Absolutely. Am I disappointed that this is a missed opportunity for housing? Absolutely. And you've heard that expressed by a number of councillors and also the officers here in the chamber. For the areas of this site which do not flood and do not impact on flood storage. So while there is disappointment as we make our decision here today, whatever that may be, we do need to understand the long-term impacts of any decision, and I do believe that councillors have already expressed a very keen understanding of that here today. Thank you, and Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'll just obviously speak to it. I may be on my own. But I obviously won't be supporting the officer's recommendation today. And look, you know, for myself, and I've spoken before in terms of representing Caloundra and the huge amount of growth we see down there, and always when is, you know, north of the Maroochydore River and north of Maroochydore going to start doing the heavy lifting. And this is another example. And I can understand the councillor's position on flooding and not building on flood areas, but I'm disappointed that we haven't done more in this area to try and work harder in relation to this application, and especially around resilient homes that can actually be accommodated. And I know I've said it before in this chamber, 92, Councillor Joe, that was when I went through that flood, living on the corner of Bandu and David Lowe Way in my high-set house that I had to build with Bob Doyle Homes, and I was accepting the fact that I had to build a high-set house in a flood zone. But that actually gave me the opportunity to get into the market. It gave me the opportunity to, I couldn't afford to buy in Caloundra. I had to travel down to Caloundra for work, but that was getting in my foot in the door and being able to obviously buy another property. I had a conversation with the owner of, previous owner of Caloundra Timbers in Caloundra, and he's been in the construction industry for probably 45 years. And stories around that, how they constructed homes at Golden Beach. And they would pour the slabs on low tide, and they'd pour the slabs with the footings complete so that it would be one complete membrane so that the house wouldn't crack as much as if they had that underwater water flow, stormwater or flooding. I mean, we've changed our attitude in this council now in regards to flood zones, and I can understand that and protecting our community, but look, we are never going to meet the targets of issues of affordable housing and social housing and housing to support our critical workforce unless we start really getting innovative and looking at ways where we can work towards an outcome that actually delivers houses. Because for me as a councillor, I'm embarrassed. I mean, we've spoken about 22 houses at Markoola. There's houses now being constructed in Markoola that are actually starting to lift them, elevate the floor levels up to accommodate the flooding as well. And really, what else have we done? You know, we've looked at so many issues and we've seen problems with our critical workforce just cannot afford to live here. And I know we had the recent discussion about the branded hotels, about one in Noosa. I'll guarantee you, no one will be able to afford to live in Noosa and work at that hotel. They'll be driving from Gympie, whatever. But look, I've probably said enough. For me, it's disappointing, but I really would just like to think that this council continues to work towards our industry that want to still invest in the coast here and build properties and developments. And I think we really need to look at ourselves, how we're going to actually achieve that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Suarez, would you like to close?
May I just ask a couple of questions?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Just wanted to ask a question just about number of dwellings. We've heard about providing housing. Can you tell me how many lots are proposed to be delivered with this development?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the information within the traffic report is based upon 221 dwellings and 111 multiple dwelling units and 270 retirement village sites.
Can you clarify how that number was attained? Because it wasn't part of the applicant's proposal.
Through you, Madam Mayor, there's been in the preliminary approval document, it doesn't indicate and that would be what would guide development in this area. It doesn't identify maximum, it simply looks to set up minimum lot sizes in terms of the percentages. So that would be presumably based upon a draft design that presumably the applicant would have.
Okay, so with that uncertainty on the number of lots, how reliable do we consider the traffic study that goes along with that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there's no reason to doubt that the traffic report in regards to the numbers that they are indicating. what it does go to is in regards to the infrastructure that's required, and that goes to, as I mentioned, the open space. It goes to the road network from a state government perspective, as well as most of the roads in this circumstance are under state control. So while there's no reason to doubt it, there is certainly uncertainty in regards to what the eventual development could look like, and that would then, if it were to be approved, would be subject to future applications assessed at that time.
Thank you. I'm happy to speak to it now, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Thank you for the debate. Thank you for those who spoke in support of the officer's recommendation. There is no doubt that development anywhere here on the coast that would provide housing would be welcome. It provides economic and employment opportunities along with necessary housing that's required by our growing community. And that sentiment was supported with submissions made from people who own or work for the landowners' companies, various building companies and developers, a number of real estate agents, a plumbing company, finance companies and lawyers. And there's nothing wrong with that. This is how those people make their livelihood. So it's quite, okay for them to make submissions in support. However, they all stand to receive financial gain, yet very few of them actually live in the affected area of Bli-Bli. Councillor Burns mentioned in one of the previous items when we were talking about our annual reports about and quarterly reports about BOR East being a useful and well-suited site. This is not a useful and well-suited site. Development, particularly for additional housing, needs to be considered in appropriate locations and not be at significant impact to others. The submissions that were made in opposition, and largely from the community, and to Councillor Broderick's point about why a number of them were not properly made, is probably lack of understanding of the process. They're not planners, they're not developers. It may be the very first time they've actually made a submission to council. But the things that have come from the community have been obviously flooding impacts through loss of flood storage, and the reason for my previous questions, one of the biggest issues was traffic impacts. And I know that in the report made by the officers, it doesn't really address the traffic impacts. However, the traffic impacts that will be felt on roads that are already under pressure with solutions that are not yet proven and they're not palatable to the broader community. A lot of the solutions put forward result in left in, left out only, so they have to, double back. I think the uncertainty of what is being put forward does not give me the confidence to support what the applicants have put forward. That lack of certainty regarding what would be developed and how it will affect direct neighbours, the broader community and the business centre of Bli-Bli. These were supported by the large number of submissions made by a few community organisations and largely by the residents in the area who would experience these impacts daily. There is also additional cost to council, mainly around the constructed water bodies, with poor past performance with the artificial water bodies in Parklakes too. Now, I want to clarify that Parklakes 1 and Parklakes 2 are developments that are well loved by the people who live there. However, ever since I've been in council in 2020, we have been working with the applicant to have those constructed water bodies handed over to council. And over those 4 years, and before I even came into council, we have not successfully had them handed over to council. So that's just an example of how constructed water bodies can be problematic to council. Sometimes they are handed over and we don't realise the problems till later, and hence the policy to not support them. So therefore I support the officer's recommendation based on lack of detail to clearly understand the expected outcomes of the development and expected impacts, inappropriate development on a floodplain and the associated loss of flood storage, and support of the local community. I look forward to the support of my fellow councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillors, I will put the motion for refusal to the vote. All those in favour? Councillors Broderick, Burns, Natoli, Johnston, Dixon, Hungerford, Bunnag, Suarez, Law and Mayor Natoli. Those against? Councillor Landsberg. The motion is carried. Thank you, team. Thank you for your work. Councillors, we now move on to item 8.9. Councillors, I declare that I, Councillor Rosanna Natoli, notify I have a declarable conflict of interest with item 8.9 to be considered at today's ordinary meeting. And that is due to having a close personal friendship with two submitters for the item to be discussed. The two submitters are Ms Helen Truscott and Mr Peter Shane Truscott. My relationship with Mr and Mrs Truscott extends beyond a purely social friendship. They supported me as volunteers during my election campaign. In fact, one was on the committee. In addition, I have a social friendship with the following submitters: Mr John McNamara, a school dad, Ms Amber James and Mrs Marjolaine Gurry, whom I have known for more than a decade. I also have a professional acquaintance with Ms Wendy Rowe through her organisation of the Wearable Art Festival, which I have emceed in the past. Therefore, I will exclude myself from the meeting while this matter is being discussed and the vote is taken. Thank you, and the Deputy Mayor will assume the chair. No.
Thank you, councillors. As required by the Local Government Act 2009, are there any other councillors who wish to declare a conflict of interest? Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I also notify that I have a declarable conflict of interest on item 8.9 to be considered at today's meeting. My declarable conflict of interest arises because Mayor Rosanna Natoli, who's a related party of mine, due to her being my spouse, has notified a declarable conflict of interest in the matter due to having a close personal friendship with two submitters to the item being discussed. The two submitters are Ms Helen Truscott and Mr Peter Shane Truscott, who supported Mayor Natoli as volunteers during her election campaign. I know them, but they did not provide any assistance with my election campaign. In addition, I also know the following submitters: Mr John McNamara, Miss Amber James, Miss Marjolaine Gurry and Miss Wendy Rowe. But none of these people, including Shane and Helen, have contacted me to discuss this item. In consideration of my declarable conflict of interest, I'm of the opinion that I can participate in the discussion and vote on the matter, and in doing so, my participation will not lead to a decision that is contrary to the public interest. Further, I acknowledge that eligible councillors must, by resolution, decide my participation or otherwise in making a decision on this matter.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. Councillors, in accordance with section 150 ES3 B of the Local Government Act 2009, I now call for a councillor to move that Councillor Natoli may either stay or leave the chamber for the duration of the discussion and decision on this matter. Councillors, should the majority decide it is in the public interest for the councillor to stay in the meeting for the duration of this matter, reasons for this decision will now need to be recorded in the minutes. Do I have a councillor to move one way or the other? I need a decision. Councillor Johnston?
I move that Councillor Natali not participate in the discussion. I've got no doubt that he wouldn't be influenced, but I think from a public perception point of view, the fact that his wife and the Mayor has withdrawn, that it might not be in the best interests of himself or the Mayor to stay in the meeting.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Dixon. Take a vote. Okay, councillors, we will vote on what is before us, so that Councillor Natali may not stay in the meeting or participate in the decision. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Okay, we welcome Ms Taylor for the presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Councillors and Madam CEO. Today I'll be presenting to you a report on a minor change to a preliminary approval for a material change of use of premises, including a variation request to establish the Twin Waters West residential community. The minor change application relates to 6 conditions of the approval only. For site context, the image on the left shows the subject site as it relates to the surrounding landmarks, notably the Maroochydore River to the south, the Sunshine Motorway to the west, the surrounding communities of Twin Waters and Majimba. The site has frontage to David Low Way and Ocean Drive in the north, Stillwater Drive to the east, and the Sunshine Motorway to the west. The land was formerly utilised as cane land and contains a wetland. At the ordinary meeting on the 14th of December 2023, Council approved the original application for preliminary approval for a material change of use, including a variation request. The approval provides the framework for development of the site. The key development parameters of the preliminary approval include a master plan for the provision of approximately 450 residential lots with a minimum area of 500 square metres and an average of 700 square metres, 1 hectare of community facilities, over 30 hectares of open space, a constructed water body, and the extension of the coastal pathway. Further applications for development permits for operational work, reconfiguring a lot, and material change of use will be necessary prior to development occurring on the site. The decision notice for the preliminary approval was issued, and the applicant did not seek to negotiate any changes to the conditions. There was no appeal filed by the applicant or the submitters, and the approval took effect. This approval continues to have effect, and now the applicant is requesting a minor change to only 6 of the conditions of approval. The applicant has requested changes to conditions relating to heritage management for the mango trees and timing of the provision of signage, flood emergency management requirements, water quality testing frequency and thresholds, the timing of the provision of the groundwater recharge strategy, and the timing of the delivery of the Lakeside Park. The changes that have been requested are considered to be a minor change in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act. That is, the change does not result in substantially different development, it does not include prohibited development, it does not include impact assessment, it does not introduce new grounds for assessment by a referral agency, it does not introduce new or additional triggers. Each requested change has been assessed and recommendations about the requested changes are provided as follows. Condition 24 and 26 are conditions relating to heritage aspects of the development, being the mango trees in Settlers Park and the blaze tree along the Sunshine Motorway. It is recommended that only part of the requested changes be agreed, that is, the timing of the heritage interpretation strategy and bench seat to face the blaze tree be provided in accordance with the stages to which they adjoin, as this is a logical refinement of the approval. It is recommended that changes relating to when an archaeologist is present when development is occurring near the mango trees not be changed as requested, and that the advice from the National Trust of Queensland still be sought. Condition 26 provides the evacuation centre requirements, in particular the size of the facility and the number of people to be accommodated for immediate shelter, that being up to 18 hours, and temporary shelter, that being for greater than 18 hours. The applicant seeks to change the condition with respect to how many people are accommodated for these various scenarios. It is recommended that some changes be made to the condition to reflect the scenarios, but not reducing the minimum and overall number of people to be accommodated. Following assessment of the request, it is considered that the requirement for immediate shelter as a standalone component is not considered applicable, as any person needing to seek shelter from an event would require shelter or accommodation for a longer period than 18 hours, and therefore the temporary provisions would apply. That is, the flooding characteristics and length of isolation would not result in conditions where the immediate shelter provision would apply, and continuing to include these requirements would be redundant. The recommended changes would require the provision of temporary shelter for 350 people, which is greater than what was originally approved at 140 people, and the provision of services such as power, water and sewage storage capacity for 583 people for a 5-day period of isolation. Condition 45 provides the requirements for the design and construction of the water quality parameters for the water body. The applicant seeks to amend the condition to introduce a 2-tier water quality testing criteria. It is recommended that requested change to a 2-tier approach not be agreed. Changes that are recommended for support relate to the limitations of testing, that being to allow the measure to be less than or equal to, as this aligns with laboratory reporting, and some minor refinements to the testing parameters. Condition 81 requires the provision of a groundwater recharge strategy at the time the first operational work or material change of use application is submitted. The applicant seeks that this be changed to remove the material change of use trigger for the provision of this strategy. As the groundwater recharge strategy is to be implemented through an operational work application and it does not relate to any material change of use application, it is appropriate for this trigger to be amended. This change to the trigger does not alter the actual timing of the recharge outcome, which is still to commence at the time of operational work occurring on the site. Condition 85 requires the delivery of the Lakeside Park prior to approval of the plan of survey for the first residential lot in the development. The applicant has requested that this be amended to be at the time the first residents occupy the first stage. This trigger point is not a tangible catch point for council to administer. To ensure that the Lakeside Park is developed in a timely manner for the enjoyment of residents that occupy the earliest stages of the development, it is recommended that the condition to be amended to allow uncompleted works bonding to occur, but also including a timing limitation, being the delivery of the park before the 40th lot is released. When assessing a minor change application, the Planning Act requires any properly made submission to the original application to be considered. During public notification, there were 399 submissions received, with 370 of those submissions being properly made. The changes that were recommended to be approved do not introduce new or more severe impacts than what was originally approved and mainly relate to timing refinements and the practical progression of the approved development. In summary, the applicant has requested a minor change to the existing approval relating to 6 conditions of approval only. The requested changes have been assessed and it is recommended that some minor changes be made to the conditions as identified in Appendix A. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Taylor. Do I have a councillor prepared to move? Councillor Bunnag, seconder. Councillor Dixon, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Councillor Landsberg, here's an example of north of the Maroochydore River carrying its weight. And I rise to move this motion and support the officer's recommendation for approval of this minor change. As the local divisional councillor, I ask for this matter to be considered by the full council for several reasons. The first is for transparency. This development has a near decade-long history and it's fair to say has been extremely contentious. It has been the subject of court cases, rezonings, and ultimately culminated in a preliminary approval being given by the previous council in December last year. When this minor change application was submitted, I had quite a number of people contact me raising concerns about the attempts to water down conditions associated with this preliminary approval that was granted. I was also contacted by some residents asking me to reverse the approval decision of the previous council. Well, my message to those residents and anyone who's listening at home is that that's not possible. The Planning Act does not allow councillors to revisit and rescind validly made approvals. As one community group who has been heavily involved in this process for many years recently said, the horse has bolted. Therefore, this application is not about whether each of us like or dislike floodplain development, as we've just had that debate. It's not a do-over, which is why it's a minor change. And we have to take the application as we find it. However, I think it's important that when the preliminary approval drew such community interest, that we should bring it up to the council level for consideration. The second reason why I've asked for this to be considered at a full council meeting is so that residents can fully understand and have visibility of the conditions that the applicant sought to vary and this council's response, which I'd like to thank the staff for. And that's where I want to explore these in a little bit of detail. The first condition is in relation to condition 24, heritage management. As part of the application, the applicant proposed to alter the condition so as to lower the bar for when an archaeologist was required to be on site in the vicinity of Settlers Park for work, from development works to landscape works, clarify the tree protection zones for the blaze tree and mango trees that are beloved in our community, and remove the requirement for recommendations to be taken from the National Trust Queensland for the mango trees. The officers in this instance have disagreed with changing the requirement for archaeological monitoring from development works to landscape works, and also maintained the involvement of the National Trust Queensland with respect to heritage recommendations for the mango trees, while agreeing to the common sense refinements of the conditions applicable to timing and staging of these works, which I agree with. A significant condition of the preliminary approval that drew significant community interest was condition 36, with regards to flood management and the provision of an emergency flood evacuation shelter. The applicant requested for the number of persons to be accommodated in the shelter to be altered, removing the reference to the word minimum amount of persons and applying certain aspects of the Australia Red Cross preferred sheltering practices for emergency sheltering in Australia. In response, the recommendation of the officers is in fact to increase the number of people to be accommodated as a temporary shelter from 140 people to 350 in accordance with the Flood Emergency Management Plan, while the number of people to be provided with services for a 5-day period of isolation remains unchanged at a minimum 583. The removal of the word minimum has not been agreed to and remains. Another condition that attracted significant interest and was of great importance is condition 45 and the water quality as part of the constructed water body. With respect to this condition, the applicant sought several changes to reduce testing frequency and chemical thresholds that inform water quality criteria. In response, the officers have recommended not supporting the reduction in testing frequency or a lowering of the chemical thresholds, which would have resulted in lower water quality. This is a significant point that I'm sure is welcomed by the community. What has been accepted are common sense refinements to sampling criteria that are necessary changes to avoid unnecessary duplication and more accurately reflects how certain aspects of samples are collected, either at depth or at surface levels. There are two further conditions that the applicant sought alteration to, being groundwater recharge and landscape works. On both fronts, my view is that the officer's recommendation is appropriate in that the timing of the groundwater recharge strategy will now be more appropriately aligned to the course of development, while the timing for delivery of the lakeside park has been protected to ensure that park infrastructure for residents is delivered prior to the completion of no more than 40 residential lots, to ensure that the applicant delivers on their requirements to deliver community infrastructure on time for the enjoyment of residents. In summary, I'm of the view that these conditions and the recommendations of the officers are appropriate, and being pragmatically minded, I support them to ensure that we get the best results on the ground.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnag. Councillor Burns.
Thanks. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just a couple of questions, if I may. The water body in this development and the testing, that water body will at some point come over to council as a received asset? Question mark.
I'll just...
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Yes, that's correct. There's an infrastructure agreement and conditions of approval that set out the criteria which needs to be met prior to it being dedicated as a council asset.
Great. And the water quality testing that are the subject of this application, those same testing mechanisms will pass over to council upon asset handover?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. The approval doesn't commit council to monitoring the same frequency as the applicant is required to monitor prior to handing over to council. Following handover to council, council will operate the lake in accordance with a lake management plan at a frequency of testing that is determined to be appropriate by council.
Thank you, that's all.
Thank you. Councillor Dixon.
Through the chair, I just wanted to firstly state for the record my observation of Councillor Bunnag's maturity in this matter. In fact, the way he's spoken today, he should be applauded for his understanding and homework that he's done in the process. Has been first class, so let me just note that for the record. Secondly, I've been briefed on this by council staff. I've been through the process. Again, this is not a do-over. This is a request that we've had to review. I believe the officers should be congratulated for holding the line on many of these items, and I certainly support the recommendation here today.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Acting.
Just through the chair is fine, thank you.
Deputy Mayor. I'd like to thank the officers for the report. I can't find any fault with it, but I'd just like to say that I voted against this application in the first place, and to be consistent, I will do so again on a basis of flood retention area, and that's what I did with the last item too. I voted against it for that reason, because I promised my constituents when I was first elected and when I was re-elected that I would never vote for applications for approval in flood zones. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. There are no further speakers. I'll go to Councillor Bunnag to see if he'd like to close.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I just want to emphasise this is not a do-over. This is not a debate as to whether you support floodplain development. I think it's pretty clear in terms of my track record in this chamber to date, my strong views on floodplain development. But as I said, I have to take the application as I find it. And I am pragmatically minded in the sense that the officers here have done the absolute best they can to uphold the conditions that were approved by previous council. Now, would I love to jump back in a time machine and go into the December OM last year and have a different outcome? Absolutely. But the reality is that it was approved. The horses bolted, and my job as the divisional councillor is to make sure that we protect the conditions that there are to date and to try and get the best outcome from this development, given the fact that it has already been approved. So I'm strongly supporting this today because I can understand the work that has gone into it by the officers, and I'd urge my fellow councillors to do the same.
Thank you, Councillor Bunnag. I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? It's Councillor Broderick, Councillor Landsberg, Councillor Burns, Councillor Dixon, Councillor Hungerford, Councillor Bunnag, Councillor Law, Councillor Suarez. All those opposed? Councillor Johnston. The motion is carried. I might suggest a 5-minute comfort break to allow the Mayor to resume the chair. Back.
Good afternoon and welcome back. Councillors, members in the gallery, people who are watching online, welcome. We hope to move through this part of our agenda with confidence and haste. We are moving on to 8.10. 8.10, welcome Mr. Lillis to make this presentation. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, councillors, members of the public and fellow colleagues. The purpose of the report put for Council's consideration today is to seek Council's endorsement to make planning scheme policies to support the proposed planning scheme and to prepare and progress such planning scheme policies, including their placement on public consultation. We anticipate that public consultation will occur in tandem with the proposed planning scheme. Council, of course, has prepared a proposed planning scheme as the parent document, which is currently subject to state interest review. There's a need to make planning scheme policies to support the operation of the proposed planning scheme. They provide a critical support to the proposed planning scheme, and they are a routine part of local government operations in Queensland. As an example of this, there's 21 planning scheme policies that support the current planning scheme. We are proposing to create 26 proposed planning scheme policies to support the new planning scheme. Planning scheme policies provide a key support element for the proper functioning of the planning scheme. They provide supplementary advice, guidance or standards, often of a technical, engineering, scientific or specialist nature. Importantly, they don't have the same role or status as a planning scheme. As an example of this, they don't include assessment benchmarks for development that is assessed by Council. Usually, planning scheme policies are called up by the planning scheme where further detail is required. Planning scheme policies are a statutory document, and the process for making them is set out in the Minister's Guidelines and Rules, which is a document that supports the Planning Act 2016. Unlike planning schemes, planning scheme policies do not require a state interest review. The process for making them is that Council decides to make them by resolution. Public consultation is then carried out for a minimum of 20 business days. Council then considers all properly made submissions arising from the consultation period, prepares a consultation report to demonstrate how it has considered those submissions, and finally Council decides whether to adopt the proposed planning scheme policies. In view of this, the Council report is put forward with its recommendation for Council's consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Lillis. Councillors, would someone like to move this item? Councillor Johnston, seconded Councillor Dixon. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Johnston, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, please. I can assure you that the debate on this subject is not going to go anywhere near as long as the three previous items.
We can only hope.
Can I just ask one question? The 26 policies, when they're developed, before they're advertised, you bring them back to us. Is that right?
Through the Chair, and thank you for the question. Following this meeting and assuming Council's support for the resolution, we would proceed to make proposed planning scheme policies and will keep Council informed throughout the drafting process, including the supply of copies of those proposed planning scheme policies.
Knowing how competent our planning people are, I knew that that'd be the case, but I wanted to make it very clear. This is a statutory requirement, and I don't think it needs much debate. Thank you for bringing it to us, and I encourage everybody to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston spoke too soon. Just a quick question. I understand that the work hasn't been done as yet to write these new policies, but can you just give us a very brief intent of, there were just two that I was curious of. One was agricultural land overlay planning scheme policy, and then the second one was the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Planning Scheme policy, the intent of what those policies would be.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the question. In relation to the agricultural land planning scheme policy, we have a concept of the information it would need to contain, but obviously that information will need to be determined through the making of the planning scheme policy and the drafting process. Our concept would be that it has technical information to support the content of the agricultural land overlay code in the proposed planning scheme, as in information that can be used to provide further information to support an assessment where agricultural land is involved, and informing specialist assessments and, I suppose, processes of that nature. In relation to the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Planning Scheme policy, the general concept would be supporting information that would enable the interpretation of provisions relating to Aboriginal cultural heritage and supporting processes enabling those provisions at the development assessment level. The detail of both proposed planning scheme policies needs to be determined through the drafting process.
Thank you, Mr Lillis. Just on the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Planning Scheme policy, we heard in one of the previous items cultural heritage was an issue in the past with proposed planning scheme amendments, and with the impact assessable application, there seems to be no visibility from council that the requirements of the developer have been made. They just simply, I don't know if it's just a checkbox to say that they will comply with the government, state government's requirements. Will this policy address that gap? Will we have any visibility that the applicant has actually undertaken the work required by the state government? I understand that the information itself could be sensitive.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the question. The details of the proposed planning scheme and the proposed planning scheme policies need to be determined through the drafting process. To answer your question in a, I suppose, in a general sense, there have been changes to the Planning Act and guidelines produced under the Planning Act that relate to the incorporation of Aboriginal cultural heritage in Queensland planning schemes in recent times. And we are obviously aware of these changes and in discussions with the state government about how these changes can be incorporated into council's planning instruments. That's probably the limit of what I would be able to supply at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Anyone else with a question? No. Councillor Johnston, would you like to close? No? Okay then. We'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr Lillis. And team, thank you. Moving on to item 8.11, and we welcome Mr Costello shortly. So I could tap dance, Councillor Johnston could tell a joke, or we could sit in silence. Apparently, silence is preferred. Okie dokie. Luckily, Mr Costello is here before any jokes or tap dancing are required. Lucky save. Welcome, Mr Costello. Over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, all. Run through the October financial performance report. So Council's operating result at the end of October of $94 million, ahead of budget by $4.4 million for that 4 months. The variation consists of revenue ahead of budget by $4.3 million, expenses below budget by 123,000. The breakdown of that for revenue, state commercial waste levy ahead of budget, cleansing charges year to date ahead of budget. A review of those allocations occurred during September, and results of that will be seen in the budget review too. Holiday parks ahead of budget by 720,000, less 200,000 commission, so net increase. Plumbing services fees and charges below budget by about 550,000, and interest from investments below budget by about 630,000. On the expenditure side, contract services are below budget for transport network operations, about 400,000. Waste management and digital information services. Some of the digital information services will flow through in future months because there's profiling with software maintenance agreements. Employee costs are ahead of budget by 1.5 million, which is about 2.4%. The capital works program's progressed 36.3% against a benchmark of 33% for a third of the year gone. $89 million of the $245 million total capital works program has been financially expended. $51 million of the core program, about just under 36%, has been expended, noting that budget review 2 is underway, and the detail of that will flow into December's OM. On our cash, at the end of October, $197 million in cash, our debt $434 million, anticipated borrowings of $20.3 million, noting again that the breakdown in the dollars of those will be varied through budget review 2. And the investments, 6 term deposits totalling $70 million, maturing up to 89 days, and a weighted average interest rate return of 5.1%. Just noting the risks, Madam Mayor, the overall budget's developed to ensure long-term sustainability, both for the short term and into the future. Continued attention in relation to achieving revenue targets and the delivery of the savings initiatives that have been included in the operating expenses. Failure to achieve the budget operating result negatively impacts Council's financial sustainability, both in the short term and the long term. And the continued monitoring of the capital works program within budget and scope, and we'll look at the deferrals as they flow through into budget review 2. The operating result forecast in the report of $10.6 million does not reflect proposed adjustments included in budget review 2 for those savings initiatives in particular, and the BR2 forecasts a further reduction in the operating result, which again we will see in the December ordinary meeting. And the recommendation, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Costello. Councillors, do I have someone to move that? Councillor Hungerford, seconded Councillor Johnston. Councillor Hungerford.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I don't think I need to go through all the figures again. Well, the things are holding fairly static, like through there. The cash balance is remaining very consistent and start holding that at the moment. Debt's holding well, 433. They're holding in the same position we've got there. The thing Michael did take in there is the 14.7 million in savings initiatives for the operating result. That's going to be critical to where we end up at the end of the financial year. When we're still in high interest rate, high inflation environment at the moment, it's stubbornly staying up there. The actual cost of delivering our services and the works out there in the last 12 months has gone up, in some cases up to 30%. That's quite substantial in delivering for our community out there. That will weigh heavily on us meeting those targets and how we control our expenditure into the next year to maintain our sustainability. But I feel very confident we're on track. We can achieve that if we keep this discipline going. Going to Michael and your team in finance, excellent work. And I'm waiting for the next one because we've actually got another unmodified audit and I'm really chuffed about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Anyone else to speak? No? Councillor Hungerford, would you like to close? No? Okay, thank you. I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? The motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Mr Costello. Moving to item 8.12, welcome Ms Wex. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to present the 23-24 financial statements that have now been audited by the Queensland Audit Office. And as Councillor Hungerford said, we did receive an unmodified audit opinion for our financial statements, which means our financial statements comply with the Local Government Regulation, Local Government Act, Australian Accounting Standards, and they demonstrate a true and fair view of Council's financial performance and position for the financial year. In addition to our normal financial statements, this year we have additional financial sustainability ratios. We've increased from 3 to 9, so they provide us with a bit more information. The 6 of them have been audited and 3 are contextual only and for information. We also produce the 9 ratios in the long-term financial sustainability statement, so that's estimating what they'll look like for the next 10 years. These aren't audited, as the auditors cannot audit estimates. The Auditor-General will report on our results in his annual report to Parliament, which is released next calendar year. I've also attached the Queensland Audit Office final management letter, and that confirms their unmodified audit opinion, which is our 16th in a row for Sunshine Coast Council. They also detail any outstanding recommendations they made during the course of the audit. Now, those recommendations will be monitored by the Audit Committee as to their progress towards resolution. In addition to the statements, I've also provided a community financial report, which is an easy-to-understand version of the statements. It will be attached to Council's annual report, along with the financial statements, and published on Council's website. We also have controlled entities: Sun Central Maroochydore Proprietary Limited, Sunshine Coast Events Centre Proprietary Limited, and Sunshine Coast Arts Foundation. All of the financial statements for these entities were audited by the Queensland Audit Office and received an unmodified audit opinion. The annual reports for these entities will also be published on Council's website. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Wex. Councillors, would someone like to move the item? Councillor Hungerford, seconded. Councillor Broderick. Councillor Hungerford, over to you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, a 16th consecutive unmodified option in a row. That's outstanding. I reckon we can keep this going too. I want to make it to 20. Not only that, an unmodified audit option for our other controlled entities, Sun Central Maroochydore, the Sunshine Coast Events Centre, and the Coast Arts Foundation Limited. Clean sweep. We do this every year because of the focus on financial management. So what this effectively means, all of our audited papers give a true and fair view of Council and the Group's financial position as of the 30th of June 2024 and of our financial performance and cash flows for the year then ended. Also complies with the Local Government Act 2009, the Local Government Regulation 2012 and the Australian Accounting Standards. Again, finance, excellent job. You do us proud every year. I think we should be very appreciative of the fine staff we have in your department. But I'd like to focus on the financial management overall. 676 million was our debt at the 30th of June 2021, and we did the region building projects, solar farm, the airport, subsea cable, even this building. Now we've 443.8 million is our debt at the moment. And not only that, we reduced the interest, and when it was low at the time, we were given the opportunity, and I think that was 2020, from memory. And in the City Hall here, people keep trying to say it's extravagant and over the top. They don't realise when we did it when the interest rates were the cheapest we can get, there was 3 loan drawdowns. Michael will correct me if I'm wrong on anything here. But the interest is fixed for the term of the loan, and over those 3 drawdown periods, that means we've got the whole term of the loan at 2.5%. That's called sound financial management, and that's taking advantage of the situations that are there at the time. And a lot of people out there with mortgages would love to have a fixed 2.5% at the moment. but with an appreciating asset, that's going to give us greater liquidity over time and control over our own destiny, and that's been really shown. But I just want to point that out to people, that the management this council has done over several terms is second to none. And that's why I like the fact that we're all focused on it here and maintaining that momentum and keeping it there, because that will mean our ability to deliver over time will increase for our communities. And that's the point I want to get to people. This is fantastic financial management. Let's keep it going. And let's get to that. I want to get to 20 years unmodified audits. Let's work on that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Any other councillors? No. Councillor Hungerford, would you like to close? No, thank you. We will put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, Ms Wex. Thank you, Mr Costello. We move now to item 8.13. Welcome, Mr Thornton. Councillors, we will take this report as read, and Mr Thornton is here for any questions. Would someone like to move this item? Councillor Broderick is the mover, Councillor Hungerford as the seconder. Thank you. Councillor Broderick, would you like to speak to the motion?
Sure. Thank you, through the chair. Thanks, Tom, for getting all of this together. And it has actually been a real pleasure and a good learning curve for me to be on the audit committee over the last couple of months. So I've more to learn, and I'm very excited about that. But you've all got the report there, and there are a few things we need to go through. There are things we're working on, but we're headed in the right direction. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick. Does anyone have a question for Mr Thornton? Well, thank you for coming in and standing there while we didn't ask you a question. So thank you for that. But before that, councillors, Councillor Broderick, would you like to close? Anything else to add? No. No. Okay. I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr Thornton. Enjoy your evening. Thank you. Okay. Councillors, as there are no notices of motion today, we will move on to petitions. Councillor Law, I believe you have a petition today.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I have a petition, and the statement on the petition from the Dulong and Image Flat Quarries Action Group is: we, the undersigned, respectfully request Sunshine Coast Regional Council to 1. Immediately and permanently cease the Dulong and Image Flat Quarries expressions of interest process. 2. Commit to retaining full operational management and business control of its own quarry assets. And 3, immediately amend the Sunshine Coast planning scheme to correct current unjustifiable inequities between private quarries and council-owned and operated quarries by the following: A, creating a single consistent extractive industry zone for all quarries in the region, whether private or council-owned and operated. B, making all development proposals in this zone subject to an impact accessible level of development assessment. And C, requiring all private and council-owned asphalt plants in the region to be in the high impact industry zone and some subject to an impact accessible level of development assessment. I can confirm that we have 1,478 signatures on this petition, and that almost half of those have been collected from the community and handwritten on this document. This is not just an online petition of random people across the globe. And of the online petition, the majority of those, 755 of them, are in fact from the local postcodes of the Sunshine Coast hinterland. And I recommend this report to be accepted by the CEO.
Thank you. Councillor Law has moved that the petition be received and referred to the CEO. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Dixon. Thank you. Councillor Law, did you wish to speak to the petition?
Yes, I only get a minute, but it's a valuable minute to support the Hinterland Quarry Action Group, who have worked tirelessly over the past 2 years, becoming very informed, educating their community, and working collaboratively with the council, with myself and other councillors involved in the quarry and the officers, to understand what's going on and achieve the best possible outcome for our community in what is a very difficult and challenging operation of quarrying. So I look forward to the CEO's response to this, as do the community, and look forward to working together to secure the best possible future that we can.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Thank you. I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Law. Thank you, CEO. Councillor Suarez, I understand you have a petition as well.
Thank you. Through the Chair, yes, it's not a new petition, it's just additional signatures to a petition that has already been presented to Council. So I won't go through the blurb, it's up on screen, and I'll just present it to the CEO.
Thank you. Councillor Suarez has moved that the petition be received and referred to the CEO. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Bunag. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Suarez, did you wish to speak to the petition? No. I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Moving on, councillors, before we move into confidential session, do any of you wish to declare any personal interests in relation to the item to be discussed? In relation to item 11.1, the Chief Executive Officer advises that the report contains confidential information relating to negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. For this reason, it is recommended that Council close the meeting under Section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012 to consider and discuss the information in this report. Noting, of course, that Council's decisions on this item will be made during open session, which will be viewable by the public. Councillors, is someone prepared to move that we close the meeting to discuss agenda item 11.1? Councillor Dixon, and seconded Councillor Johnston. I'll now put that motion to the vote that we close the meeting. All those in favour? And that motion is carried unanimously. We will now pause. Thank you and welcome back, everyone. Councillors, we are now at the consideration for item 11.1. Councillors, I note that Councillor Burns was prepared to move this item and Councillor Johnston to second. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Burns, would you like to speak to the motion?
Just briefly, thank you through you, Madam Mayor. Again, just thanks to the team for their work in these matters, and really, again, just the importance for this in terms of the Sunshine Coast Council area broadly, as we seek to ensure that we're conserving appropriate and high-value environmental lands and strengthening our corridors. So thanks to the team and commend this motion to my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? No. Councillor Burns, would you like to close? Also no. Okay. Thank you, councillors. I will now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? And the motion is carried unanimously. Councillors, we have no further items on today's agenda. So I declare that the meeting is closed at 5:28 p.m. Thank you and good evening.